4-2 on the road. We went 4-2 on the road trip. I got my third cup of coffee. It's just now 8 a.m. Spadoni, I'm ready to rock with you for 4 hours here on Memorial Day. And I hope everybody else there is having a nice Memorial Day as well. Shout out to the troops. Shout out to our veterans. And thank you for being here, Spadoni. I appreciate you.
There you go. Well said. Shout out to all of our fallen men and women. We remember you today. We remember the people that serve with them, that may have come back to this country after serving and may have lost a little bit of their own self, if you will. So I hope they get the care and treatment that they deserve. Welcome to all of you people joining us via Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, Evan. We are streaming on Twitter, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can see our lovely faces. Follow me at Spadoni_Joe. Follow Evan at
Evan A. Giddings.
There you go.
How about that?
There you go. That call, by the way, brought to you by Sportsnet New York, SNY. Gary Cohen on the call as the Giants fell 4-3, bookending, you know what? 2 losses, but 4-2 right in the middle on that road trip. So they come back home at 500, and they're taking on the Philadelphia Phillies, best team in, I'd say, Major League Baseball, but definitely the National League. And then after that, you got the New York Yankees at home. First time you're going to see Aaron Judge since, you know what? Last time he was in the Bay Area, I would think, was when he was getting courted by the San Francisco Giants a couple years ago during free agency talks. Obviously, that was all a sham. He ends up re-signing with the Yankees. So a very fun and exciting road trip and a very fun and exciting homestand potentially, Evan, this week. But before we get into the last night's game, I just want to kind of take a deep breath. What were your expectations for this Giants squad heading into this season? They made all the moves, Evan. This is the first time we're talking on air, talking about the Giants together. They made the move for Chapman, right? They got Soler. You know, you're bringing back Kyle Harrison in this. He's the rookie now. You got Webb. You made that big addition with Snell late, obviously. You brought him in with no really minor league start, so he kind of got rocked a little bit. Hopefully he comes back today. I think confirmed he's coming back. He had a baby, so congratulations to them.
Today, yeah.
Slated to pitch. So there's been a lot of moving pieces, and the expectations were, wow, Farhan's making some moves. And you know what? This team's going to be exciting and be knocking on the door of a playoff spot. Well, right now, it's May 27th, 2024, and they are knocking on the door. It's early, only a couple months into the season. But what were your expectations heading into this year?
To make the playoffs. I think when you spend as much money as Farhan Zaidi did this offseason, it's with the expectation to win. And I think there's also an expectation just to get back into relevancy. So I mean, looking around the rest of the NL, I think the Giants are right in the thick of things for the wild card. You know, do I think that they're better than the Chicago Cubs? I'm not too sure, but I think they're just as good. I mean, the Cubs have been playing bad baseball as of late, but I think they're just as good as the Cubs. I think they're probably just as good as the Padres at full strength. So I feel like the Giants are a team that I didn't necessarily expect to come out of the gates hot. I don't know if people did, but I think right now you look at where they're at, 27-27. That's not a bad place to be considering the first 45 games were pretty abysmal. And so, you know, did they beat the world beaters, so to speak, on this road trip? No, but you needed to pick up wins against teams and series victories against teams that you should have beaten. So they've done it now 3 times in a row. It's the first time it's happened this year. And they were over 500 before yesterday's walk-off loss for the first time, I think, since Game 3 of the season. So I think they're trending in the right direction. I mean, I still think they're capable of making a wild card spot, but it might be the last one. I feel like entering the season with the investment that they made, the expectation should be to make the postseason.
Fair enough. 888-957-9570. Have the Giants lived up to your expectations thus far? Have they fallen short, or are they surpassing them? 888-957-9570. It is Spadoni and Evan Giddings in the building for the next 4 hours here. Hope you're all having a lovely Memorial Day weekend. Listen, tough loss yesterday. We can dive into it. You know, no Camilo Doval's tough. You know, you kind of ended up blowing the doors open on Saturday night, and you kind of scratch your head yesterday. It's like, why did we use Camilo when we had a 5-run lead, right? And then yesterday you're using the Taylor or Tyler. I always get the two. They're
Tyler.
God bless him.
Tyler's the righty,
Taylor's the frisbee
lefty.
Thrower. Thank you. He's been here a little longer. So Tyler Rogers, you know, he gets roughed up there. And you know what? They were playing with fire throughout a lot of these games. And you mentioned it. You know, they're not playing the world beaters. But I can't help but, and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer this morning because you know what? The Giants are playing well. But having said that, they were down for a lot of these games on this road trip, and they had to come back against some really bad bullpens. And dating back to that Colorado Rockies series where you swept them, worst bullpens in the National League, the Rockies and the Pirates. The Mets, surprisingly, I know Elias Diaz has been struggling, but they actually like kind of one of the better bullpens in the league, which is surprising and just shocking just watching this past weekend because they are just, God. I was watching this Mets series, and God love you, Ken Luttrell is on the board. He's a big Mets fan. He has Mets tattoos all over him.
Coffee
it's just, I'm so sorry you have to watch this team. And listen, this is coming from an A's fan whose team's leaving to Sacramento, maybe Las Vegas. They might be playing on Mars. I don't know.
I feel like an A's fan.
But right? Like, it was tough to watch this series and not think to myself, man, credit to the Giants, but also they're just playing some bad baseball teams like the Pirates, and I think Paul Skeens didn't have his best stuff, but they do get credit for coming back there and winning. And you used a word, Evan. You used a word that I kind of have a hard time with sometimes. Teams that the Giants should beat. Mm-hmm. Are we at the point with this Giants team where 500 now? Are we giving them credit where they should beat certain teams? Or, I have a tough time with that word because I think that's reserved for the Atlanta Braves, the Philadelphia Phillies, the New York. They should beat certain teams. The Giants, they might beat them or they might not. I don't know what to make of this team yet.
Well, I think those are teams you should beat if you are going to be a postseason team. So I expect them to be in the thick of the wild card hunt. So yeah, I think those are teams that I expect them to beat. Pittsburgh, a little less so. I know that they're not incredible, but they're also not terrible. I mean, ironically, they beat the two best starters on their staff. Granted, they were come from behind wins, and the one game they had their horse was the game that they lost. So that was a really perplexing and exciting series, but I mean, Colorado's terrible. The second worst team in baseball. The Mets, I believe, are the fourth or fifth worst team in baseball. So yes, but I think those are teams that I expect them to beat in a series. Now, you might drop a game here and there, even though they swept Colorado, but I think those are teams that you should expect to take series from if you're going to be serious just in general. So, I think they have an opportunity. The Padres just lost, I think, 3 of 4 to the Yankees, who are coming into town later on this week. What I liked about the road trip, number one, was that it wasn't a 3-7 type road trip like the one before, but also you want to be playing your best baseball going into this specific homestand or this stretch of series because you got 5, I would say, postseason contenders or teams that expect to be in the postseason on your schedule. So you want to be playing your best baseball so we can get a legitimate idea of how good this team is. I think that coming off of a 4-2 road trip, yes, you blew the game yesterday. You probably shouldn't have had 1 or 2 on the road trip, so it all evens out. But now we get to see how good this Giants team, at this point in the season, 55 games in, actually is. And that's what I'm excited about seeing so far today, or so far later this week at Oracle Park.
888-957-9570. How are you feeling about this upcoming homestand? Again, you're facing the two best teams in the given league. Well, I guess technically the Guardians are... They have the what?
By the way, did you see what the Phillies have been doing? Did you see what they did yesterday to the Rockies?
No, what'd they do?
Speaking of bad bullpens, they were down, I think, 3-2 in the 8th inning or the 9th inning, late inning, and they scored like 6.
Oh my God.
I mean, they just absolutely uncorked baseballs at Coors Field. Meanwhile, the Yankees held the Padres, RIP, at least to the booth.
Yeah, he's not dead. John Sterling is not dead, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Matt Steinmetz just found out that he retired last week.
No, really?
Yeah, he still thought that he was calling games.
God love that guy. Come on, just leave my guy alone.
What did I do
Nothing,
wrong?
John. Go ahead, Evan.
No, it's what the Padres couldn't do, really. They scored 1 run the first 3 games of that series before finally grabbing one yesterday just because they basically had to. But no, you're right. The Yankees and the Phillies are playing like the 2 best teams in baseball right now. The Dodgers have somehow lost 5 in a row.
Not to cut you off there, 2 highest run differentials. The Phillies at +93 and the Yankees +92, which I don't think is the end-all be-all because you can get kind of skewed with wins and losses, stuff like that. But continue.
Well, but also, it's interesting. We talk about, teams, or we're talking about teams that the Giants should beat. The Phillies haven't really played too many good teams. At least so far, their schedule's been pretty soft. So credit to them. I mean, they are playing incredible baseball right now. And they obviously swept the Giants the last time that these two teams met, or the first time these two teams met. But I'm just curious to see how the Giants look today, tomorrow, Wednesday against the Phillies, because I don't think that they were playing great baseball when they met them at Citizens Bank. I think they're playing their best baseball right now, or they appear to be playing their best baseball.
So you got Phillies, Giants today, and you got Taijuan Walker. Formerly, I always think of him as a Mariner, maybe because they played against the A's so many times early on in his career.
He's been on a few teams.
He's been on a few teams, but it's funny. I always think of certain guys with certain teams that don't really make sense. Like Will Myers played for the Rays for a couple seasons, maybe.
A while.
If that.
Yeah.
I think of him as a Ray, but a lot of people think of him as a Padre, right? So it's just one of my little things. Blake Snell, I still think of as a Ray. And he's pitching for the Giants today, and he's been struggling, Evan. And I want to pick your brain because you are a former collegiate pitcher. You can speak to this. Yeah, D3, let's go. What's going on with Blake Snell, man? Like, is this just what we all should have assumed coming into the season? He didn't have a lot of time to prepare, if any at all. He didn't do any minor league starts. They threw him to the fire, and he struggled. He got hurt. Now I guess he's got a blister on his foot. I don't know what to make of that last start. They still ended up winning the game because of late, not because of him. But he's got an 11.40 ERA, 0-3. What's going on with Blake Snell?
His last start of the last line looked a lot worse than it was because Sean Jelly came in and then gave up a grand slam the next batter. So a lot of those runs, he hasn't been very good, but I don't think his ERA is reflective of how much he's battled to me. What's been surprising is the injury. I mean, I think he's typically a slow starter, and he does get hurt throughout seasons, but I mean, the thing with Snell to me that's perplexing, Spadoni, is that he's given up a lot of hits. Like, generally, he walks guys at a very high rate. He'll put guys on left and right. That's why the pitch counts are high, the inning totals are generally low. But he's giving up a lot of contact, and he's given up a lot of contact in 2 strikes. So what's weird to me about Snell is I think his stuff is fine. I mean, he's still pumping 96 to 98 from the left side. I think it's just trying to figure out how you can compete in the zone because he's missing. He's given up contact. I just am not exactly sure where Blake Snell is right now in terms of his stamina. I think he got a late start because of how long free agency went on. I don't think he had a full spring training. He's a guy that typically pitches himself into shape anyways. So I think right now where most players, in May, you're at the end of your second month. Blake Snell, I think, is probably closer to the beginning of his season just because he didn't have 2 months of spring training to get himself ready.
I'm curious how this is going to shake out for the Giants because I know they're all going to be all in this year. So if they're hovering around 500, whether a couple games over, a couple games under, I think they're going to be buyers. I just think Farhan needs to make the playoffs this year. I think that is a massive, massive goal for him and him staying put in the position he is in with the Giants. I wonder if Blake Snell is going to be a guy where other teams look at and might overpay for come deadline if the Giants are willing to do that. Listen, Alex Cobb, I know he's older. We'll wait and see what's going on there. I feel like he's been on the IL forever, and the news just doesn't keep getting better. Robbie Ray's obviously coming off Tommy John, so we're going to wait and see there. And then are they going to make a move for potentially, whether that's going after and trading Blake Snell for some prospects and whatnot. But to your point, I think it's a wait and see with Blake Snell too. His track record tells you that he's going to get better over time. Like last year, he struggled mightily and still ended up being the best pitcher in the National League. So if he is on his A game, though, I do think this is like a World Series type of rotation. I do think that much of Logan Webb. I do think Kyle Harrison, I know his ERA doesn't look that great, but for a rookie, I think he's been incredibly promising. 3.90 ERA, 55 strikeouts, 4-1 record. I do like where this pitching staff is. Jordan Hicks, I think, has been the best bargain starting pitcher in all of baseball, just where his price point's at. His stuff is nasty. It's electric. Now, the concern there with Hicks, as with a lot of pitchers that go from bullpen to full-time starters, is the wear and tear. Like, where's he going to be come July, August, September? Is he going to be like winded? Is he not going to be going deep into games? Stuff like that. So 888-957-9570. Giants go 4-2 on this road trip, come back on this homestand against the 2 best teams in all of baseball. Did your mood kind of sour, Giants fans, after losing that walk-off yesterday? Instead of going 5-1, you're going 4-2. Did that sour that road trip for you? Or are you like, you know what? We could have gotten greedy. It didn't happen. Is what it is. And we're going to take that. From the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570, 209. Lindor, not worth the money, Evan. He's been struggling. That was a guy a lot of Giants fans kind of wanted, I remember, a couple years ago. And maybe that contract's just too big. I mean, you think of Pete Alonso, they're probably going to move off of him at the deadline. I'd be shocked if they didn't. Lindor, I don't know if I'm touching that contract.
Yeah, I mean, he's 30 years old, so that's typically about the time that players decline, at least in modern day baseball. But I mean, look, he's coming off of back-to-back top 10 MVP campaigns. I think Lindor is still a very good baseball player because of really the things that we're talking about with someone like Marco Luciano, which is how well he swings the bat. I mean, Lindor's
we'll get into him too.
We will. I think we have differing thoughts on him. But I think with Lindor, like he's still a 30-30 player, 30 home runs, 30 doubles, which is rare for that position. I just feel like he's somebody, and a lot of players do this when they enter the league, is if you set such a high bar and a high expectation that people just continue to believe that you're that player. And is Lindor still a Gold Glove caliber shortstop? Perhaps on certain days. He didn't have a great series, though. I thought that there were some plays that you expect Lindor to make, not just in Game 2, but yesterday as well. So Lindor would be somebody I would be personally interested in if the Mets wanted to move off of, because he's also shown himself to be pretty dependable. And if you could get 160 games out of any player who's a switch hitter with some pop, I mean, I still think he's got a place in my lineup. So the Mets will be interesting because I think they will be sellers. Like, they will be looking to get off of particular players. The question is, do the Giants have the prospects, or are they willing to come off of the prospects in order to acquire a player like Lindor or Alonso? Because the first place I'm starting, if I'm the Mets or any other team really, would be with Kyle Harrison. And that is a player that if I'm the Giants, I would not want to move. So, I mean, I think with the Giants' depth and their starting pitching, that to me is their biggest strength of this team. Especially if you get a guy like Keaton Winn back, you could move one of them to the bullpen. So that is also a reason, Spadoni, we're talking about, to bring it full circle back to why I think this is a postseason team, or why I'm a bit bullish on the Giants, is because I think the strength of this team is their starting pitching. And if you have 4 or 5 quality arms that you can throw out there in successive series, then you're going to be in a lot of games, and you give yourself more opportunity to do what they did on this road trip, which is win tight games or win late.
It's interesting. 888-957-9570. I don't know what to make of this Giants team yet. I don't. I said heading into it on the pregame show, shout out the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. AM, by the way. I get here early. Early risers.
Yes,
I shout out all the lovely men and women.
You got to sleep in today, Spadoni.
I did. I actually, you know what? I heard the birds chirping this morning. Sun hit my face, although I was in a little twin bed because my little guy woke up at 3 a.m, so I had to lay back in there, getting back to sleep. But that's neither here nor there. I got a little crink in my neck, but that's all right. We're going to power through it.
Well, you seem relaxed. I don't know if it's the flip-flops. I don't know if it's the board shorts in the fog, but it is full Monterey Spadone today.
I wish.
Pacific Grove.
Pacific Grove, that's all right. Claim Monterey, claim even Salinas, went to high school there, Carmel, the whole Monterey Peninsula, that is mine. I wish I could dress like this every day, but that was the old building when we had, actual, it was a building, not just a floor. We had different levels and stuff.
We are in an undisclosed building in the heart of San Francisco.
We are in downtown San Francisco, and I'll post a picture of the beautiful view we have at Spadoni_Joe on X, which we are streaming on. But we have a sales floor right next to us, so I can't wear the flip-flops every day because no one will see my toes. Well, maybe some people do, but they're sick people, and they're going to keep that to themselves. But I can't do it anymore. But this is my comfort, Evan. You know that. If I could wear sweat shorts too, which is the most slovenly look you could have in a building, I would be doing that every single day. My Lakers with stains all over them sweat shorts from nacho cheese and whatnot. I would do that.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I was expecting those today, Spadone.
No, we want the fancy Vans board shorts where these are like the ones where you can get into the water and they dry off quickly, stuff like that. Because you know what? I'm not surfing or doing any of those things, but it just looks nice. Speaking of looking nice, the San Francisco Giants at times this series looked like, wow, that could be a playoff team. I'm going to go nuts here because I hate this term.
What?
And I know they used it in 2010. If I have to hear the word torture again, torture's gone for Giants fans. All right, I'm looking at Carter back there, who's a big Giants fan. There's no more torture with the San Francisco Giants. You guys won 3 World Series. All right?
That was a long time ago.
Sir, I don't care. 3 World Series in this century. Get rid of the word torture. All right? It could be ugly to watch at times. It hurts. But you guys have a lot of success. All right? I know it hasn't happened in recent memory, although you did win 100-plus games a couple of years ago. So let's relax there. As I look at the landscape of the National League wildcard, you got the Padres, Cubs, Braves. That's 3-2-1 in the wildcard race. Now, if you want to look at run differential, you can. If you do, the Giants are a below average team. They're minus 19. If you look at, the positives there, the Braves plus 47, Brewers plus 45, Dodgers plus 69, nice, and the Phillies at plus 93. Those are the 4 best teams in the National League, I think most people would argue. And then you got the Cubs. The Padres are interesting because I think they had a positive run differential last year but didn't make the playoffs.
They couldn't win a late game last year.
They couldn't, right? They just, in one-score games, shout out Bob Melvin. that is something to monitor as the season goes on. Bob Melvin's use of the bullpen in one-run game situations, although he's had some success with those Oakland teams in the past. You just think about that 2012 run with all those walk-offs. So as I look at it today, sure, they could be a playoff team in the National League, but that's just by virtue of everyone else just not being great. But I don't think Farhan Zaidi really cares. Like, the goal of this season was to make the playoffs, and he needs to make it for his job. Do you believe that, Evan?
I think that's the signal that I got. And I know that, like, I was having a conversation with a friend last week about this and kind of what Farhan's wagon is hitched to. Is it the younger players who are now starting to look serviceable, or more than serviceable, they're beginning to help you win games? Or is it hitched to, say, the results of the season in the postseason? I lean more towards the latter, just because I think the body language of spending as much money as he did, and even trying to really in successive seasons. Remember, 2 seasons ago, they may have been bad signings, but the Giants did spend a lot of money in free agency. So I think that the offseason spending, to me, signals that the front office is feeling some heat or feeling pressure to make the postseason. Part of it was to get some butts back in seats, which they've accomplished. I think they're top 10 in terms of attendance.
I'm interested to see the crowd this week, Evan, I should say.
Well, it'll be good later in the week.
Okay.
When the Yankees come to when the Yankees come to town.
Philly fans travel too. They do.
Yeah, I think there's also, it's Transplant City. There's going to be some Philly fans out. 2:05 on a Memorial Day is interesting.
Yeah.
I'll be there tomorrow night, and I'm trying to go Wednesday too, just because I am interested in this team. I'm interested to see how far they can go. And I also would like to, get to see a little bit of the inner workings. I mean, kind of the machinations of this team behind the scenes, because they seem like an interesting group of guys. I think they do finally have a little bit of star power, or at least they acquired one. I think for me, Spadoni, I know Matt Chapman had his fingerprints all over this road trip, but I think Blake Snell was the lone star that they signed in free agency, and they needed some more from their star. So the fact that, for example, Blake Snell is, 0-3 with the ERA north of 18, it feels like.
You can say it, Evan. He stunk this year.
He has not been good. Not very good.
No, he stunk.
And they're 500. So if you start to get even just a little bit, nevertheless, Cy Young caliber pitching, which he's obviously capable of doing, I think you're in pretty good shape. So I'm curious to see how they match up with the Phillies and Yankees, because right now, Spadoni, you're right, the 3 teams we're kind of looking at the NL, in comparison to the Giants, would be the wild card teams, the Braves, the Cubs, or the Padres. And I think while they're not as good as the Braves, who unfortunately just lost Ronald Acuna to an ACL, although last time they lost him to an injury, they won the World Series.
They did. Bring back Jock Peterson or what?
Exactly. Jorge Soler, World Series MVP that year. I think the Giants are just as good as the Padres and the Cubs. And I think it's because of their pitching staff. So, the Giants right now are an interesting team, and I think for a lot of people, just the fact that they're watchable is good enough, but they do need to continue to win. You're only as watchable to me, Spadoni, as your record shows, and their record lately has been very good. They've won 8 of 10. That's why they're watchable. They're exciting because of their late game dramatics, but I think it's because they're winning baseball games. Before, they had the same free agent class. I mean, Jung Hoo Lee got hurt, but they had the same free agents. Some of these young guys have now come up, but they've been around last year. It's because they're winning games. And so that's what I think makes this team interesting right now.
888-957-9570. What are your thoughts on this Giants season thus far? They're 500, heading on this huge and massive homestand against the Philadelphia Phillies and New York Yankees. Starts today with Snell v. Walker, 2 o'clock. Again, odd time. If you're going to the game, hit us up, 888-957-9570. I'm expecting massive crowds this week, and there's going to be massive expectations for the team this week. This is when you can capture an audience. Niners aren't for a couple months. They got their OTAs and stuff like that. Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk contract. We'll get into Brandon Ayuk and some sound that I thought was interesting this past weekend. And a wide receiver's contract that just got signed over in Detroit, who Brandon Ayuk thinks he could, level or surpass there, which I thought was very interesting. So we'll get into that a little bit later. But the Niners, they're in the rearview mirror right now. We'll wait and see with them. The Warriors, well, we still got a month to go. And was it late June? Then we'll figure out if Chris Paul's coming back, Klay Thompson, the NBA draft, what have you.
Yeah. Lots
of moving parts, although the NBA playoffs, real quick, I know we're going to hit a break here in a second, the conference finals are completely duds. It's over. It's a wrap. We might get 2 sweeps, and it might be Mavericks v. Celtics, which I'm not mad at. I just thought there was going to be a little more excitement, specifically in the Western Conference.
There's been excitement in the individual games, but you're right, as far as the series is concerned, anyone that's looking from a bird's eye view is saying, well, can somebody at least like push the other team in a particular direction? Now Halliburton's going to be out for the rest of the series. It appears like. I mean, yeah, but both series have been duds. Though the Minnesota and the Dallas series, I think, has been the most entertaining of the two.
Karl Anthony Towns, bye-bye, by the way. I think they move off of him as fast as possible. And maybe Rudy Gobert, but, we'll see. 888-957-9570. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. More of your calls, more of your text. How are we feeling about the Giants right now? Giants fans, they're 500, heading back home, 4-2 on this road trip. Are you believing in this team, or are you still got to wait and see? On 95.7 The Game. Oh. Hey, that was all brought to you by them.
Don't miss major Memorial Day.
back to 95.7 The Game.
Now back to it. Voiceover guy, Spadoni and Evan Giddings in here, the studio, for the next couple hours here, leading up to Grandy and Devone at 12 o'clock. But we're talking some Giants baseball right now as they fall yesterday but go 4-2 on this road trip, coming back home, taking on the Philadelphia Phillies and New York Yankees. Starting today, it's Walker v. Snell. And happy Memorial Day weekend to all of you on this, it's a San Francisco day. It's a Bay Area day right now. It's overcast. It's a little chilly, but I like that. It's not really windy out there. Bring a sweatshirt if you're going to the yard. That's fine. That's what we're built for here in the Bay Area, Evan.
I got to tell you what, though, Spadone. Memorial Day is one of those half holidays for the city because part of it is either delayed or shut down, or you don't have street sweeping, but part of it is also still active, a.k.a. parking meters. And so I feel like we either need to lean all the way in or all the way out. Have all your public transportation available from the moment I wake up, or have it all shut down, which means I should be able to park for free a few blocks away from the station. Neither of which applied this morning. I couldn't get on BART, and I had to come down, and in about 27 minutes, I'm going to have to start paying a meter. So the city of San Francisco, on a gorgeous, classic, foggy San Francisco day, shout out to Carl, can we please pick a side?
Carl, I can't. Whoever invented that was just so full of crap. That is not a real. You don't name an element. That's just, what's the name of the sun? Sunny? Come on, dude.
Gray?
Yes. Well, he's actually pitching pretty well right now. I thought he could have been a target for the Giants. By the way, don't sleep on the Cardinals. They ain't dead. We all were left Paul Goldschmidt struggling. Had a big home run yesterday. Cardinals are right behind the Giants. They've won 5 in a row. They're sneakily the hottest team in the National League, Evan Giddings. As we're talking about standings right now, Giants right off the cusp. It's early. It's May 27th, but you know what? The Giants have our attention. Can they keep... This is what I want to ask. 888-957-9570. Giants fans, can this team just keep our attention until football season? Do they have it in them to do that? Because that's all we're asking for, I think. Keep us entertained, stay around 500, and you know what? Maybe make a run. I think playoffs is realistic. I'm not impressed by the rest of the National League right now. I do think if you're just hovering around a couple games under or over, you're going to be in the conversation in September. And I think the Giants have got punched in the face early on here when it comes to the injury bug. They've weathered that storm. And let's see them, pick up some more wins. Now you're facing some big boys. The Phillies are nothing to scoff at. The Yankees are nothing to scoff at. But it's not crazy. It's baseball. Take a series here and there, and we'll see where the tides take us.
Well, but let me ask you this, Spadone, because you're right. They are playing the two best teams in baseball this week, and they're at home, a place where the Giants, by the way, have been very good. A big reason they've been were disappointing through the first 45 games was because they couldn't win road games, which, of course, they corrected during this last 6-game stretch. They won 4 of them. But if the Giants go 2-4, let's say they take a game from the Phillies, they take a game from the Yankees, but they lose both series, would that shock you? Because to me, yes, you would love to grab 2 of 3 from one of the 2 best teams in baseball, but if they don't, I guess this is a series where I do have to look at the individuals, how the individuals stack up, because at the end of the day, you don't want to get swept by either of them, but I can't really knock the Giants if they don't win series versus a team that is already 22 games above 500 in the Philadelphia Phillies, and a team that has got 37 wins, the most in the AL, in the Yankees.
I do think this is the most important week of the season thus far. Is talking about like capturing the attention of Giants fans right now. School's about to be over. People are going to start going on vacation. You need to do something this week at home in front of your audience, and to beat the Phillies in a series or to beat the Yankees in a series, I think would capture the imaginations of Giants fans, young and old, in a massive way. I know the Phillies are 8-2 against teams over 500. I know the Yankees are 12-8 against teams over 500. The Giants are 6-14. That is not the mark of a playoff team. That is the mark of a team that is not very good. I need them to change that this week. Put your stamp and say, you know what? We're going to be contenders this year. We're going to be buyers. We're not going to be sellers. Sell me this week, Giants. Thank you. R.I.P. Al Davis. Sell me this week. This is their pitch to everyone that, we're a little skittish on the Giants. They could capture a lot of imaginations this week. 888-957-9570. 415, they're going to the game Wednesday. on the Xfinity mobile text line.
Oh, hell yeah.
209.
Stop by the press box. Say what's up.
There you go. Can they even do that? Are they allowed to just walk up there? I don't know.
Well, they can drop in right below, at least on the lower concourse, because the press box has that open area, right? There's no windows. So you can kind of look down and say what's up.
I don't go to games as much as you and Sam Lubman, Whitley Sandretto. You guys do amazing work getting all this sound and stuff like that. I get up too early, guys. I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems.
We'll get you out there sometimes.
Maybe me and young Benjamin.
Yeah.
Hey, 4 and 5 Pacific Grove is cool. It is cool. All right. PG for the locals. That's what we call it, baby. 209. How will the San Francisco Giants attendance be today? I think it's going to be packed.
I think there's a lot of people that want to go to this game.
Yes.
Partially because the Phillies are in town, but more so because the Giants just took 4 of 6, and they did it in pretty spectacular fashion. I don't know if I'd say it was torturous, but it definitely was exhilarating. It was exciting, and it felt like all the games that they were supposed to lose, they ended up winning, and maybe the 2 games they were supposed to win, they ended up losing. So I think that's also part of it too, Spadoni, is we literally do not know who this team is yet because the recent results have been flipped on their heads. They were a team that when, I would say the first 40 games of the season, they went down by 3 or 4 runs, you just felt like the game was over. Now it doesn't feel like the Giants do have a chance. If the Phillies go up early, that wouldn't shock me. Their lineup is potent. They got a great staff. I know Taijuan Walker's not one of their aces today, but they do have a good pitching staff. I don't know if the Giants are out of the game if they go down 3-0. And I think that's the biggest feeling or change of feeling for fans is that the Giants are not dead if they fall behind. Whereas the first 40 games of the season, it did feel like that was a game that was going to be lost. In fact, I would say 3 or 4 of the games during this recent road trip, it felt like the Giants were going to lose if they had been played the first month of the season.
It's a great point because there's 1 of 2 ways to look at this past series. Hey, they go 4-2. That's great. That's awesome. That's the mark of a good team, right? You're beating on teams that you mentioned you should beat. On the other side of the coin, they were down in almost all those games. And I feel like if they just had a semblance of a bullpen, I'm talking about the Pirates and the Mets, those easily could have been sweeps as well. But you know what? You get credit for battling back because early on in the season, what were we saying? Oh, the Giants need to strike first. They need to get a league for the mentals, right? Well, mentally, I think this team's in a pretty good spot. Like, I think that's huge, too, because there is something to when you're not playing well and the other team gets a 1-0 or 2-0. Like, I think of like the Dodgers all the time. I feel like they strike first every single time they play the Giants, and that's just something mentally that the Giants have to get over. Now, they did end up salvaging that series with the win that last day, and since then, sweeping the Rockies, taking a series against the Pittsburgh Pirates, taking a series against the New York Mets. So it's 3 straight series wins for them, and that's massive. But again, bad teams, non-playoff contenders, can they do it against the big boys this week? That's what I'm interested in seeing. And a guy that's going to be a huge part of that, and I don't think we talked enough about him, we've mentioned him, is Matt Chapman. I mean, this guy has been unbelievable this month. He's batting damn near 300. He's scorching the ball. He's hot. We knew the glove was going to be there. If you missed the interview, he joined Bonte and Shasky last Friday. And listen, we've heard of Matt Chapman. He's come on this airways. We used to be the flagship of the Oakland A's. We know about the glove. But for him to talk about it so nonchalantly, it really is kind of amazing. He's like, yeah, it just comes naturally to me. Like, imagine saying that. A platinum glove, he's like, yeah, I don't really need to work on as much as my hitting. Like, that's something that he really tries to pride himself in, is getting the bat. He's like, he just didn't even want to talk about the glove because it's just something he doesn't even think about. Like, and I want to pick your brain because you played collegiately, Evan. How special is it to watch someone just do what he does at that level, let alone college or high school, but on the pro level? He makes it look so effortless. Oh, and by the way, his teammate in high school was Nolan Arenado, one of the greatest of all time as well when it comes to the glove. So it's been either Arenado or Chapman who's won these Gold Gloves in the last couple of years. How amazing is it to watch this guy just seem so effortless on the field day in and day out?
It's stupid. Like what?
It's a great point.
It's stupid. Like what he does at third base is dumb. And actually, the guy you brought up, Arenado, is probably the only reason or the only guy in the way of us having a conversation about Matt Chapman being the greatest third baseman defensively of this generation.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the reason, because Arenado has Gold Gloves stacked to the ceiling, and he has platinum gloves. I think everyone just from also, with this time with the Rockies, a lot of Giants fans understand how great he was defensively. But Matt Chapman's in the same category. He's in the same stratosphere as a Nolan Arenado, and he's still playing at a very high level. The thing with Chapman always is, can he hit? How is the bat going to attach itself to the glove? Because if he gives you nothing at the plate, he's still an average player because of how good he is defensively. If he's hitting like he has the last 15 or 16 games, which they've gone 11-5, well, then you got something. And this is why Spadoni this week, I guess I'm evaluating the Giants more on an individual, a player-by-player basis, because Matt Chapman is the second highest paid player on the San Francisco Giants. Okay, he was hitting 240 games into the season. His last 15, he's hitting 320. He's hitting the crap out of the baseball. Hit 3 home runs in Pittsburgh. Stayed hot in New York. It feels like he's locked in, especially when you see Matt Chapman drive the ball with authority to the opposite field. I'm talking left center, right center, dead center. When he's in the middle of the field and he's hitting the ball with authority, he is locked in, which I believe he is right now. So Matt Chapman's taking care of his part. This series, and really today, Memorial Day, it's all about Blake Snell. You got to be better, man. He is making about twice as much as the next highest paid player on the Giants, who we just talked about, Matt Chapman. Blake Snell was the marquee free agent signing that the San Francisco Giants made this offseason, and he has been a dumpster fire his first 4 starts of the season.
He's been hurt, Evan. Come on, give the guy a break. He's been hurt.
Hey, Blake Snell, can we get out of the 5th? Seriously.
He had a blister on his foot. What do you want him to do?
He hasn't even been able to qualify for a win because he cannot get out of the 5th inning. Will he do it today? I certainly hope so, but that's why it's interesting. If I'm looking at this series, Matt Chapman's taking care of his part. Jorge Soler, the bat's starting to come along. He's also a high-paid player. Logan Webb, you know what you're going to get day in and day out. Blake Snell, can we please show up against the Phillies? You talk about making a statement for a reason to invest your time and effort into this team. I want a reason to invest my time and effort into Blake Snell because he has not been somebody that has given anything back to me.
He's been Snelly, is what you're saying. Am I right? Snell's like Teen Spirit. Come on. You got to work with me. That's a 5 on a Memorial Day. It's a Monday 5 on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni, Evan Giddings on the other side. 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about Blake Snell? He is starting today. You just mentioned all the money he's signed for, the expectations. It was going to be the 1-2 punch, him and Webb. Maybe you get Alex Cobb back. Maybe you get Robbie Ray, and then he builds something special. Jordan Hicks has been amazing this year. I think Kyle Harrison has been about where people have, expectations-wise, maybe a little bit below people thought he was going to be. I think the stuff is there for him. I think he's very tantalizing. He's got the velocity and all that. So I think he's been just fine for his rookie season here in the big leagues. But for Blake Snell, I feel like he's one of those pitchers where early on, Evan, if he's hitting the strike zone or he's not. Like there's certain pitchers where if they got it early on or they don't. There used to be a guy here that he kind of reminds me of actually. Kyle Harrison reminds me of this guy, Jesus Luzardo for the A's, one of their top prospects. I knew early on if he was going to be into the game or not. If his stuff was locating early. If it wasn't, it's going to be a long game. I'm looking at the same thing for the Blake Snell today. Going against the Philadelphia Phillies and their bats. You got Schwarber. You got Harper. You got this guy, Alec Bomb, whatever the hell you want. The guy hits bombs. He's unreal. You got all those names. Castellanos. Shout out Tom Brenneman. They got these guys hitting the ball like crazy. Just get that curveball. Get that slide. Get everything. Because what he does so well is when he has a plethora of pitches going his way. But I think it all goes back to the fastball and locating that. If he can locate that fastball, he can work off all of his other pitches. And again, I'm picking your brain again. I'm going to be doing this all day. I'm leaning on Evan Giddings. Well, because until noon. I do think it's important because you did play and you were a pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play.
I don't think you had 5 pitches like this guy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you did.
No.
Maybe you'd be in the big leagues if you did have.
Even if I could throw 5 pitches, my 5 pitches would not have got me even close to the show.
You have a sweeper?
These guys are incredible.
You have a sweeper?
They didn't even call it a sweeper back then.
What did they call it?
Well, they just called it a curveball.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, they did add the sweeper last year. I was like, what the hell is that? I think they just kind of jumped out in the fan base. Like, I don't know what that is.
Well, actually, it's funny because there was a Bay Area pitcher a lot of people might not remember by the name of Jake Diekman, who used to pitch for the A's. And he was one of the first players to throw a slider. He kind of stole it from this guy, Chaz Rowe, a member of the Tampa Bay Rays organization.
Diekman. He's on the Mets. Exactly. You saw him. There you go. He stinks.
He stinks. Yeah, I mean, sticky stuff had a little bit to do with his success, too.
Spider tack.
But he was one of the first guys that would throw a slider, and Chaz Rowe kind of brought it at least from what I remember, into the forefront. But it's basically just a more horizontal breaking curveball. So instead of, if you're looking at a clock, right, 12-6 would be your over-the-top breaking ball. So it's a lot closer to 3 to 9, 3 to 9. That kind of right hand to left hand side break. That's the idea of a sweeper.
I had to look at the actual clock over there to see what you're talking about. 3 and there's the 9. Got it. Yeah. I get it now. Okay, 12-6.
That's why they talk about
There we go. Now you learn
north to
something.
south.
You learn something new every day. 888-95. I'm kidding, people. I knew what that meant. All right,
north to south. But it's interesting. Like Blake Snell is somebody. You're right, Spadoni. I do think you can tell early, and him along with Harrison, when those guys are good, it's because they're winning with the fastball, and they're winning in the zone. Like that's one of the reasons I generally love watching Blake Snell pitch, because I think he, along with Hicks and even Harrison to an extent, those are three guys that, unlike Logan Webb, for example, like Logan Webb is somebody that will spot up, keeps the ball down, is going to try to induce a lot of ground balls, can get swings and misses, but he's more so a guy that's going to pitch to contact. Snell and then Harrison and even Hicks, those are guys that can win with their fastball inside the strike zone. So I'm curious against a team like the Phillies, who are also missing Trey Turner, but are still boast a great lineup. How can he win with the fastball? If he establishes that pitch early, I think he is going to have success. And I do think that this is a statement game for Blake Snell today. And I do think he needs to get through 5. I do think he needs to put the Giants in a position to win, because so far, each time he has pitched, even before the injury happened, he has not left them in an advantageous spot. He's been a reason why they've had to come from behind, as opposed to giving them a reason to win. And that needs to change.
888-957-9570. Is this a statement game for Blake Snell? That's interesting. I do think it's a statement week for the San Francisco Giants. Again, you're playing the best two teams in all of baseball, both the National League best in the Philadelphia Phillies and the American League best in the New York Yankees. From the 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, this copy.
Huh?
We went back to Carl the Fog real quick because it's an overcast day. It's an overcast day. And I agree with this. From the 510, it's not okay that some douchebag from Connecticut comes here in 2014 and decides he's going to name the fog so he can set up a Twitter account for it. F that guy. You know what? I agree. We can't be naming the weather out here. We're not going to name cloud. Oh, let's spot the cloud over there. Shut up. This is just, come on. I love San Francisco. I love the Bay Area, but we do this thing. Like, I'm seeing it now already. The Rally Pelican. Really? We're doing the Rally Pelican? Oh, it's cute. It's fun. No, it's cute and fun when you're winning World Series. Right now, get back to the World Series, and then we can have some fun. All right, we can lean back on that. The pandas, the draft stuff, that was fun when they were producing. Get back to the playoffs, and then we can have some more childish fun, Evan Giddings. That's where I'm at as a fan, all right? Leave the cute hoity-toity stuff. We don't do that in football, do we? We don't do Rally Pelican or anything like that. No. Why? Because we live and die with every single game. Not saying to do that with baseball, because you'd probably have a heart attack if you did that, like I'm about to do talking about this topic. But can we just please just focus on the baseball right now? Focus on the love of the game. Giants are playing well, baby. It's not because of a freaking Pelican. It's not because of a fog. It's because, you know what? They're believing in themselves. I see belief for the first time in this team this past week. And belief can go a long way. We saw it in 2010, 2012, 2014. Not saying they're going to do that, but this pitching staff, I think, is legit. If this bullpen keeps playing well, I know they gave it up yesterday. Tyler Rogers wasn't his best performance. If they can keep it up, Camilo Doval, I have a lot of faith in him. He was an all-star last year. He was a baller. Win me this week. Capture the attention of Giants fans, and I think you could build something special heading towards the playoffs. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that needs to be in the postseason, and it needs to be for a couple of reasons. One, because of the amount of money you spent. Two, because of the potential boiling seat of Farhan Zaidi. And three, because this team needs to give the town something to watch. I mean, I think what's been watchable about them has been the fact that they've been winning games. And I think this is a roster talented enough to do so. So, this week is going to be a barometer. It is going to be a barometer homestand for the San Francisco Giants, because you do get the best two teams that are walking in Oracle Park. You are going to get two of the best lineups. You are going to see what you're going to see this week from both the Philadelphia Phillies and the New York Yankees are complete ball clubs. You're going to see teams that can swing it. You're going to see teams that can throw it. And you're going to see teams with back ends of bullpens that are very good. More so the Yankees than the Phillies. The Phillies' strength is in their order. The Yankees could not hit a lick worth of last year, and Juan Soto has completely transformed that lineup. But the Phillies, meanwhile, are a team that, yes, you get Taijuan Walker today, but they also boast a lot of top arms. In fact, two of the best right now in the NL, being Zach Wheeler, former Giant, along with Ranger Suarez, who's been a revelation this season. So you're going to see two complete ball clubs, and I think that's why I'm excited, because you do get an idea of how your team, I think in all three or perhaps four phases, if you want to throw defense in there, starting pitching, bullpen, offense, and defense, how you measure up to those teams. And right now, coming off this road trip, Spadone, I don't think there's a better time to evaluate that. So yes, I do think you're right. This is an opportunity for the Giants to make a statement this week. But I think for me, it's more of a kind of an evaluation of how good the Giants actually are and how far they could potentially go. Because I do think they can make the postseason. But if they get bruised and battered over the course of 6 days, I might have to reevaluate that.
Still to come, Brandon Ayuk's contract situation, what that's going to be like, and what Aaron Rodgers had to say over the weekend. Yes, I know Aaron Rodgers will roll our eyes, but I thought it was an interesting statement that he made that we can play off as it pertains to the 49ers and their schedule a little bit forward. So a little more football talk, and maybe we'll take a pulse on the Warriors. By the way, we're 53 minutes in the show. Congratulations, Stephen Curry and Aisha, new baby. Come on.
Yeah, number 4, right?
Here we go. Come on. Let's go. A little sandstorm there. Come on. Let's go. Number 4.
He was also at Bottle Rock, was throwing Philly cheesesteaks to the crowd with Bradley Cooper.
And Bradley Cooper was performing on stage with Pearl Jam. The lovely Jade Spadoni was there with her mom this past weekend.
I saw that. Yeah,
she
that
saw
looked
Stevie
nice.
Nicks, not Meg Thee Stallion, who's on the opposite stage.
Boy, that's where I would have been.
Yeah, well, boy. For other reasons, keep it in your pants, Evan.
What?
Come on, let's go.
I would tell her the same thing.
That's actually a good point. 888-957-9570. I was a little disappointed. We're not going to see Carlos Rodon versus the Giants this week. I just looked at the pitching probables. He's pitching Thursday up against the Angels and Patrick Sandoval on their road trip at Angel Stadium. So no Carlos Rodon revenge game, but we will see Aaron Judge. And I'm not getting ahead of the Phillies here. That's going to be interesting to me because I've talked to a lot of Giants fans. They're saying they're going to hit Aaron. They should hit Aaron Judge. First, Carter's nodding his head.
Why? Why would you hit him?
Because they feel like he used them to gain leverage with the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, he did.
Well, then I'm throwing at you.
I'm throwing at you.
Yeah, they're upset. You just heard him right there. The voice of Carter. 6'8" Carter.
Hey, you know what's a better favor, or I guess a better, I don't know, welcome to San Francisco, Carter? Yeah.
Getting hit by a cheesesteak from Steph Curry.
That's Philly this weekend.
That actually feel too good. Yeah, that should be Zach Wheeler. No, how about we get him out every single time he comes to the plate and make him regret not coming to San Francisco.
And then another guy that Giants fans wanted.
Keep him in the park. How about that?
Another guy that Giants fans wanted right behind him or right before him. I always forget their lineup. But Mike Stanton. Don't call him Giancarlo. He's looking like Mike Stanton these days where he was actually good.
Yeah, he's hitting the crap out of the baseball.
He is hitting the crap out of the baseball. Just, I look at that team again. And I compare it to the Giants, like the Yankees will just make you feel inferior. You're just looking at that lineup, just looking at the massive specimens that they have holding those bats. Like it looks like when you or I hold an aluminum bat for elementary, it's those guys just holding the Louisville Slugger bats. When you look at Aaron Judge, does it not look like the perfect ideal fit, let alone for baseball, but for like a tight end in the NFL? It's unreal. When I saw Pete Alonso, that's what it looks like to me. So I'm looking at a guy in Jorge Soler who's similar to me.
In size?
In size. I need him to go off.
He's so big.
He's so big. I need him to go off this series. That's the guy I'm circling to have a big bounce back week here. He's got on base a couple times. I'm not paying him to get a hit here and there. I need a home run here and there. I need some more of those. That's the guy I'm circling and calling out. He needs to be our beef going up against the beef of the Phillies and Yankees this week. 888-957-9570. It's the Italian beef, Joe Spadoni. Evan Giddings,
cut that.
German, Irish.
Anglo-Saxon.
Anglo-Saxon. There you go.
Sounds better than Caucasian.
On 95.7 The Game. That's all brought to you by the Odyssey app. And all it says on the raid here is just an Odyssey app, little star there. So I think they want me to vamp on it a little bit. It's great. It's free. Download the Odyssey app.
You can go back for example, on Friday and listen to Matt Chapman on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Butcher. It was a fantastic interview. So download that Odyssey app. Brought to you also, of course, on YouTube and Twitch by First NorCal Credit Union. But it's a fantastic free way to listen to all of the great content here at 95.7 The Game.
And free is me. What also is free? YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We are streaming there. See these beautiful faces. Yes, this nose is real, and it's spectacular on 95.7 The Game.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits.
Spadoni, Giddings, 95.7 The Game. Talking Giants. 4-2 on this last road trip. Coming home on this Memorial Day weekend. And shout out to all of you listening. Wherever you're listening, whether it's on the old-fashioned radio dial.
They still make those?
I think so. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. They have to track it in their car. I don't know.
You got one of the Yoda?
Yeah, I do. The Taurus.
Yeah,
the 2001.
The Ford Taurus.
Hey,
I'm a Taurus.
It's a great machine right there. I'm not. Guru likes to say that all the time. I'm the Bulls, Tiny. I'm from. He's not. I don't even know if he's that because he's definitely not from Missouri. He's from Union City. He's not from Missouri, the Show Me State, which he likes to say all the time.
Family. I
love you, Goo. If you're listening, is he back tomorrow? By the way, I know he's out last week for his birthday.
Yes, he'll be back tomorrow. He usually takes the week off for his birthday.
How old is he now? 45.
He's actually someone had a great comment. I think it was on the Xfinity mobile text line. Somebody said it was Guru's 30th anniversary of his 20th birthday. It's pretty good.
Oh, I love Guru so much.
I'm out.
I hope Guru shows up. We're having like this, take you behind the scenes. We're having this nice little outing for the station this Friday. So hopefully Guru can make it. I'm bringing the fam so you guys all get to see.
Oh, sweet.
The missus
Benny and
the
Nora
two
coming
children.
out?
Yeah, they're coming out right now. And maybe it's TBD. Maybe if there's a temper tantrum or a fever to be named later.
TBD.
We'll see. But right now we're talking about the Giants. And listen, I think this is a massive week for them. I forget about the loss yesterday and the loss to start the road trip. Both walk-offs, they hurt. Easily could have swept them. You easily could have gotten swept. But you're facing the best two teams this week in the Phillies and the Yankees. And they have an opportunity to capture the imaginations of Giants casuals and fans this week. And if they could take both of these series, I think it goes a long way. I do. And I don't think that's hyperbole. I don't think it's, it's saying too much to just play the way you've been playing. Now, Blake Snell specifically, you can't get down like 2 or 3-0 early on in this game. Like that's asking a lot every single day for this Giants team to battle back. That's asking a lot. But you know what? If I'm Blake Snell and if I can go 5 innings, 6 innings of just one run or shutout baseball, get my confidence, and maybe he has new dad energy. He just became a father. Shout out Blake Snell. I don't know the name. I don't know the sex of the baby. If we can look onto that, the crack staff in the back, let me know. There is something to be said about new dad energy. There is. Hey, I had it. My shows were better once I had baby Nora, although it helped when I had like 6 weeks off. That was great. Mm-hmm. Shout out paid paternity leave.
That's
Odyssey.
why I want to have a kid.
Yeah, that's all. Shout out Europe. They do it way better than us. You can have like a whole year off and you get paid.
Yes, you do.
That's where it's at.
You get to split a year and a half between two people.
There you go. It's great. But I'm looking at Blake Snell, that new dad energy. We saw it with Freddie Van Vliet in that Warriors-Raptors playoff series in the finals. He was a new dad guy, hit every big shot. I'm looking at Blake Snell, new father, go out and pitch, 6-7 innings of shutout baseball today, Evan. How about that for a Memorial Day?
I just wanted to see him qualify for a win. I mean,
he's like, screw that, just get me through 5.
I think the first time he's been through 5 would be an over a year. Feels like, well, not over a year, but I'm saying, like, first time this season, the longest outing he's had so far is 4 2/3 innings, and I think he went 4 1/3 his last time out. I just want to see him get through some innings, eat some innings, because, and this is where yesterday I think the frustration with Bob Melvin was a bit overdone by Giants fans, at least from what I could tell, because the bullpen was absolutely cashed. It was absolutely spent. That's another reason you need Blake Snell today, not just for him to show up against a quality opponent in the Phillies and make his mark on the season, which so far he hasn't done, but also take some pressure off the back end of the bullpen. You look at those guys the last 3 games, Randy Rodriguez thrown 33 pitches. Camilo Doval threw back-to-back days, Friday, Saturday. He's over 30 pitches in his last 3. Ryan Walker threw 19 yesterday. He's thrown 3 times in the last 5 games. Can we get these guys some rest so they don't have to eat as many innings as they had to? That's another reason why I think Logan Webb is an ace for this team, is a big part of any rotation, and is kind of an undervalued number 1 because he gets you through so many innings. And the Giants, by the end of this road trip, I think were emotionally spent because of how many times they had to come back, but also how many pitchers they had to burn through. So if they're able to get this win today, I would be highly impressed, because I think a lot of things are stacked against them, not just the travel, having played yesterday in New York, but also the amount of arms that are available to Bob Melvin today, the amount of quality arms that are available to Bob Melvin today.
888-957-9570. Hit us up via call or text, the Xfinity mobile text line. Also hit us up on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This was massive for the Giants, these last 3 series, and taking all 3 of them against the Rockies, the Pirates, and the Mets. Because I'm just looking at their schedule right now. And forget about this week. This whole month is going to be tough. I mean, outside of Los Angeles Angels, who stink, you got the Phillies, Yankees, Diamondbacks, who were just in the World Series champion, Texas Rangers after that, who I know have been struggling. The AL West, by the way, yikes. But they're still the champs. I'll give them the respect that Corey Seager's been unbelievable. Marcus Semien as well. The Houston Astros after that, who again...
Close to the Astros.
Say what you will about the Houston Astros. I was telling this to Joe Shasky yesterday. They have a Kansas City Chiefs feel to them that if you let them hang around, they might just go on a run and go all the way back to the World Series. That's how much respect. I can't even name the manager. Dusty Baker's not even there. I don't even know who the manager is.
I was going to say, that'd be the biggest difference to me between that team and...
But they still have a lot of leadership with Altuve there, Bregman, obviously Kyle Tucker. I mean, if it wasn't for Juan Soto, he'd be the MVP, and he still might be an MVP frontrunner early on this season. He's been unbelievable for my fantasy team. But then you got the Cubs, you got that's a little interesting one. You got the Cubs, then you got the Cardinals and the Cubs again for a 4-game set at home, and then you got the Dodgers finishing up that month before you start at Atlanta. So this is a massive month for expectations for this team, is what I'm saying. And from the Xfinity mobile text line, this was interesting to me. 925. The Giants have a marketing issue. Now, is he trying to say that they're not selling their product well to fans? Obviously, it's kind of what marketing is, right? Whether it's through banners, whether it's through commercials, whether it's through, signing people and promoting them, what have you. Do you think they have a marketing issue, Evan Giddings? Is that why fans aren't excited about the team this year? But because you already mentioned it, top 10 in attendance, I think fans are getting excited. They're getting on board.
Well, I think they're excited about the additions, and I'm curious if people feel what I'm about to say, which is that the Giants have just felt stale. I mean, so I don't know if you attribute that to marketing, if you attribute it to just a lack of productivity, a lack of star players. I just think they haven't won enough for people to be interested in them, or they haven't been so bad that you've been excited about some of the young and up-and-coming players, and they haven't been so good that, of course, you've been locked in from day one. That, to me, is the shift in this team right now over the last 10 games in which they've won 8, they've begun to win. And I realize they've done it against Colorado, Pittsburgh, and New York, or the Mets, but that is a difference, and I think that is important, especially coming off of that Los Angeles Dodgers series where everybody was just burying them on Wednesday, May 15th, after they just got bludgeoned by the Dodgers. It looked like there was a chasm between the two teams. And look, the Dodgers have lost 5 in a row. So things are beginning to settle in a little bit more. I just feel like the Giants were at the bottom of the barrel when they were 6 games below 500. That with this recent stretch, they've dug themselves out of that hole. Now, how can they stay out of that hole? That's the question that I have, because you're right, Spadoni. It's not just Philadelphia. It's not just the Yankees, but you got 5 consecutive teams that have postseason aspirations. I'll throw Texas as well as Houston in there, though they haven't been as competitive as last season. This is a gauntlet that the Giants are going to have to get through, and I think it's going to demonstrate a lot about who they actually are. And so I know it's still early, relatively speaking. We're in late May. We're going to mean early June. You're not even at the halfway point after the end of that tumultuous stretch. But I do think that it will be revealing, and we're going to have a much better idea about who the Giants actually are by the end of this homestand, but then by the end of those 4 series.
Absolutely. And it's so funny how we're talking about baseball, and it's such an interesting sport to talk about. A lot of people don't think, you can't talk baseball every single day. Well, you talk about it in different ways. Like, it's not, we can't talk about baseball like we talk about football. It's just different. You can't get too high, you can't get too low. Whereas in football, hey, 49ers lose and Brock Purdy looks shaky because he can't throw in the rain. I mean, you have 4 different topics right there. 1, the 49ers lost. Oh, Brock Purdy. Oh, he struggled just a little bit. Oh, my God. It's the end of the world. Oh, there's rain. He can't grip the ball. Oh, I don't know about his feet. Like, there is so much you can talk about just within a loss alone in football, because there's only 18 or 17 games are going to go to 18, whatever the hell it is now. I don't even know. They're going to get to like 20 by the time I'm 50 years old. It's just unbelievable. But it's not the same as basketball either, where it's like cut in half too. So it's like, oh, the Warriors, oh, Draymond Green, oh, he's suspended. Oh, Stephen Curry, is he taking a step back? Klay Thompson, his future. This Giants team, to your point, they have an opportunity now to not be stale. And I think a lot of that, and I don't think it's this guy's fault completely. I do think getting a new manager has helped. And I think Bob Melvin has brought an edginess to this team and a sense of urgency that Kapler just didn't bring. I was talking to nice guy Stephen Langford, formerly here of 95.7 The Game, former host and producer, now over at our sister station over at KCBS. And he was just saying it's refreshing to hear Bob Melvin just speak candidly and wears emotions on his sleeve. Now, we're both A's fans, Evan, and we like Bob Melvin. You, I think, liked him a lot more than I did at times. Just some of his situational management at times in playoff games or a playoff game kind of just bothered me. But that's, that's
playoff game.
Yeah. John Lester, I know it's not his fault, but come on. Anyways, I don't want to get off on a tangent. That scars are still there. God, that was 10 years ago, too. It's kind of crazy.
By the way, they did honor that team. I was actually pretty pissed about it. The one thing, they honored that team when the A's were in Kansas City last week. They honored the 2014 Royals.
What was there to honor about? Was Cespedes there, too, to just tip his hat wearing a Red Sox one, too?
Well, no, it was those 2 years, right? Because they made the World Series back-to-back
the Royals
years.
honor. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
They're honoring the Royals.
You confused me there.
No, my bad.
The A's got... No, that was a dumpster fire season. That might have been one of the heartbreaking seasons as a sports fan I've ever had.
Yeah, but they're honoring the Royals, but the A's were in town, which did kind of piss me off.
Yes, no, absolutely. And probably Patrick Mahomes there, too, part owner of that team. That would piss me off even more if I was a Bay Area sports fan. But that Royals team, by the way, does get slept on as I get back to my tangent. But they went to back-to-back World Series, and one of after losing in 7 games to go back the next year, and I'm sorry, Ken, to beat your Mets. That was an incredible 2-year stretch that I feel like it gets really slept on, as well as the Rangers back with Ron Washington going back-to-back, obviously losing in heartbreak the second year. Kind of funny, the Giants, kind of the opening of both those, beating those teams. But I just say all that to say Bob Melvin, I think Giants fans were sleeping on how fiery of a personality he actually is, because they see how stoic he is just standing there. You saw him with the Padres. No, he gets after it. He gets pissed off. More so than Gabe Kapler ever did. And I think that is refreshing for Giants fans to see.
Well, I think he and Kapler have a similar demeanor, but the way that they go about their business is like they're diametrically opposed. I mean, Bob Melvin is not afraid. Well, he's been in baseball for like 40 years. I think he just has an idea of when the team does and doesn't have it. But also, it's interesting. You were talking about how we have to speak about baseball differently. And you're right. I mean, games get played every day. There's a chance to be proven wrong or right 162 different times. It is difficult. But I do think that you can, and Bob Melvin has done this, which I think opens the gate for it. You can come down the road or heap praise on a specific player or situation on a day-by-day basis. For example, I don't think that the loss, to go back to when they were 6 games below 500 and got beat by the Dodgers, I don't think those losses were insignificant at the time. The question was, how would the Giants respond? And they've responded by winning 8 of 10. It doesn't mean that the Giants weren't in a bad situation. It doesn't mean that might not have been the lowest point of the Farhan Zaidi era. That's what we were talking about the day after. That's what everybody was wondering. Where is this thing going? How can they find a way to, essentially resuscitate themselves and this season? It doesn't mean that those are wrong conversations to have. It just also means now we have to give the Giants credit when they do pull themselves out of the depths of the despair. And so that's why the 8 and 10 stretch, the 8 and 2 stretch of the last 10 is important for me, because now they have been resuscitated. They are back to life. And I think they've been doing it with a great infusion of young and old. They've been doing it with their veteran players. We talked about Chapman hitting the crap out of the baseball. Solaire's beginning to come along, but he's got ways to go. But it's the Matoses, the Ramoses, the Patrick Baileys, who was fantastic during the series against the Mets. It's about the younger guys having staying power in addition to your veterans finally actually getting it together. And that's why I think if you're also looking at, places they can improve, a guy like Blake Snell, that's why I want to see him pitch better later on this afternoon, because I think he can take the starting staff, which I believe to be one of the best in baseball, to that level. If he can be your ace, if he can be your number one alongside Logan Webb, alongside Jordan Hicks, who's been one of the best signings this offseason, along with Kyle Harrison, who's beginning to come along, well, then you look at 4 or 5 guys that can win you baseball games on any given day, and that's when you become a dangerous baseball team.
There's one name you did not mention there that Giants fans have been wanting to see for quite some time. You got a little taste last year, and you've gotten a taste the last couple games. The taste has been bitter, and it's been Marco Luciano. What are your thoughts on him so far, Evan Giddings? 5 errors in 5 games for the rookie. It's tough. I know I was listening as you were filling last week for Guru with Steiny, and you were defending him.
Yeah.
It's tough being a rookie. Again, this is why I commend a guy like Marcus Semien, who had to play with 2 of the greatest defensive players at their position during that time with Matt Chapman and Matt Olson. I think Matt Olson helped a lot there, but also having Matt Chapman there heightens your sense of awareness even more, and you want to lift yourself up even more, puts a sense of pressure on you that I think, could cave certain individuals. It certainly did with Marcus, but he worked every single day with Ron Washington to get better at that. Ron Washington's not on the staff, but Bob Melvin worked with Wash. Wash was on his staff dating back to Oakland. So how are you feeling about Luciano right now? The bat's playing well. He's hitting the ball. Defensively, though, it's just been a nightmare. And I don't know where you can put him, where you can hide him. Do you just have to have defensive replacements in the last couple of innings? Like, what did you make of Marco Luciano this past weekend specifically against the New York Mets? Are you worrying about him a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Not going to lie. Although, I'll throw this stat at you, boys. How about this?
Oh.
This is right down the road of quarterback wins. Would you like to know the Giants' record in games that Marco Luciano's committed an error in?
Oh God, are you giving me a Jimmy Garoppolo stat?
They're 4-1, boys. I'd like to imagine that Marco Luciano has actually lit a fire under the rest of this Giants pitching staff and defense because they know they got to pick this guy up. I mean, whether it's Bailey gunning down base runners.
Up? Can he do that instead of picking him up? Come on.
Hey, I saw Francisco Lindor, according to our guy, Jersey Ken, one of the best defensive shortstops in baseball, make not one. Well, I guess they technically gave the first error to Alonso. That was trash. Both plays were on
Alonso
Francisco Lindor.
Wildly. Come on.
I mean, get off the bag and make a play. My goodness. Lindor, he's supposed to be top-notch, Ken. He's platinum. What happened?
That's just foot and mouth right there for myself because I'm like, I was like, oh yeah, he's batting 200, but his defense is still stellar. And not even an hour later, he makes that error at second on the transition.
The name Polar Bear is apropos for Pete Alonso because polar bears are kind of drifting away on ice now as the northern caps are melting.
Yeah,
he's kind of drifting away to another team, isn't he? This summer.
Oh, I thought you were going to
make... Peter's not going to like that joke, but I thought it was...
I thought you were going to make some connection to his defense, because he actually he's not a very good defensive
No, he's not. Whatsoever. He's not. And especially in the National League, when you look at some guys, and especially in his own division, are you kidding me? Matt Olson being one of them. The bat, obviously not there for Matt so far, but again, I keep going back to that Braves team. I just can't... Ronald Acuna out for the year. That sucks for them. But I'm not worried about the Braves, because I know where they're going to be come trade deadline time. They're going to trade for a bat. They're going to get someone. They'll make a trade with their favorite partner, the Oakland A's, again, Brent Rooker or something like that, and everything's going to be fine. A JJ Bleday, and it'll look amazing, because that's just what the A's do. They're a farm team, and it hurts me to say that. Although they're only 6 games back of first place in the AL West, baby. A's, we're not sleeping on them.
11 games below 500.
Shout out to all you fans that are A's fans. Oh, come on. Are these, where are they at this weekend? Where are they at this week?
The A's? Well, they just came off taking a few L's to the Houston Astros. Actually, sorry, they took 2 or 3 in that series. I was thinking of the series before, which they got swept 4 games down in Houston, but they are at Tampa.
Gross.
Yeah, so down at the Trop, you get to compare stadiums.
There you go. Not great either way. This is the last year. I do have a little thoughts on the A's playing their last season here, and I took my little guy to just one A's game last year, and ironically, it was against the Braves, and I think it was on Memorial Day, and they ended up getting a win. It was like a 5:00 start. It was a beautiful night in Oakland. Just not a cloud in the sky. It was a beautiful sunset, and we had a great time. And I kind of wanted that just to be the lasting image he had of the A's. They won. They beat the Braves, and it was just a fun night overall. I don't know if I'm going to take him to games this year. I don't know if I'm going to. Maybe I'll drive up to Sacramento next year. Not even that. It's just like, I don't know. It's hard to talk about that team, but I'm going to talk about a team right now that's playing well, and it's the San Francisco Giants. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text in. Are you a believer in this team? Are you a believer in Blake Snell tonight? The new dad energy. That's what I'm calling it. I'm pointing out Blake Snell. He's going to have a good performance.
He's already got bags under his eyes, so I feel like he's 25% of the way there.
Hey,
what?
As a guy who has the hereditary bags, and I've had these bags under my eyes. If you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter, these are hereditary. All right, I can't get rid of these. I've done the eye cream. I've done everything. My sister has them. My great aunt, she had them and stuff like that. This is just built into my DNA. All right. Now, having 2 kids doesn't help. It's gotten worse.
I'm going
to say with Blake Snell.
It's exponentially.
You know what? And I've gotten this in high school a lot. People always say, Spadoni, you're not getting a lot of sleep. Actually, I feel great. Thanks for just saying I'm ugly. Makes me feel good about myself. That's the same for Blake Snell. I think those are just hereditary. Although he's a big gamer, I think. So maybe he's staying up later and playing some video games with the little guy.
Yeah, can we please throw some blue light glasses on? I mean, just something to help the eyes a little bit. Because,
some cream?
Yeah, he's good looking dude. I'm not a big soul patch guy, but he's got the nice little, chin hair going on, the whole circle, the full circle going. And we just need him to start pitching better, Spadoni. That's really what we need.
Good looking's a stretch. I think he's average guy. I mean, they had the great...
He's an average guy.
I mean, I'm just being honest. I have a face for radio people. I'm not afraid to admit it. I don't know why my wife married me. Shout out Jade if you're listening. I outkicked my coverage. That's for damn sure. But Brandon Crawford was a good looking guy. I mean, that guy, he said the hair, he's got the gel and everything. The guy was chiseled out of granite. We're looking at some guys coming up here. I mean, Bryce Harper, it's a good looking guy. I mean, come on. I envy some of these dudes. I envy right now Matt Chapman. And that mustache, he's rocking it. It's mustache made for the San Francisco Giants. I think Matt Chapman is just about where you expected him to be this year. He's been hot. He's been cold. That's kind of who he is within his career. Can he keep this hot stretch going? 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Detoxing heavy metals from your body will help with baggy eyes. What the hell does that mean?
I don't know.
Like what heavy metals? Like the music?
How many heavy metals? Yeah. What? Like, do you inject iron in your blood? I thought
415. Help me out. That's good, actually.
I thought we were trying to get rid of mercury.
415 Spadoni, Safeway called. They want their bags back. Thank you. That's a 4.
I'll give you a 4 on a Memorial Day.
That's Memorial Monday right there.
That's a Memorial Monday 4.
I like that. That's good.
I'm a fan.
888-957-957. We're having fun. It's a holiday weekend. Giants, the vibes are good right now. Let's keep the vibes going throughout the week. That's Evan Giddings. I almost called you Joe Spadoni. I'm not Evan Giddings. That's Evan.
I'll be Joe.
You don't want to be. Trust me. It's just a lot.
You got a nice family, Spadoni.
They're all right. I got 9 siblings. If you guys don't know, it's a big family. It's a lot. I got a lot of texts texted my brother this past weekend. He turned 40. Shout out Steve Spadoni. Didn't text me back. That's all right. Should I have called him? Is that what you do for a 40th birthday? I don't like calling people. I'm a millennial, guys. I text. I don't want to hear their voices.
I'm not gonna lie. I would pick up the phone and call them. I am definitely
How
more
many
of a
siblings do you got?
I have 2.
Yeah, see, it's different. I don't want.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like in general. Like if I really have something I want to talk to you about, I'll just call you. Or
I didn't really want to though. I just wanted to say happy birthday. And that
you can find a happy medium. Voice memo. Send him a little voice memo.
Yeah, no, that's too much effort.
Sing him a song. Sing him a little happy birthday song.
Am I a bad brother for not calling my brother and then just I'm bad? Really?
Yes.
Just get on air and say it then, Ken. If you want to keep getting in my ear and just get on air and say it.
You know what the problem is because you said, shout out millennials, but, I want to say we're the last generation to actually make telephone calls because nobody calls each other anymore.
I'm on the younger end, though. I was texting a lot. My text game was on point in high school. Why do you think I'm married now? My high school sweetheart. Texting game was on point, brother. Come on.
But you got to call for a 40th birthday? Come on, dude.
That's all right. No one called me on my 30th. I didn't lose a sleep over it.
You only get one of them.
I don't really like my birthdays, to be honest. I don't really care for them. My birthday's, I think, when is it? My birthday's next week. So I don't even know. It's June 4th. I don't even care.
Hey, I'm the ninth.
Thanks.
There you go. Gemini? There you go.
Happy early birthday.
We get a bad rap, the Geminis.
Oh, by the way, I saw something funny that was like, this weekend, it was about the zodiac signs because like a lot of people. All right, so you talked about your love life.
Apparently, we're a perfect match. By the way, Jay and I. She's an Aquarius. I'm a Gemini. It's a perfect match.
Sure. So I'll bring mine in because I don't know anything about these zodiac signs. All the women that I go out with will tell me what I am and who I am based on the month that I'm in. So I saw something yesterday that was along the lines of guys that believe in cryptocurrency are the equivalent of women that believe that zodiac signs are who you are.
That's a 5.
It was really good.
Absolutely accurate.
It's pretty good.
Because they'll tell you all the time, no, this is a sure thing, man. I've been doing this for years now. I was like, relax, dude. It's just Bitcoin.
It's funny money, dude.
Yeah, seriously. We have a former digital guy here, Matt Ashlock. I don't know if you follow him. He's the same thing. I love you, Matt. He's posting about it left and right. He's reposting. I was like, come on, dude. It's all phony. It's phony money, to your point. Just like the horoscopes.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, that hurt really bad. What was that?
Please tell me more about myself. I'm actually trying to discover it. So any young ladies out there that believe that Leos are a certain kind of way, please tell me about myself.
Yeah, but what's your like rising or moon or like cusp or whatever? Like I don't even know what some of these
crescent. Is that a thing? A rising moon?
No, that's a roll that you eat. Yeah, there's commercials about those.
There's a kind of moon, I think, too.
Yeah, there you go. Sure. 888-957-9570. What's your birthday, Evan?
Mid-August.
No, just say your birthday in the year so people know, and then people can text in what you are.
August 18th, 1994. It's on my sweatshirt.
There you go. August 18th, 1994. What is his horoscope? What's his moon rising? What's his bad moon rising? What
Please
is
tell me about my life. I need to know.
What's
I need
his
to know where it's all
celebrity
going.
match? 888-957-9570. I know what my match is. What is Brandon Ayuk's match with the 49ers and elsewhere? That's what I want to find out. We're going to talk about that a little
Not
bit,
bad.
maybe later. And it's all brought to you by Safeway and their bags.
It's cheap 4x4 season, which means exciting adventures.
Done.
No, but there's a commercial. Remember the Doughboy? It's a crescent. No, it's a croissant. No, it's a crescent. No? Anyone? Sorry. I'm picking
It's a Monterey thing.
No, it's a commercial thing. I swear to God.
I got my head in sand, Spadoni.
That's all right. Hey, it's Memorial Day. You should be having your head in the sand wherever you are. I don't care if it's overcast in the Bay Area or not. We're happy to talk to you. We're talking some Giants. We're talking some horoscope stuff. We're talking whether you should text or call for happy birthdays to your siblings.
I think we're compatible, Spadoni. You're Gemini. I'm a Leo.
Well, 415 seems to think on the Xfinity mobile text line at 888-957-9570. I know all of you are interested to chime in on this. Gemini and Leo make for great radio, but it's a big but. Shout out Kim K.
With two T's.
They can butt heads on occasion, which I think is right for Evan and I. We disagree on some stuff vehemently, but that's all right. No, we get into a little bit every now and then when it comes to arguments. For those of you who don't know, Evan and I actually work together every single day behind the scenes.
We do.
And we're producers together. I'm half of the Steiny and Goose show, so I'm here till 12:30 most of the time, and then I depart, and then I believe Grandy or Ken or Carter comes in and takes over there, but Evan's there for the whole show. I'm here for the entirety of the morning roast and half of Steiny and Goose, so we're talking topics, we're talking takes. We do disagree at times, but it's always very civil. We don't get very angry at each other, although I do like to poke and prod in the chat at times and troll. And I think it gets under Evan's skin occasionally.
Wait, the what?
I do like to poke and prod in the chat, the group chat at times. When it comes to certain takes. And Evan always goes for the jugular sometimes. And he goes to, I'm not even bringing up my sports teams, but he brings them into the conversation and just shoots them down immediately. I was talking about contenders and stuff, something like that. And then Evan just brings up the Lakers like, yeah, they're not doing anything for years to come. It's like, they're done. It's like, I didn't even bring them up. I didn't bring them up.
Oh, well, that was one time. I might have been sipping, but
that's probably what it was.
Well, but usually no. So the thing that Spadoni and I think differ on the most is, it's not a jump to conclusion, but I think you are more firm on your stance of winners and losers or contenders and non-contenders. Where I guess I like to give teams a little bit more time. I just feel like sport. The beauty of sports.
Hell no, Evan. They either suck or they're good.
Exactly.
No in between.
That kind of tone is, I think, where we tend to differ in the chat. Okay. But mainly, I will say
our chat is so unique too with Guru, Steiny, you, and myself.
I will just say that the one thing that does frustrate me the most is Spadoni will jump the gun on every first quarter of either a football or a basketball game, depending on if his team is involved in it. Say if the Lakers go down 12, or I don't know, the Raiders, I don't know, Chargers scored first or something like that.
I wear my heart on my sleeve when it comes to my fandom.
The games are done. They're over. Usually I've seen this a million times. I can't believe it. They're going to blow it in the end. And then it's like, well, you don't know that.
Well, I'm usually right. The Raiders haven't won anything my whole life, so at least I'm right with them. But so
they've been further than the Chargers have.
Yeah, it's all right. Hey, you guys got Harbaugh this year, though. You feeling good? Chargers fan Evan Giddings.
I'm feeling great. I've been running my takes by Jersey Ken at night. Also been sipping. I'm feeling real confident this season. I'll tell you what, Jim Harbaugh is going to bring the Chargers to relevancy like he did to the San Francisco 49ers just about little over 10 years ago.
Well, a little over 10 years ago, what was going on then with the San Francisco Giants? We're winning World Series.
They were.
Not saying they're going to win one this year, but
10 years is a long time. I know it was relatively recently, but look, we're both in high school at that time?
No, I graduated in 2011, so where was I? 2014. I was at Berkeley City College, I think.
Well, but like the first one you were in high school.
Oh, yes, 2010 I was a junior.
Yeah, and it was tough if you weren't a fan of the team because Giants fans were just at the peak of their fandom, but that does feel like a long time ago. I'm not going to lie. High school feels like a long time ago. And the Giants that we know now, maybe it is because of the difference in, the mainstay players, but also the front office being different, even slightly in ownership has a different vibe to it. It does feel like a different era of Giants baseball, and I guess that's why I don't associate them with winning right now.
This is the best I have felt about a Giants team currently. And I'm not going to really mention the 100-win season because I felt like that was a lot of smoke and mirrors. Maybe you agree with me there. Just because of all the platooning, you didn't really have any set young players that you were really going to build off go to the future, aside from Logan Webb. You had guys like Lamont Wade, I should say. He's been playing better. He's actually been playing really well this year. And Mikey Yastrzemski as of late as well. Outside of those guys in particular, there wasn't anyone really young in their minor league system that you were really going to build off of. A lot of it was career years from Crawford, from Posey. They're now gone and stuff like that. So I go back to, when? 2016? When they were losing against the Chicago Cubs? Yeah. And that was a series where I felt like, if the Giants won that somehow, some way, maybe they could go on another run and kind of capitalize this and get the bonus chip, as some people call it, like for the Warriors, the bonus chip, the bonus title, as Nick Friedel, our Odyssey insider, calls it at times. Maybe that could have been the bonus title for the San Francisco Giants. It didn't happen. The Cubs end the 100-year drought, and the rest is history. So this is as good as I felt about the future of a team. I know it's early, I know it's late, but a lot of the young guys I feel good about. Matos, Ramos, can they keep it going, right? Luciano, I think he's going to be a trade candidate at the deadline, but that's a conversation maybe we can get to at another time. Matt Chapman, again, this is where I'm at with Matt Chapman. I'm very hesitant to say he's going to be a piece for the future because he has those options, Evan. Yeah. Like, if he continues to do this, is he going to stay in a Giants uniform? That's kind of what's in the back of my mind. If Blake Snell turns things around, is he going to stay in a Giants uniform? Those player options always scare me because, hey, if he's not doing well, he's going to just re-sign. He's going to pick it back up. If he's doing great, he's just going to option out and sign big money potentially elsewhere. Where are you at with those player options and stuff like that? Obviously, for Blake Snell, it looks like he's going to pick it up. But for Chapman, maybe he doesn't.
I actually think Blake Snell is the likeliest of the two to opt out. I feel like he would be the one that is, I think he has the biggest or the greatest chance to be a one and done over Matt Chapman, because I think the Giants have shown they're willing to pay players. It's just about players taking their money. And Chapman has already done that. I think he's played in the Bay Area before. He's familiar with it. He's comfortable here. I think he's been searching for a home really since he left Oakland. I think he's been searching for that big contract. And if he has a big prove-it season, I think the Giants are inclined to reward him. Now, is it going to look like the $300 million that he was asking for a couple years back before going to Toronto? He's a Boris client. There's a lot of money that the Giants would have to pony up with, but I think they'd be willing to do it, and I think Chapman would be willing to stay. I think this is either way, could be a one-and-done year for Blake Snell. I know he signed the multiple-year option. I just feel like Blake Snell is also somebody that if the season goes awry for the Giants, is someone that they would want to move off of, and then a lot of teams would want to acquire. So I don't see Blake Snell as a real, I guess, a true San Francisco Giant. I view him as more of a hired gun. I could see Matt Chapman being a Giant for a long time. So I actually think that Blake Snell would be the likeliest of the two to jump ship.
It's interesting, 888-957-9570. So July 30th, that's the trade deadline day in Major League Baseball. And we're a long way from that, and it's May 27th, and the vibes are good. And we're trying not to look too far, but it's kind of hard not to at times too, because this is a massive month coming up for this team. It's a massive week. I think this is a chance for the Giants to really capture an audience that desperately wants to, grab onto something. The Niners, they don't play for a couple more months. The Warriors, we'll wait and see what they do this offseason in the next month. Basketball is kind of just, and again, shout out Stephen Curry for their new kid, but outside of that, it's like, I don't really care about the Warriors right now. I want to care about baseball. And the Giants have an opportunity to do that this week. And it starts tonight with Blake Snell. New dad, can he have that new dad energy and capture an audience? I think they can do that this week, and it would set the tone for a massive month of Bay Area baseball approaching for the San Francisco Giants. From the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570, we're talking horoscopes still. You can, sure, 415. Joe Montana and I have the same birthday. Tim Lincecum, also a Gemini. Allen Iverson, too. And they're all cool as F. I believe it's a big part of athletes' aura and energy, parts of their game. Joe Cool was always cool in crunch time, whereas Tom Brady, a Leo, was fiery and in your face during crunch time, but he was also really cool. I mean, he was the greatest quarterback of all time. Tom Brady, by the way,
not bad.
Very upset that he even did the roast. He goes back and says he shouldn't have done that.
I agree.
Spoiler alert, Tom. Yes, people of your family will, be casualties whenever you do a roast.
I do think it's funny. The one thing that was off limits was about Bob Kraft. Oh, not his former wife, not his kids, not any familial matters, but about the guy that used to pay him money.
Like a father to him, Robert Kraft. That's why. Come on, he's like a dad to him.
An old dad. I think getting back to things
Tom
that...
Brady is old.
Yeah, very old dad. But I think getting back to things that we can wrap our arms around with the Giants, I think another reason why there's excitement around this team, in addition to just winning, it is because of the 5 under 25s. It is Patrick Bailey. It is Heliot Ramos. It is Luis Matos. Even I would say Marco Luciano brings excitement because of how young he is and the lack of time that he's gotten at the big league level, so there's more room to grow. And then, of course, Kyle Harrison is also 22 years old. So the Giants are beginning to form, and we are beginning to see the benefits of a young core that's taken a lot of time to get brought through the system and to develop, and there's still work to do. But we're finally beginning to reap the benefits of a farm system that was promised. And that's why I'm curious to see by the end of the season, depending on the results, just how far those young players allow Farhan Zaidi to continue with the Giants, or I guess how much they alleviate the pressure right now, I believe, is on his seat from both fans, but maybe even internally, because this has always been something that's been promised. And I think the Giants' path to contention has always been through homegrown talent, and we're finally beginning to see not just players that are popping or players at the big league level, but players that are contributing to victories. Patrick Bailey has had a flair for the dramatic. He's got a near 300 batting average. Heliot Ramos has been a solid bat. He's a guy that can play corner, outfield. Luis Matos looks like he could be a center fielder of the future for the Giants or potentially somewhere else. And then Kyle Harrison looks like right now a number 3 in a rotation with room to grow. So the Giants right now are getting contributions from young and old, and that's why they're playing their best baseball to me right now. And I wonder where those young players had, I guess, I don't know, a flair for the dramatic on the road, how will they handle the pressure of playing the 2 best baseball teams in Major League Baseball? Because you're at home, you're in a comfortable setting, but you're also going up against the best. So how do those young guys, how do the 5 under 25s stack up with the Philadelphia Phillies beginning tonight?
888-957-9570. It's a hell of a question. It's Spadoni and Giddings on 95.7 The Game. You're locked and loaded here pretty much all day long. We'll have Mark Grandy and Dan Devone at 12 to 4 too.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah, man. So we're taking you all the way up, obviously, to that Giants-Phillies game. 2 o'clock start, an interesting one. It's a Memorial Day, so those holidays usually have weird starts and stuff like that. Will the sun, if the sun breaks out, will that have any implication? Those weird shadows that sometimes happen late in the game, what have you? I don't know. I always think that's kind of I understand when it's like on the batter's eye and stuff like that. They always say, oh, the shadows are taking effect and stuff like that. Just, come on, you have sunglasses on, right? You're fine.
It should be. The one shadow that is always difficult is the one that crosses home plate or right in front, because when you do go from light to dark or from dark to light, that can make it pretty damn difficult to hit. But no, you're right. Like today should be prime conditions for the Giants. It might be a little windy out there, honestly. Ooh. It tends to swirl. But look, I mean, this is a Phillies lineup that can hit night, day, rain, sun. It doesn't matter. They hit the crap out of the baseball. And right now they're a team that's first in the NL in runs scored, second in home runs, first in batting average, on base, second in slugging. Like that's what they do. So if Blake Snell doesn't have his best stuff, they're going to punish him. And if the Giants don't have their best stuff, not just on the mound, but also at home plate to be able to battle with these Philadelphia Phillies, they are going to get punished the next 3 days.
From the 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line, we need to make a run no matter where we are in the rebuild process. We have great starting pitching and defense and solid offense. Our needs need to be addressed ASAP before July 31st. I think a big name in that, and I look at a team within your own division that thought that early on, were the San Diego Padres. Luis Arias coming over from Miami. That was a shrewd acquisition from the San Diego Padres. They saw the Marlins were taking on water early. They were drowning. They were done. So they pounced. Can the Giants do something like that? I tend to think that Farhan's going to wait and see how this team is doing. But I said it before, whether they're 3-4 games below or over 500, they're going to be buyers. I think that the Farhan's job is tied to this team making the playoffs. I believe that. And you can say it's to the young guys, but I think the young guys can only take you so far. You're going to need to make some acquisitions, some veterans elsewhere. And I was looking at pitching potentially and even adding on to that. I don't know what Robbie Ray's going to be. I don't know what Alex Cobb's going to be. Maybe a team that's out of it. Maybe a team, I know I mentioned them earlier, but if they're fading, oh God. This just fall off.
Stay hot, Spadoni.
Stay hot. Hold on. My mic just snapped off. If you're watching on here.
I got you for a second.
I blame Matt Simon. No, but like Justin Verlander, that's a guy where I'm looking at, like, can he be available potentially? You guys like a year left. You guys like a player option as well. Farhan loves player options. Maybe a guy like that. 888-957-9570. Evan, help me as I screw my mic back on.
That's what I was going to say. I can vamp for a minute. I actually don't think that the Giants are going to be too active at the deadline, or at least, in regards to acquiring a player that's big, just because I don't think that's necessarily who they are.
We're back.
I also do think that the way that you're setting up your rotation, what you're talking about with Ray and Cobb, I think they probably view those as their quote-unquote acquisitions at the deadline. And so you're getting a boost in that area. But I do think one thing that needs to be addressed is the bullpen. And maybe that's addressed by, if Keaton Winn comes back, he moves to the bullpen. Maybe Jordan Hicks, who, of course, has been a top-tier closer early on in his career with St. Louis, maybe he's somebody that moves back to the bullpen, and that can really identify an area of need. Because right now, I think Camilo Doval has been good. He hasn't been great. And they don't, in my opinion, have another great reliever. Ryan Walker's been serviceable. His numbers are very good. But outside of him, is Randy Rodriguez, who's a 24-year-old flamethrower. Is he going to be a guy that can elevate his game? Can he emerge as a 7th or 8th inning reliever?
Morning guys are high on him. Shasky and Bonta, they love them some Randy Rodriguez. He's electric. I get it. The stuff is tantalizing.
He is. He also doesn't throw a lot of strikes, at least for me. Or
scary.
First pitch strikes, I should say. I think he was 0 of 6 his last outing. So he always works from behind, but he does throw 100 miles per hour. They don't really have a lefty in the bullpen, I think. I know Shasky's, for example, high on Eric Miller, who's a hard-throwing southpaw in his rookie year. To me, I would like to see them add another lefty. If that's something, I don't know, you decide. I don't think their bullpen right now is strong enough for me to feel confident in it right now outside of Camilo Doval.
You know who I'm confident in? Gabe. He's out in Oregon. He wants to join in the conversation at 888-957-9570. What's going on, Gabe?
Where you at in Oregon, Gabe?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm in Hillsborough.
Oh, let's go.
I'm right under Portland. So yeah.
Sure.
Shout out the Hops.
Oh yeah. Oh God, Hops. No, go Eugene Emeralds. So I hope you guys are getting some sort of holiday pay for this. Just by the way, just saying.
Maybe. I don't know.
Cut this, Ken.
It might be for free.
We'll send it to our boss.
But I want to talk about the stretch coming up. I do agree with you guys. The stretch is going to show all of us who the Giants are. I feel like these young guys, though, they're going to carry us through it. Randy Wynn on NBC Sports Bay Area not so long ago was talking about when you're young, you just have that spark in that eye, and you don't know anything. You don't have all the bad habits as a seasoned player. All you want to do is just go out there, have fun, keep knocking balls in the air, just keep trying to get the win. And I feel like that's what they've already been doing. That's what they've already been doing now for these past few series.
Are the young guys, Gabe, your favorite part about this team? Is that why you've been tuning in as of late? Is it the young guys?
Well, I kind of right now, yes. But, I'm a Giants fan all around. I'll watch them good or bad.
Gotcha.
I'll always be around.
Gabe's a diehard. Gabe's a diehard. And thanks, Gabe. That's Gabe out in Oregon. 888-957-9570. Listen, I get it. Like, they've shown you, like, two sides of a coin. They're going to be really good and they can be putrid. And they're 500. So that's right where we should be, right? They're 500 team heading up against the two best in Major League Baseball. I think they have a prime opportunity to put the league, especially the National League, on notice and, kick some ass this week. It's going to be tough. I'm not going to say it's easy, but you paid Blake Snell to perform in these type of games. So I expect him to go out there as a new daddy to go and do that. Put some bread on the table for the new baby. He needs some shoes. He needs some diapers, some Pampers. Those are expensive, Evan. All right, those are expensive.
I wouldn't know.
Maybe $32 million. Oh, my God, yeah. Ken knows. He's got some kids. God, they go through those things left and right. It's gross.
So far.
Yeah, so far, yeah.
Ken. No, so it's interesting. And the reason why I asked Gabe about the young guys is because I think that in series against teams like Colorado, Pittsburgh, New York, I think those are series in which younger players like that. Those are confidence building series. Those are series in which your young guys can help you win. I think this week against Philadelphia and New York, against the best teams in baseball, you need your guys to be dudes. And that's why I do think this is a big start for Blake Snell. I do think Jordan Hicks in game 1 against New York has got to pitch well. Logan Webb and then Blake Snell again next weekend on Sunday. These are the series in which your veterans have to perform. So Matt Chapman needs to continue to swing a hot bat. Jorge Soler needs to elevate his game. Lamont Wade needs to be able to keep getting on base. This is where you look for your older players to carry you, because I think the younger players can kind of, supplement some of the the road woes, maybe the old guys feeling a little bit tired, long games, exhilarating games. They can inject energy into a franchise. Okay, there's energy now. There's juice with the Giants. Now, against the best of the best, you need your veteran players to step up. And so that's what I'm also looking for throughout this series, not just Snell, of course, later on at 2 p.m., but for the vets on this team of the Giants, the guys particularly that were brought in to help this team become what I believe can be a postseason player. Those are the guys you need to lead you in series like this. Those are the ones you need to perform.
888-957-9570, 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line joining on the conversation. It's the winning stretch. The young cats need to arrive. Matos and Ramos are looking the part. Luciano is not far behind. For the bat, Luciano, again, I think Marco Luciano, and I think this Giants team could be making a huge acquisition. I disagree with Evan there. I think they could be major players at the trade deadline. I know it's not Farhan Zaidi's, his calling card, if you will. He did make the Chris Bryant acquisition. He didn't end up re-signing, but I liked that move. I think they are in a similar position where they, if they're hovering around 500 or hell, if they're 10 games over or something, they can make a play for, maybe a Pete Alonso. And I think a guy like Marco Luciano could be a player in that. You look at all these other young guys, if they're playing well, and you got them under control for a few years, maybe you can part with a guy like Luciano and it might not feel as bad or sting as bad. Is that too much for me to say right now? Is that too small of a sample size for you, Evan, for me to already be kicking Marco Luciano into a trade? Is that too much?
It depends who's in the trade. For example, a couple of years ago when people were saying he was untouchable involved in talks with Juan Soto, I mean, that was blasphemy.
Do you still view him as untouchable?
No. No, he isn't untouchable. I mean, an untouchable player is somebody you're not moving off for anybody. I would move off of Marco Luciano, say if, for example, Juan Soto was available at the deadline, and we're going to see why later this week, because this guy has been absolutely incredible and is an MVP frontrunner right now in the AL.
Real quick, I know you're going to finish your point there. Yeah. Juan Soto saying he's still going to hear free agency, huh? He was talking about, and I get it, that's the business move. He's like, I'm not talking to the Yankees. I'm open for business. That was kind of interesting.
Well, I think he's going to remain with the Yankees, but that's absolutely the correct play. By the way, did you hear that apparently, I think it was Washington, but the Nationals offered him multiple 9-figure offers, I think 7 times while he was in Washington, and he declined all of them. Yeah. So it's because, yes, he's bet on himself, and he wants to go to a place, and he wants to continue to win, which Washington was not prioritizing towards the tail end of his time there. But Juan Soto is going to be one of, if not the highest paid players in the history of baseball, and he deserves it because he's checked every single box, and he's still in his 20s. He's still in his prime. Like, that guy is going to get a Shohei Ohtani type deal, and I don't think the Giants are going to be in on it by any means, but he's very much in the right to say, you know what, let's table everything until the offseason, because even if you don't bring home a World Series ring, which is all that matters in New York City, he's going to get paid.
He is. 888-957-9570. I'm trying to find my drops here. Where's my guy, John Sterling? I'm looking at SG drops.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. I was looking for my John's.
Wonderful.
I was. We'll find it. We'll rejoin with it. You didn't do anything, John. I love you. You're a beautiful human being. But Juan Soto, maybe. I'm not writing off the Giants, although.
Well, but the point is that, yes, Luciano, I would move in a heartbeat to go get Juan Soto. I am not.
Wonderful. Marvelous.
Thank you.
I am not, meanwhile, willing to give up on him at shortstop. I also don't think, that's a guy that might just have the yips right now. If you take him out of the shortstop spot, or if you move him around, you mess with him, you might hurt him mentally. I'm just saying.
Well, maybe you can go back to the AAA and actually make those plays where it doesn't hurt the big league club. Like, that's just all I'm saying.
4-1.
Great. Not because of him, in spite of him.
Oh, they're winning games.
Please.
People want Brett Wisely. He swung the hell out of the bat.
AKA Sam Lubman, doppelganger right there, producer extraordinaire and host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Don't you forget it. Odyssey sports podcast. Him and Joe Shasky doing a hell of a job. And we're doing a hell of a job here on a Memorial Day, 888-957-9570. I'm going to toot my own horn because why not?
Try it.
No one's going to toot it for me. Evan Giddings, Joe Spadoni, Ken, Carter, all with you. We'll get into some 49ers talk. Maybe get into some Warriors talk. Draymond Green, a part of this podcast. Yes, the NBA playoffs are going on, Warriors fans. I know it's tough to swallow that the Warriors are not a part of it, but a certain member of the Warriors is kind of a part of it, and he's doing the pre- and post-game. I kind of want to get into that coverage a little bit later as well. It's Spadoni, it's Evan, and it's 95.7 The Game.
Have you been wanting to find a secret?
getting some sort of holiday pick for this, by the way.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
I whacked that thing.
Thanks, Q. Thanks, Gabe out in Oregon. That's what they call around the East Coast, Oregon. I just remember Roger Goodell. He always pronounces that whenever a player is drafted there in the first round. Eric Armstead. Oregon. It's like, no, it's not origami. It's Oregon.
It is up there. I don't know how many other states are in the conversation for most forgotten in the country, because not many people...
forgotten state?
Yeah, well, just like no one thinks about Oregon. Like, what? I mean, when does it come up in conversation? Like, I'm trying to think of, on the East Coast. I mean, like even some of the Midwest states, like Kentucky. You got the Kentucky Derby. You think about bourbon. You think about
basketball. Yeah,
chicken. You think about. I mean, like a lot of the
Colonel. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Mississippi maybe gets lost a little bit.
Delaware.
Yeah, Delaware's going, but Delaware is so obscure. We make fun of it because it is so obscure. Like the Wayne's World skit. Hi, I'm in Delaware. That's what you think about.
But Delaware, it's forgotten, but it's extremely small. I would say that's appropriate because it's such a small,
like Connecticut.
Place.
You get like Rhode Island, Providence.
Rhode Island gets forgot about a lot. Maine, yeah, a lot of places get mixed up in New England. Beautiful area, but yeah, I'd say on the West Coast, people think about California, obviously. Even Washington gets a decent amount of love, I think, just because it's in the top left corner. Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon, I think it just kind of gets lost.
I think people just view the West Coast entirely of California. Now it's the evil empire. I don't know why everyone it's just a cool thing to do, I guess, hate California. But you know what? They hate us because they ain't us. All right? We like it. That's why they hate the San Francisco Giants right now, because they're balling, baby. All right? They're 8-2 in their last 10. They're crushing it. They're taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. We're taking on the elites of the East Coast here, people. It's time to show some pride in the West Coast. The Dodgers just got their asses kicked against the Reds. They've been the gold standard for West Coast baseball. The Padres, okay, for a hot second. The Angels haven't done crap forever. They got Mike Trout hurt, banged up. Shohei Ohtani left town. So it's on the Giants right now for some pride in the West Coast. And it starts tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. Blake Snell going up against Taijuan Walker, a journeyman, but he's been pitching well. The Phillies, as a staff, have been pitching amazing. They've just been one of the best teams in all of baseball when it comes to hitting, when it comes to pitching, when it comes to everything. And they're definitely going to be a player at the trade deadline, whether it's bolstering their pitching staff, whether it's bolstering their bullpen, whatever you want. Dave Dombrowski's going to, we know what Dave Dombrowski's going to do. Yeah. He's going to be trading people. He doesn't care.
He gets aggressive.
He gets aggressive. That's the guy. And that's always a guy that I look at. I would love for him to be my GM. You know why? Because I know he's going to get me there. It might not look great afterwards, Evan. Yeah. But it's like Harbaugh, right? We look at Jim Harbaugh. You know he's going to get you to that spot. Is he going to win it all? He couldn't with the Niners. He did with Michigan. He's going to try with your Chargers now. We know he can get there. That's why I love Dave Dombrowski. And that's why this Farhan Zaidi season is so massive, because we were kind of promised, if I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, we were promised we were going to get the spending of the Dodgers with the Moneyball look of the Oakland days. So we were going to get, the Josh Donaldson types. We were going to get, Marcus Simeon's, Mark Canha types. But we're also going to go out and get a big fish here and there, right? Maybe we'll get an Aaron Judge. Maybe we'll get a Bryce Harper or something like that. And then we can build everything and we can be like the Dodgers of the North. Now, I don't think it's going to be like that. I think Farhan has shown that he has an inability to attract high talent free agents. I'm not saying that Matt Chapman's not a talent, but I would say he is a B tier when it comes to free agents. Jorge Soler, maybe in the C tier, maybe C plus tier when it comes to sought after free agents. I'm looking at Blake Snell. Getting a reigning Cy Young to come into your rotation is massive, and he needs to start earning that money today. And I think he's going to do it. New dad energy, baby. I think he's going to. Yeah, it's interesting comparing Farhan with Dombrowski, because you're right. It is all about the now. Dombrowski inherited an extremely good roster. Like, Alec Boehm is not his draft pick. Bryce Harper got here before. You could make the case that the biggest acquisition that Dombrowski has made outside of throwing $300 million at Trey Turner. That's a big one, though. Is Nick Castellanos. So, I mean, he inherited Aaron Nola. He inherited Zach Wheeler. I think to some extent he even inherited Ranger Suarez, who right now is the ERA, or one of the ERA leaders in the NL. So what Dombrowski does is basically mortgage your entire future for your present. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the last two places that he's been, yes, he did win a World Series with the Boston Red Sox, but he left the Detroit Tigers
in just a wasteland, and they've been irrelevant since he's left because of how much he's mortgaged.
Went to 2 World Series, though, while he was there.
He did. Yeah.
He lost.
No, I mean, no, true. And then with the Red Sox, there's a reason why they decided inexplicably that it was time to trade Mookie Betts, is because they needed to dial everything back, and Dombrowski left them in that state. So it's interesting because I don't know what the Phillies are going to be after he's eventually going to, be gone and move on to his next place, but he has a track record of leaving these places in terrible conditions. Someone like Farhan Zaidi inherited a terrible place by the San Francisco Giants, and that's why I do think this year is kind of an inflection point, because there is a massive difference between making the playoffs 2 out of 6 years and I think making it 1 out of 6. But at this point, I do think he is, I don't know about general managing or presidenting, however you want to say, whatever verb I just made up there, for his job.
Overseer.
Yeah, he's trying to oversee a club that's been bad.
I've been watching the show Fallout a lot. If you played the game, it's great on Amazon Prime. Continue.
No, I wish I played video games so I could get that reference. But I think the state of the Giants right now is kind of in a delicate place, because if these young guys pop, you feel much better about the future. But I do think they also need to win. And that's why, again, it was kind of our theme off the top of the show. I do think that the signal from the front office and the messaging that they told us this year by spending as much money as they did, acquiring Jung-Hoo Lee is unfortunately no longer here this season, but Soler, Chapman, Snell, Hicks, you can go down the list, throwing big money at those guys who have so far been able to help you. That signals to me that you want to win and that you do feel the pressure of needing to win. So it's great you're getting contributions from young players, and there's 5 25 and unders that we've listed that have helped that effort. But Spadoni, at the end of the day, I am going to be disappointed if this Giants team is not a wild card team, because I think that was the goal, and that is what was sold to us. That's why we're seeing the attendance rise pretty drastically, honestly, from the last year or so. It's because we were sold a playoff team. And so far, they're 500. I think they have a lot more room to get better. But just because I'm happy with where they're at now doesn't mean I'm going to be happy if they're 500 around the end of July, the beginning of August. I think they need to be better than that.
888-957-9570. I do think it's an interesting comparison when we're talking about Farhan and Dave Dombrowski, obviously the president of baseball operations, respectively, for both their franchise, Farhan with the Giants and Dave Dombrowski with the Philadelphia Phillies. And I love his approach because as a fan, I just want to win at the highest level. I don't care about what the future holds. Now, this Giants team has done a lot of winning, and they got into this position with Farhan Zaidi, to your point, because they spent so much, they exhausted all their resources, and they are at rock bottom, and they needed a guy like Farhan to take them all out of that. With Brian Sabian, Bobby Evans, that whole era, it was time for a change. They moved on from Bruce Bochy. There needed to be a change. But it's been such a promise that eventually you keep promising. It's like you're in a relationship where they keep promising to be better, and they just don't. And it's just like, all right, sooner or later, I got to move on. And to your point, the inflection point is this year with Farhan Zaidi. The promises need to be made and kept. And right now, they're 500. So we'll see. If they make the playoffs, that's 2 times they've made the playoffs in the Farhan Zaidi era. Both different types of teams that did it. And this one a little bit more sustainable this year. But I do wonder, if I ask Giants fans at 888-957-9570, would you take Dave Dombrowski right now or Farhan Zaidi? If you just right now, if you can just switch your whole thing up right now and say, let's just make a trade for president of baseball operations. Give me Dave Dombrowski in here. Farhan, you can go over there. I think a lot of Giants fans would say yes. I think a lot of them would say actually, absolutely.
I think they'd say yes because they're not satisfied with Farhan. I think it's less about what they actually know about Dave Dombrowski. Like if Dombrowski ran this club, all the guys that were excited about the Baileys, the Lucianos, Matos, Ramos, all the rest, like those guys would be gone. I mean, those guys would be trade chips to try and bring in other players. I don't think that the Giants are in a World Series contending state, and unless that's the case, Dave Dombrowski is not the guy you want at the helm. I mean, he's got a lot of playoff appearances under his belt. He's obviously got a couple of World Series, even going back to his days with the Marlins. But he isn't somebody that you want when your team is kind of in the middle, which is where the Giants are.
But weren't the Phillies kind of in the middle when he took over back in 2020? They were kind of like, they signed Harper, right? They were kind of not making the expectations. The Gabe Kapler era, if you will, before that. It's just kind of meh. Who they have? Joe Girardi there, too. It was just kind of just a middling, like, wow, this is the Phillies, but they've just been kind of like bad or or mediocre, kind of like where the Giants were the last couple of seasons.
Well,
then he takes over. They missed the playoffs.
You know who the Phillies did have right before Dombrowski got hired as their manager? It was Gabe Kapler.
Gabe Kapler, exactly. That's what I was mentioning. Yeah, I was mentioning. Before that, it was Joe Girardi, though. Yes. But yes, it was, and to your point, that didn't work out there. And they bring in...
Girardi was Dombrowski's first hire as manager. And then, you're right. They were able to upgrade.
Yeah.
The team, you're right, was not in a great place, but there were pieces to build on. I don't know. I just feel like Dombrowski is getting more credit for the Phillies, I think, than maybe he deserves.
Really?
Yeah. I do.
Okay. Well, I based it off track record, and the guy's just been a winner everywhere he's went. Whether it's with the Florida Marlins, and he was like an assistant with the GM role, and they won a World Series. That was the Jim Leyland Marlins. Then he makes the big trade. Obviously, worked with Marlins, worked with a guy named Miguel Cabrera. May have heard of him. Triple Crown winner, future Hall of Famer. Brings him over to the Detroit. They did. They brought him over from Detroit, along with Dontrelle Willis, Oakland's own, right? So I just look at him, and that is what I want my GM to be. It's everything I want him to be. But it's also comes with the price. And it comes with, you know what? You might stink a little bit after he's done. And are Giants fans okay with that? I think they just want to win at the highest level. I think they're tired of seeing the Dodgers win. I think they're tired of seeing the Dodgers get every single one of these players. And I do believe it would be an interesting case study. And again, this is a hypothetical. Dave Dombrowski is signed through 2027. He just re-signed with the club. He's not going anywhere. But if he were to be the president of baseball operations here, I do think it would be a perfect case study for this market and for that ballpark if it was a deterrent for free agents. Because that guy gets everyone wherever he's been. Whether it's Detroit, whether it's Boston, whether it's Philadelphia, he gets everyone. And I think he'd be a perfect case study if it really is a ballpark and area issue to why the Giants can't attract top flight free agents.
Well, Detroit's interesting because I think a lot of those players were homegrown. Like he was able to bring in some free agents, some players on the outside, even early in his tenure, Maglio Ordonez, Kenny Rogers, Pudge Rodriguez.
Prince Fielder.
Prince Fielder is probably the biggest one. But, Miguel Cabrera was through a trade that
Ian
wasn't
Kinsler.
A free agent signing.
Yeah.
Verlander and Scherzer were both internal. I know Scherzer was a trade, but he was able to keep players once he had them. But I think it's tough to compare San Francisco right now to where Boston was during the middle 2010s and then where Philadelphia is now, because I just feel like those are markets where players, quite frankly, feel more comfortable than it sounds like they do in San Francisco. So I don't know. I mean, perhaps you're right. I think there are a lot of people that would take Dave Dombrowski over Farhan Zaidi just because it would be Farhan Zaidi. I don't know how much about it is Dave Dombrowski. If you look at he's won where he's been recently. But again, you'd probably have him for 4 or 5 years, and then you'd be stuck where his previous two destinations are, which is Detroit has been staring up at the rest of the AL Central for the last 10 years, and Boston's been trying to cobble it together. So I don't know. I think it's interesting, but I think overall right now the Giants have a little bit more of my confidence because we've begun to see what really works in baseball, which is having young players contribute and veteran members, I guess, kind of being boosted or energized by those young guys. And I think that's also the sentiment and the tone that's come out of the clubhouse and that Bob Melvin's been discussing, the fact that Ramos and Matos and Luciano to some extent, but Bailey, Harrison, they've been able to push the older players. And I think it's also the reason it's resulted in their best stretch so far this season.
Yeah, just real quick, guys.
What's up, Ken?
We got some news out of the NBA, some sad news, really. Adrian Wojnarowski just tweeted that Hall of Fame center Bill Walton has just died of cancer.
Oh, my gosh.
He was 71. So, R.I.P. Bill, man.
And more to that. Thank you, Ken, for the breaking news. This was via the NBA communications, and I see the statement right here from Commissioner Adam Silver. Two-time NBA champion and Naismith basketball Hall of Famer Bill Walton passed away today at the age of 71. Following a prolonged battle with cancer, he was surrounded by his family. This is via Adam Silver right here. Quote, Bill Walton was truly one of a kind. As a Hall of Fame player, he redefined the center position. His unique all-around skills made him a dominant force at UCLA and led to an NBA regular season and finals MVP, 2 NBA championships, and a spot on the NBA's 50th and 75th anniversary teams. Bill then translated his infectious enthusiasm and love for the game to broadcasting, where he delivered insightful and colorful commentary, which entertained generations of basketball fans. but what I will remember most about him was his zest for life. He was a regular presence at league events, always upbeat, smiling ear to ear, and looking to share his wisdom and warmth. I treasured our close friendship, envied his boundless energy, and admired the time he took with every person he encountered. My heartfelt condolences to Bill's wife, Lori, his sons, Adam, Nate, Luke, and Chris, and his many friends and colleagues. Bill Walton passing away at the age of 71. That's very sad.
Yeah,
That's very sad.
Rest in peace. He was, I know him more as a broadcaster certainly than as a player. I've read a lot about him and how dominant he was, particularly at UCLA, but for the time that he was healthy in the NBA, was a player that, from what I've read, was ahead of his time. But Spadoni, I know him primarily as a broadcaster.
Oh, hilarious! Like he's one of
hilarious, but insightful and educative and just energetic. Like that guy is somebody that I would tune in to a Pac-12 game. I don't know, Oregon versus Washington State on a Thursday night, and I would listen to that game because Bill Walton was on the call.
And maybe it is, poetic, if you will, when we just had the final Pac-12 broadcast game. It was Arizona versus USC there, the Pac-12 tournament, the finals, where Arizona walks off against USC. They win the Pac-12, and there's no more Pac-12 broadcasts. And he is synonymous with that. So, I'm not making light of it at all, but it's just, he wore the Conference of Champions, as he called it, through and through the Pac-12. He wore that on his sleeve. He took pride in that conference. So whenever I think about Pac-12 hoops, or hell, NBA hoops for that matter, he was doing NBA broadcasts, whether it was with NBC, ESPN, stuff like that. Like, he was incredible. I tuned in to watch him and Dave Pash, that relationship. Roxy Bernstein, who had the final send-off, our friend here at 95.7 The Game. That whole, man, I wonder if we could reach out to Roxy. Ken, I'm kind of putting you on the spot there. Maybe we can text Matt about it. No, but because he worked with that man at a very close level. So I would like to get his thoughts on that. Just Bill Walton passing away at the age of 71. I just think of infectious personality, to your point. I tune in to watch, what is he going to say? He goes off on these tangents. He's not even watching the game. He's just going off on, I don't know, Sedona, Arizona, and what it means to go on a psychic trip. He loved the Grateful Dead. He was a Deadhead. He felt like a Bay Area guy. He felt like one of us, right? That hurts, man. And obviously his son coaching for the Warriors, coaching for the Lakers, the Kings, Luke Walton, the NBA champion. Just hurting for the family there as well. Yeah,
the Waltons are a part of the fabric of the NBA, all of them through and through. They are a basketball family. The other part about Bill Walton I just thought was so cool is, and you kind of touched on it, he's just unapologetically himself about everything. And from what I've read, has been that way his entire life. His love for Eastern Asian culture, how he incorporates meditation into his life. He's a vegetarian. He's eccentric, and also he was somebody that wasn't afraid to necessarily speak his mind. I remember reading about protests during the 1960s, I think, at UCLA, and he was at the forefront of that. He was somebody that wasn't afraid to walk, and as a 7-footer, you're obviously going to stand out and be a part of things that were bigger than himself. So I think he was somebody that was a big part of basketball, but he was a big part of the game just because of how many different, facets of life that he could touch. And I felt like whenever I watched him or listened to him, he would bring that to the air. So whether, he was talking about the icy blue rivers in Utah, or if he was talking about the worst play he's ever seen in a Pac-12 game in, I don't know, March, right before the tournament started, there was always something that kept you on your toes, because you either felt like you were going to learn about basketball, you were going to learn a little bit about life. And I think there's also something to be said about him. Maybe it is just that last connection to someone like John Wooden, who is the greatest college coach of all time, one of the greatest winners of all time. And everyone understands and has heard the different teachings that someone like he has passed down through Bill Walton, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, all these different great UCLA players in which they were running away with everything. But because of that, I feel like he was, just a fantastic conduit to a time that I didn't and couldn't and will never be able to, see and understand. But he was able to bring that through just the way that he carried himself and the way that he lived. So I'm really sad to hear that news, because I think he was a big part of my life, quite frankly, thinking about it.
All of our lives, right? Again, the The Pac-12 is getting dissipated, as we know. A lot of the teams are moving around. USC, UCLA, his alma mater. It's going to be weird not seeing the Conference of Champions anymore and his voice being synonymous with it. And if you're just joining us again, Hall of Famer Bill Walton passes away at the age of 71 due to a prolonged battle with cancer, surrounded by his friends and family. So obviously our thoughts all here at 95.7 with his family, with the entire Walton group. Just incredibly, incredibly sad. 888-957-9570. I think in times like these, it helps to tell stories. I mean, if you watched a certain broadcast,
That's what he did.
If you met the guy, I mean, again, he was a Deadhead. Grateful Dead originated here in San Francisco. If you saw him at any of the Levi's shows, at any of the shows, let me know, because that guy was all in tie-dye doing the peace signs.
I also got to say, he's a classic San Diego kid.
Yeah.
Like if I don't know, if you've had a chance to spend time down there, get to know people there.
Surfer bro type, right?
He's just so chill. Like nothing ever got under his sleeve whatsoever, except for maybe a blown layup or a missed free throw at the end of the game. But everything just kind of rolled off his sleeve. It felt like he was taking it to the beach with him. Maybe it's because he was wearing a tie-dye t-shirt. I'm not too sure. But he's somebody that is very, at his core, SoCal. But he was also able to bridge, like you're talking about. Maybe it is the deadhead part of it, but he's able to, like, I never thought that he was, just SoCal or he was just California. He was the Pac-12, and I do think it is symbolic that he passes away a day after its final game or a couple days after their final broadcast, because he was one of the primary reasons that I tuned in. And it's interesting. You also brought up, how kind of that he made you feel on a broadcast, and I do think that I've thought about that a lot lately with inside the NBA, kind of winding down and having a year left, and how that's going to affect my viewing experience in terms of studio shows, pre and post games, all the rest. It just feels like there is kind of an end of an era coming. And unfortunately for Bill Walton, it involves his life, but in the way that we digest broadcasts, the way that we digest games, and who we look to entertain and educate us, there's just fewer and fewer of those people that we grew up with, and everything is cyclical, and everything is going to pass us by and whatnot. But it does suck. I feel like, in a way, a part of my childhood is no longer here.
888-957-9570. It's well put. Any thoughts, any stories you can tell, you can call in, text in, 888-957-9570 on Bill Walton, his life, his legacy, who passes away again at the age of 71. We're going to take a quick break. More of your calls, more of your texts on the other side. Again, you can find us on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're streaming all day long. After Evan and Spadoni, it is Grandy Man, Mark Grandy, Dan Devone from 12 to 4. So they got you locked and loaded, leading you up to the Giants game, obviously. And I'm sure they'll have some thoughts on the NBA, on Bill Walton obviously passing away as well, some of the stories that they can share, I'm sure. And I do think it's interesting, and I'm going to pick Evan's brain here on the other side as well, just being a broadcaster and having an opinion and having a personality like that and how to handle that, because I always had tremendous respect for the Dave Pashes, the Roxy Bernsteins for ESPN, just doing a broadcast with the likes of a Bill Walton, who, again, just an infectious personality, and he wears his emotions on his sleeve during a broadcast, which is sometimes, not the most professional thing to do, they would say, but you know what? He was his own person, and I respected that. And we'll get into that on the other side. And that's all going to be brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion.
some Grateful Dead in here, the last two rejoins in honor of Bill Walton, but I think he'd like this jam too. The great Bill Walton, 71 years of age, has passed away. Obviously, a member of the Naismith Memorial Hall of Fame. One of the greatest top 50, top 75 players in the history of the sport. But a lot of us, Evan, Joe Spadoni in here with you, we think of him as a broadcaster and one of the most unique to ever grace a microphone. We were just looking at highlights during this break. And again, if you're just joining us again, Bill Walton passed away at the age of 71 due to a prolonged battle with cancer. 888-957-9570. Any stories, any tales? If you've ever met the guy, I would love to hear that because I couldn't imagine meeting a figure and a guy who has just such an energy and a presence, not only physically, because the guy's 7 feet tall, he's massive, but he also just has such a big personality. Like, that's just what I think about when I think of Bill Walton, that smile. Like, he is someone I look at and just smile. And I think that is what you can say about, if you can just say that about a person, that goes a long way. You can just look at them and smile. I think of Robin Williams. That was a guy that did that for me. Bill Walton's another one, Evan.
Yeah, I do think his style was not for everybody.
No.
I remember talking to a few people in the broadcasting biz, and a few play-by-play people don't think they could have done a game with him. Like that would have been a bucket list item for me. Like,
I was going to say, because you do, for those of you who don't know, and you should by now, Evan Giddings does play-by-play for ESPN Plus, does a lot of you did a lot of the Pac-12 teams, a lot of the West WCC,
Coast Conference,
West Coast Conference as well. Like, what would it be like working with that guy?
I don't know. It would be a roller coaster ride. I feel like it's one of those things where you just have to call the game and be okay with anything being thrown in your face, or just a tangent. Like, I'm looking right now at a couple of really funny Bill Walton quotes. Like, in the middle of the game, he was talking about himself, and there's an injury that happened, and he said, "I've had 36 orthopedic operations, have 2 fused ankles, my knees, hands, and wrists don't work. I now have a fused spine. Other than that, everything is great." Like, all those kinds of things just have to be thrown at you, and you just have to be able to roll with it. So, as much as I would have loved to do it, I'm honestly not sure I could have. I feel like it takes a specific kind of person to also be able to go back at Bill Walton. Like, there was always that, I think Roxy Bernstein was really good because he's a pretty affable dude. But Dave Pasch was always the guy that I remember with Walton, and it was really hard to figure out sometimes if they actually liked each other. I think they did, and I'm pretty sure they had a great relationship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done as many games together.
I think it was a little bit. Pasch being a straight guy, yeah.
Well, I mean, Pasch is also a little more stern. Like, he's just somebody that I think is less, sunshine and rainbows. And Bill Walton might be sunshine and rainbows, but he also might be talking about, the sunshine from a lunar eclipse. Like, you just don't know where the broadcast is going to go, and that's what I think is great. About Bill Walton, what I thought was great for college. I was never old enough to listen to him consistently call the NBA, and I think that might have been a little more difficult because if you're calling, big playoff finals games, you don't necessarily want to hear your broadcaster talking about the Grateful Dead when it's a 2-possession game in the final 6 minutes of a winner-go-home elimination game. But for college, I think he was the perfect tone. And whether it was from the Hawaii and the Maui Invitational tournaments up to the Pac-12 tournament, I just loved how he was so steadfast and cemented in his belief that the Pac-12 was the greatest conference in the history of sports. Like, it did not matter whatsoever. And he would just always rebuke everything and everyone that would talk about the SEC or the Big Ten or the Big East. He would just, please, the tournament, the Conference of Champions.
I love big leaf maples. I do too. This feels so good.
He's so good. This is the conference I gotta believe, oh my God, I've been to Berkeley. It turns into Frank Caliendo doing him, because Frank Caliendo obviously working at ESPN. I remember him doing a broadcast with him and doing the impression to Bill, and Bill just kept going with it. Like, that's how he normally spoke. Like, he's like, yeah, let's just keep talking, Like, just a loss of such a great personality, a warm personality. Like, he was inviting to me, whether you liked him or not. That was a guy that wanted you to come in and hang out with him. Like, right? Like, that is a guy he is there for everything. Smoke included. And a different kind of smoke, if you know what I'm talking about. Imagine being at a concert. And Carter, you're a tall guy, so I'm sure you can empathize here. He's 6'11" in the front, towering over everyone, swaying back and forth, and John Mayer shredding on the guitar at Levi's Stadium. Like, oh, God, just such a loss.
I went to Temecula and brought you some dirt.
Dirt? Who says that?
Well, I think Pash asked him one time about his beard, and he said something like, my beard is the nastiest or the most disgusting beard in the history of Western civilization.
It was pretty gross.
Because it makes Bob Dylan's beard look good. Like, that's, just the kind of stuff that would roll off the tongue. But I think also, he's one of my favorite broadcasters or color analysts because you learned enough about the game from him. He obviously had the resume as a great player.
Yeah, I think we're kind of sleeping on that here, obviously, and we got that from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Not to cut you off, Evan, 415. He'd be in the pantheon of greatest centers of all time if not for the injuries, and he's still considered one of the top 50, top 75 players in the history of the game. He won an MVP, brought Portland, the Trailblazers, their last championship, I believe back in 1977, 78, something like that?
I think it was either 74 or 76. It was either before or after the Warriors championship.
There you go.
Yeah.
Got to Google it.
But I think, look, it's just, it's one of those guys, and I don't know how many you really make, 1977. But
okay.
I don't know how you make one of those guys anymore because I think with, if there was social media when he was growing up, it might have pushed Bill Walton away from being more of himself because he was allowed to be. And by the time that you get to a certain age, you just don't care anymore how people perceive you. And it gets me thinking about, broadcasters and particularly color analysts in basketball. And I just feel like there's few and far between of great ones. And I think there's, some young up and comers that have a chance to be very good. I think JJ Redick is fine. I think Doris Burke is fine.
Future Lakers coach JJ Redick.
Well, he's going to be replaced by Richard Jefferson, and then in all probability. But there isn't a lot of great color analysts that I have to listen to. And not that I was tuned into every single Pac-12 game that Bill Walton did, but I just kind of wonder what people either liked about him or what they like from their broadcasts, and do they feel like a bit of that is literally passed away just because of Bill Walton.
888-957-9570. We'll continue to take your calls and texts as it pertains to the passing of Bill Walton. Again, if you're just joining us, Bill Walton, Hall of Fame NBA basketball player, one of the most colorful broadcasters in our game, passes away at the age of 71 after a prolonged battle with cancer. So we'll continue to take your calls and texts on that. We'll have themes if you have quotes, whatever. Love to hear them. We can shift back a little bit. As we're talking broadcasting, I think we could talk about this now, and we shift over a little bit. NBA playoffs are happening right now.
They are.
And I do believe, Evan, this is kind of a low point when it comes to pre and post games. And I'm not looking at TNT per se. I'm looking at ESPN. It just feels stale. The whole broadcast, and I feel bad when I'm watching these playoffs, and maybe the series have to do with it. I thought the Knicks one was fascinating with the Pacers going back and forth. The Celtics have been rolling through, and they're going to roll through the finals. I think they're going to win the NBA Finals. I really do. It should be a fun series. I hope it's a fun series because these conference finals have been pretty boring as it pertains to just both being up 3-0. But just watching Stephen A., watching Kendrick Perkins, watching these guys, Mike Wilbon, I don't need opinions. I don't need, hot takes all the time. Can I just get some X's and O's in between? Is it too much to ask for that? Like, as much as we think Charles Barkley is a hot take guy and just says outlandish things to say him, he does talk about the game. He does have some opinions on, maybe they should just go away from Gobert here. Maybe they shouldn't play him. Maybe they should just, Karl Anthony Towns, he doesn't have it. Maybe, he has some opinions to offer. When I'm watching ESPN, and I thought last round specifically against the Pacers and the Knicks was just such an embarrassment. Like, you would have thought it was pre and post game coverage for the New York Knicks. Like, we couldn't give any loves to the Indiana Pacers. Now they're probably done. No Halliburton, stuff like that. But Stephen A. getting damn near interviewed, walking to the arena, getting he's a player. Come on. How have you felt about the ESPN broadcast? Because we have some thoughts on Draymond Green and TNT. But first, the ESPN side, I just felt like it's lacking. Something about it's been stale to me.
I don't think people have enjoyed it because juxtaposed with inside the NBA, there's not a level of honesty and openness that I believe carries off the set. Like when I watch Inside the NBA, the thing that I love about it is it feels like they're in the green room, or it feels like they're at a bar.
Authentic, right? It feels authentic.
They're in the cafeteria, like just chopping it up. That doesn't happen with ESPN, and it could be because of the team that they've brought together. But to me also, like honestly, the biggest issue that I have with ESPN is that I don't get a post-game show. Like I don't hear their reaction to the game. All I hear, Spadoni, are their hot takes, and I don't necessarily mind that. Like, if you have opinions, I want to hear them. I want to know what Mike Wilbon has to say, or even how Stephen A is going to dress up his particular take. But I also want to see them discuss a game afterwards, and maybe that's where you're not getting the X's and O's, because they literally are not allowed, because there's no post-game show, to break down a game. And so that's my biggest issue with ESPN. And I know they have SportsCenter and SVP, and I think that their studio shows are high quality.
I kind of prefer SVP over what they would do post-game, to be honest. Like, when he brings in Legler, I was like, okay, this is what I want. Like, during the football season, when he brings in Tim Hasselbeck, say what you will about him, he can break down the X's and O's, right? Like, that's what I prefer over to that. And
I don't know. I mean, like, but I would want to hear what Chris Paul has to say. Like, I would want to hear Chris Paul, who's been on the broadcast, I would want to hear him react to a late game situation where, for example, in game 2, why'd the Pacers not foul? What goes into those final couple of possessions? Like, I think Chris Paul is one of the smartest basketball players we have left in this league. I want to know what he has to think about that. I also want to know what perhaps Bob Myers thinks, or what Stephen A thinks, or what Wilbon thinks. And I think together, it just feels like a show in which the 4 or 5 individuals on it at a given time watch the game by themselves, and then they come together and they go take for take. It doesn't feel like they're actually discussing the game amongst themselves. And I could be wrong on that. They might be watching the game. I don't know. They do reference it sometimes, but I just don't feel like there is a chemistry between them that is genuine.
The last great ESPN broadcast pre and post that they used to have was Stuart Scott, rest in peace, John Barry, son of obviously Rick Barry and former NBA veteran, Magic Johnson, and Mike Wilbon. Like, that was the crew. And it was great. That was back in like 2009, 2000. Magic Johnson.
I did like Bill Simmons on there. I'm not gonna
okay,
lie.
That was interesting, right? At least that was interesting with Jalen Rose, right? Like, and Jalen would talk about the game.
Because they were boys.
Yes.
Like, I felt like they actually were friends, and they were just talking about a game the way you and I talk about it whenever we get on these airwaves.
Right. And to that point, that was even interesting, right? And they would talk about the game and stuff like that. Right now, it just does feel like they don't want to do anything but talk about the game, which is like, that's why we're here. That's why we sit down. Like, my team now, our teams aren't there, so maybe it's a little different, and we're looking at it on a different microscope. Under like, if the Warriors were in it, maybe we would be hammering them more. Like, oh, why are we talking about the offseason, about Clay, about where he's going to go? Oh, we're talking about LeBron, all this sort of stuff. That's more of an ESPN contrived thing. Now, on the other side, talking TNT, Evan, how have you felt about Draymond Green during these Western Conference Finals and his addition to the broadcast?
You talking to me?
Are you shocked, Draymond? I think you love that we were talking about you.
Probably.
We know you listen here on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I think that's why he's on it. I mean, I'd rather obviously be watching Draymond Green play basketball this time of year, but if not,
he'd probably be suspended.
Maybe for a game. But I think that the rest of the crew makes it difficult for Draymond because they're so good. Like, I don't know how you just get airdropped into the most cohesive, brotherly, familial sports television program that has been a part of my life. Like, I just don't know how you do that. So, number one, I think it's a difficult task. I think Draymond Green is good on television, but I also think there is a little bit of, because he's a player, he is afraid to go after particular people. Like, he has no problem ripping Rudy Gobert or talking about, Yusuf Nurkic, or telling the Minnesota Timberwolves fans they suck, or I don't suck, Rudy sucks, all the rest. But it doesn't feel like he wants to criticize particular players because he's still in the league or because he has some sort of relationship with them. That's the thing that I respect the most about Barkley, Kenny, along with Shaq. Less Kenny, because he kind of does it too. He tiptoes. But the rest of that show isn't afraid to rip anybody if they need to be ripped. Now, they're also willing to heap praise upon all of them, but Charles will go after entire towns. He'll go after entire geographic regions, and it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, it's all jokes. Draymond Green is still yet, because he's got 1 foot in, 1 foot out, I just feel like he's in a really hard spot, and he chooses to not try and piss people off as opposed to just be himself wholly, which I actually think is pretty good on TV.
888-957-9570. Warriors fans, how you feeling about Draymond Green during the broadcast for TNT? Because it does kind of feel like a little bit, you're looking at the future here, what he's going to do after he's done playing, which maybe a couple years, maybe more than that. You did get the little reference from Draymond Green talking with Joe Lacob on his when Draymond Green was talking on his podcast about, I've talked to Joe about maybe coaching the team. How'd you feel about that?
About coaching the team? I'm not as low on it as a lot of people. I wouldn't want to see him coach the Warriors, but the idea of him being a head coach, I don't think he's out of bounds whatsoever.
No, he's a very high. What we say about Draymond is the first thing you say: highly intelligent basketball IQ. He's very smart when he's on the floor. He has eyes in the back of his head. He knows where to be. He knows where assignments are supposed to be. He is very smart when he's on the court. It's the other stuff. It's the extracurriculars. It's getting into chokeholds with Rudy Gobert. It's smacking Yusuf Nurkic in the face. It's stuff like that.
It's always fun.
Can he be the face of a team when you're the head coach? You have to present your way in a different style, in a different manner. I think Draymond could do that. It would just be interesting to watch it develop for sure. From the Xfinity mobile text line, 925, with the changes to TNT, Inside the NBA should be the only pre and post, and everyone knows it. Totally agree that ESPN needs to stop. They fixed Monday Night Football with Troy Aikman and Joe Buck, but Stephen A. and that crew for sure need to go. I do think they did fix Monday Night Football, ESPN. It feels big time because of the broadcasters. Because Troy Aikman and Joe Buck, they represent big time games because of what they did with Fox. I think they did hit it out of the ballpark with that.
No, they've also just been searching for a consistent Monday Night Football tandem. I mean, probably the closest one they had between Tirico and Gruden and what they have now would be, Joe Tessitore and a rotating cast. I know Booger McFarland was in there, but it didn't have, you're right, it just didn't have the punch. It didn't have the gravitas. And they have not had a crew there that is, I guess, worthy of the Monday Night Football billing in my mind. Because if it is going to be the biggest game of the week, then you would want to have the biggest voices. So, yeah, I think that's fantastic. I think with Inside the NBA, that's part of why I think the games are so big. Now, Thursday or Tuesday nights, whenever they're on, they usually, during the regular season, will get the big matchups. You're going to have the Milwaukee and LAs, or you're going to have Golden State and New York. You're going to have some sort of top-tier team playing on those nights, but it's also about the broadcast because I want to hear what these guys have to say about the biggest games. So the broadcast from beginning to end is just as big as the game, and I think that's where, maybe some people kind of get, I don't know, they feel like they can, if a game is good enough, just kind of match the broadcast a little bit. But in some ways, and sometimes, the broadcast of Inside the NBA overshadows the game itself. Like, I remember far more the silly moments that Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley and Kenny the Jet Smith have given us over the course of 24 years. I guess Shaq would be the last 11. I remember those than, I don't know, like a game-winning step-back jump shot. Like, I'm going to remember Charles Barkley for talking about the women of San Antonio until the day I die, as opposed to whatever happened that night and some big dunk that I'm never going to remember.
And Galveston, right? Think of that. Insulting
that was hilarious.
In the whole city of Galveston, Texas, right? And he's taking it back because he didn't want Beyonce's mom and the Beyonce the Bayhive to come after him and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's hilarious. And why are we talking about broadcaster right now? Well, we lost a great one. A great Hall of Fame player and broadcaster in Bill Walton. I don't think he was elected for the broadcasting. Maybe he should have. I actually don't mind that. He's just so polarizing. He would have. But we lost Bill Walton today at the age of 71 after he had a prolonged battle with cancer. So we're remembering him. We're remembering broadcast and memories you might have had with him. And we're talking about just broadcast today, whether it's TNT, whether it's ESPN, what is missing? Or as we're talking about TMT, nothing's missing. We're just going to miss it potentially, as NBC is looking to get the rights for that coverage. It kind of looks like it's already set in stone that NBC after next season is going to attain the NBA rights, but I don't think it's been finalized just yet.
No, but I was just going to ask you actually before we dig into kind of the nitty gritty there, what do you think of Draymond Green? Have you enjoyed him on Inside the NBA?
I think he's been okay. It's too much of him, like just kind of like dunking on players that he's had personal problems with. I can't separate And I don't think Draymond can separate his personal beats with some of these players. And I hear it echoing in on the broadcast. And maybe because I cover him every single day, Evan, I'm a little more jaded than the average person. Maybe that is a part of it, and I can acknowledge that. But like going after Rudy Gobert, who I thought actually had a pretty good series last series against Denver, he showed up in big moments. I don't think Draymond had given him the credit during then that he deserved. Now, obviously, they're up 3-0, so they're going to crap all over him, stuff like that. He hasn't been playing well. There was a play yesterday where Gobert tried to post up Luka Doncic, and he tried to do a wraparound. And Luka, who's not known for his defense, just picks his pocket, stares at the Wolves bench like, are you kidding me? And then just went over the way and had an alley-oop dunk or whatever it was. So it was just, poor Rudy Gobert, but also he's the guy that people love to dunk on right now. So maybe that's just it. But I'm having a hard time for his personal agendas with certain players to get up. After that, though, I think he's fine. I think he adds a level of nuance to the conversation. He's a current player, which I think helps and is a very unique aspect of the broadcast, just like Chris Paul on the ESPN side. I've actually like to have more of Chris Paul, if we're being honest. I'd like to hear more of that because the guy's just been there and done that for multiple times, on multiple teams in multiple ways, and he's had a lot of playoff heartache. And whereas Draymond Green is known pretty much all winning, so he has a different point of view, kind of like a Shaquille O'Neal, who was interesting yesterday with Shaq, talking about his perspective, like, hey, I've been swept in the playoffs 4 or 5 times, right? I know what it's like. Draymond Green does not know what it's like. So that whole sort of thing. And then it always goes back to rings with Chuck, or with Shaq and Chuck and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe there's too many mouths to feed too, because you're asking 4 different guys to have an opinion on one game. Maybe too many cooks in the kitchen for me.
Well, I think he also understands his place in the kitchen. Like he's not the head chef, right? It's not his show. He is one of the lower sous chefs, to be quite honest, because when you get dropped into a place with Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal, you're going to be third fiddle no matter what. And then there's also a guy that's actually been at TNT for the longest period of time in Ernie Johnson and Kenny the Jet Smith. So I think it is a tough place for Draymond to be. And one thing I would love to hear more from him. I would love to hear him interject more in regards to basketball, but also just his takes on things, because I think he's a funny guy. But I think it's hard to do that, and he understands his place in their show. And so that to me is why it is frustrating when he takes jabs at players he has, I guess, history with, because I think he has the ability to be, a smart and entertaining broadcaster. He just kind of takes the cheap way out. That would be my one critique of Draymond. I feel like he takes cheap shots, and he's not at the point yet in his career where those cheap shots are going to be perceived as funny or joking. Like, people think he's being serious, as opposed to the rest of the guys who, because they've been doing it for so long, can kind of take shots at people and you let it just roll off your back. So I think he's in a weird, I guess, difficult spot as a broadcaster, but I think he also has a lot of room to grow, and I hope he gets the opportunity actually to do so, because once that show is gone, I'm not sure where Draymond is going to go. It might be NBC, might be ESPN. It could be Amazon, who I think is getting the C package from the rest of the NBA media rights deal. So I don't know where he's going to go, but I think it's a great starting point for him, and getting to work with those guys ideally will influence him in a positive fashion for the remainder of his TV career.
Real quick, on the other side, we don't have to play it now, Kenny. On the other side, there was a funny moment in the broadcast last night that I want to come back with as we return at 888-957-9570. We're talking Giants. We're still talking Giants. We're talking some little, playoff basketball, maybe the broadcasting, because we did lose a legend in the broadcasting industry. Bill Walton passed away at the age of 71 today. If you have any stories, any thoughts on the passing of Bill Walton, we'd love to hear him. Just an infectious voice and personality and a bright and warm person. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the Giants. How big of a week is this for the San Francisco Giants? Coming off a very good road trip. Now you got expectations. Now you're at home against the 2 best teams in Major League Baseball. You got the Phillies, you got the Yankees. Your thoughts on that? Plus, Brandon Ayuk. Is he going to get paid by the 49ers, or is it going to be from someone else? All that and more. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for digital deals.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
God bless him. Bill Walton.
Eugene, a great place to party.
That's right. That guy lived for the Conference of Champions. R.I.P. Bill Walton passed away at the age of 71 after a prolonged battle with cancer. Remembering him as the broadcaster, as the player, any memories, any stories. We're getting a lot via Twitter. It says Joe Spadoni here in with Evan Giddings for the next hour before handing it off to Mark Grandy and Dan Devone. They got you for the next 4. But right now we're talking about, broadcasts. We're talking about the Giants. They have a massive homestand against the Philadelphia Phillies and New York Yankees. And, we posted it on X, and you can follow us on X at Spadoni_Joe, at Evan A. Giddings.
Yes, sir.
And at 95.7 The Game. We are streaming live and local Monday through Friday, starting at 5 a.m. and ending at 7 p.m. with the Grandy Man, who does the best of the game as well. So you start with Spadoni and with Grandy. And, I'm just getting a lot of texts here, a lot of messages from 95.7 The Game, talking about Bill loving to be at Cal, loving it. Whether it was, the marching bands, whether it was just chopping up with people on the court. We're getting pictures and selfies with Bill Walton. Any stories that you have with Bill, 888-957-9570. And kind of tying it back here to the Giants a little bit, Evan, I think of a broadcast duo that would vibe well with Bill Walton. It's Kruk and Kite. Like, those are the two guys who I feel, especially Mike Krukow, who kind of has that same flavor. Now, he's professional. These guys are Hall of Fame worthy, Kruk and Kite. I know they've been nominated, at least Mike Krukow, I think Dwayne Kuiper as well. But those guys get it. I think Bill Walton got it. He just delivered it in a different way.
Yeah, well, get it. I think it just was such a natural thing, right?
Yes.
Like it wasn't like he got it on purpose or he found it or he just had it. It's just completely organic. It's totally natural. And that's why, again, thinking about the studio shows or the broadcasters that have kind of formed or morphed our sports fan identities, I think Walton has a place in it in the college landscape. And you bring up Kruk and Kuip, I think, who are also interesting because, again, I think there's a recurring theme, which is two dudes or a guy sitting there being themselves, or a woman for that matter, being themselves, being unapologetically them, letting you in and giving you a slice of themselves. And that's really all you can do as a broadcaster is be yourself, try and remain as professional as possible, but also, enlighten, educate, entertain a little bit. And ideally people gravitate towards that. I think the chemistry that Walton had with either of his, any of his broadcast partners, I think the chemistry that Kruk and Kuip have, along with their knowledge of the game, it's why we tune in. It's as much about the broadcast with those people as it is about the game. And so no matter whether the Giants are good, whether they're bad, whether they're playing the number one team in the NL like they are today against the Philadelphia Phillies, or whether they're playing last weekend against the Colorado Rockies, or the worst team in the NL, like, you're going to tune in because, yes, you love the team. You also love the broadcast crew. And I think that the Giants have a great set of broadcasters. I think there's a lot of good broadcasters around the league. In fact, I'll find myself, and I have found myself the last 3 days, flipping over to the Mets and SNY because I love the chemistry that Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, and Ron Darling have together. I think it's just a great collection and a crew that is what I want to listen to when I hear baseball. And when I hear basketball, when I hear college basketball, there are a few people that I can think of that I really enjoy. And at the top of the list was Bill Walton. So it sucks.
And I always love, because you knew college basketball was approaching too, Evan, because the Maui Classic, right? You'd think of him in the Hawaiian shirt, whether it was Dave Pash or Roxy Bernstein. They got their lays on. They're just hanging out. And is there more of a vibe than the Hawaiian vibe that suits Bill Walton? The guy was doing the hula. He's wearing the skirts. Like, that is what I think about when I think about the great Bill Walton and his unapologetic, I should say, love for Pac-12 hoops. Because during that tournament, it would be like Duke and, I don't know, UCLA. Who's he rooting for in the broadcast?
I wonder.
It's every day. It was Arizona. I don't know, Arizona v. Oklahoma or something like that. Who's he rooting for? It doesn't matter. It's always Pac-12. And a few days ago, as the Pac-12 had their final broadcast, as Roxy Bernstein, our friend and broadcaster for ESPN and the Pac-12, as he said goodbye to that conference, we say goodbye to Bill Walton, who lived for that conference. So it's kind of poetic, if you will. But keeping on the Giants here as we
real
quick.
But before we get to the Giants, because I'm curious, Spadone, like, because you went to like a traditional broadcast journalism program.
I did
at SF State.
Becca.
I did not. So I kind of had to learn.
I didn't take
on the go.
Real quick. I did not take any play-by-play classes. I took some radio classes where I just had a show and I talked for like given time. So I didn't do any traditional play-by-play school, but I did take traditional radio classes.
Yeah.
So that is yes, but just clarifying there.
Well,
yes.
no, but I'm just saying like I never had an opportunity to do that. And so a lot of, I guess my, grad school or even, I don't know, bachelor's in radio, when I talk about it, just through listening to people and trying to draw bits and pieces from them. And one thing that Bill Walton, I think, always touched on was the fact that it's not just basketball. Like you can draw from all parts of your life when you are on a broadcast. And so maybe not him specifically, but like there's a reason I like wearing Hawaiian t-shirts. I think because that kind of vibe. And I like doing it on Fridays, Aloha Fridays, whatever your vibe is. But drawing from him, I just feel like he is someone that is influential because of how all-encompassing he is. It wasn't just basketball. It could have been music. It could have been geography. It could have been landscaping. It could have been painting. It could have been art. It could have been anything that he might throw at you in a given moment. And so you always felt like you were on your toes, but that you might learn something that day. And I'm just curious, as somebody that went to broadcast journalism school, were there, I guess, traditional ways that they taught you to do things? And have you, I don't know, I guess, kind of thrown those away when you hear someone like Bill Walton, because he is a non-traditional broadcaster?
Just be who you are. That's what I've learned too. Don't try to be someone else. Don't try to be someone that you're not. Now, there are things that you should strive to be, like structure-wise, especially because there's difference. Like, we always talk about like the host A, host B being in the one chair, the two chair. It's a bit that you and Steiny and Goo always kind of play off of, right? And Steiny always says he's not the traditional broadcaster, right? But he's not. He misses his breaks. He misses his reads. We all do.
Yeah.
But there's certain things where it's to be expected, right? But at the end of the day, he's authentic. He's Steiny. It's part of him, right? He leans into that. Guru is Guru. He leans into that. Bonte is Bonte. Shasky is Shasky. Dibbs, Willard. Evan is Evan. You're not going to change your stripes, but there's ways you could always improve. I just feel like with Bill Walton, he probably heard those from someone down the line and just over his head. He was probably talking while they were trying to tell him that too, just knowing who Bill Walton is just through the broadcast. Again, I never met the guy, but you felt like you knew him. And I think that's what you want from a broadcaster. When you listen to him, you feel like you know him. When I listen to Kruk and Kipe, I feel like I know them. Hell, when I listen to Dave Fleming, whether he's on our airwaves or on Giants games, I feel like I know him. John Miller. I'm getting to know Javi Lopez, who we were talking about before the game. I think's improved tremendously. And all you can do is get better with reps. I think Hunter Pence. I think the Giants are in great shape going forward whenever Kruk and Kipe end up hanging it up. I hope it's not for a long time, but they are in good hands over with the orange and black. I think it's very difficult to take over. I think Dallas Braden taking over for Ray Fosse, another guy who was a legend in the broadcast industry, RIP Ray Fosse. Dallas Braden, it was seamless. I mean, talk about taking over for a legend and a guy that lived and breathed Oakland baseball. Ray Fosse, Dallas Braden is one of the best broadcasters. The guy should be national. Like, are you kidding me? He should be on ESPN. He did work for them.
He was. But actually, it's interesting because that is where he started.
Yes.
Yeah, he started doing Baseball Tonight and Sunday Night Baseball.
But he prides himself in Oakland. And I think that he represents a lot of A's fans, and it sucks that they're leaving. And I'm interested to see how the broadcast moves going forward with him, whether he remains with them or not. But that's another guy I think of when we're just talking about local. We've been so blessed with such great broadcasters. I mean, Bill King, Lon Simmons, right, in our industry.
Well, but I think that's also a reason why particular guys are allowed to resonate more. Not that Dallas Braden couldn't go call, Sunday Night Baseball, but I just am not sure it translates as much on that level because he is an acquired taste. And I think A's fans or Bay Area baseball fans in general resonate with him because he's one of us. Like, he's a little eccentric. In fact, he's got a lot of Bill Walton to him, too. Yeah. Like, you never know what Dallas Braden is going to say. Yeah, he's got different phrases for things. He's got alliteration, but he's also technical. He's sound. He's very good. And, I mean, I just feel like those kinds of broadcasters, like, one of the reasons why I think Bill Walton was so successful, again, I'm not sure that his shtick, well, it's not even a shtick, but his style works if you're calling, for example, an NBA Finals game. Because the broadcast is as much about Bill Walton as it is about the game. And those kinds of games, I want to be about the game. I don't necessarily want to hear you, dominate with things that are bouncing off the walls. But college is the perfect forum or the perfect place for Bill Walton, I think, because it can be about him. He also has everything to do with the Pac-12. He's dominated it. He's learned about it. He's been a part of it for a long period of time. He sent his kids there. Like, Bill Walton is the Pac-12. And so I know that's not a local broadcast, so to speak, but it is a lane for him. And I think that's where a lot of broadcasters are successful, is that they find their lane, their place, and are able to completely take over it because of their connection to that area, but also that area allows them to have a better relationship with the audience.
This via Mark Graves on X. Follow us at 95.7 The Game. We are talking the life and legacy of Bill Walton and just broadcasting in general. If that was your cup of tea or it's not, like, you knew a Bill Walton broadcast when you heard it. And to be fair, regular season college basketball is a tough watch. It is. Oh my God, the product is just so god awful.
It depends.
No, it does not depend. It sucks. They're either chucking threes and they're making them, or they're not making them, and it's just a horrible watch. Like UConn, I kind of like that they dominated everything, and I hope they continue to do that, because at least it's something to watch. Like, I want to see anyone try to beat Danny Hurley's crew and whatnot. I think St. Mary's got poached, right, from the Danny Hurley crew. One of their guys.
Yeah. He's dead. He's dead to us.
Real quick, on Twitter, Mark Graves, R.I.P. Bill. I'm sure he's in front row center listening to Jerry Garcia right now.
Heck yeah.
There you go.
Heck yeah, man. I mean, look, you can only be yourself. You said it, Spadoni. I think you put it perfectly.
Don't try to be anyone else, because you know what? And again, I go back to my big family. We all kind of sound the same. Again, I'm one of 10. I got 6 brothers and 3 sisters.
Good Lord.
All of them together. It's a lot. It's a lot to handle. God bless my wife, who is an only child. She's still getting used to it, being in different group chats and whatnot. And it's tough. There's different.
No phone calls.
No phone. No. Well, she likes to do the calls. She remembers all the birthdays, all this sort of stuff. I'm like, oh, is it so-and-so's birthday today? I was like, oh yeah, it is. Guess I'll text him. I'm not very good with birthdays. I'm sorry. It's just, there's too many to remember. There's a couple siblings I forget. Steve, I remembered. God love you. I'm next.
You remember, but
I think Hannah's after me.
Wouldn't call him, though.
No, I texted him. I said, what's up? There's nothing wrong with the text. It's okay. He doesn't even like, in fairness to my brother Steve, I will say this on the front end, he does not like a lot of attention. He is one of the guys that wants to be isolated. He does not want any of the attention on him. I'm sure a birthday would be very small, if any, for him.
Do you at least keep track of the nieces and nephews? I feel like those are probably more important.
That's actually worse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, those are more important than the actual sibling birthdays.
Brother, I got like 12 of them. I got like 12 or 13 nieces. I'm not even kidding. There's that many.
At least in the months. We're like, hey, happy birthday month.
I don't even know my goddaughters. It's like July.
Names?
Farah, I love you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
you know the names.
It's okay. Like, numbers isn't my thing. Like, phone numbers.
Well, goddaughter different.
My best friend, Keenan, if you're listening, I love you, buddy. He's getting married in October. I'm going to be going to Hawaii for that. I'm best man. Let's go. Destination wedding, baby. Let's go. Kauai. Not Leonard. Not broken ankle. Hopefully not. I don't want that. I remember when Coase went and he broke his ankle immediately over there, whatever it was. You remember that? Jim Cosamore?
He broke his ankle in Hawaii?
Yeah. And he had to come back with like a neck brace or something, dude. God love Jim Cosamore. Are you doing Friedman's anymore, E-Dog? You doing those commercials? TBD, there we go.
We do love Friedman's Appliance out there in Pleasant Hill.
We do. Hey,
live working vignettes.
That's right. Dude, you didn't even know what a vignette was, did you?
No, Steiny became a live working vignette when he showed us that day.
I didn't even know what we were talking about. We're just having a good time. We're remembering Bill Walton. That was the guy who had a smile on his face all the time. 888-957-9570.
Talking about broadcasting, I mean, but also, we got to the Giants.
Yeah.
We're talking about Draymond a little bit in reference to what's going on in the playoffs. It does suck, though, that the second round series, most of them, we're so competitive. And now at this point, the games themselves have been close. I think Boston for very different reasons than Dallas and Minnesota. But at the end of the day, you're still looking up at 3-0 series. We might have sweeps, but we might have, nearly 10 days of no basketball. That's because the finals are going to start on June 6th no matter what. Like, they're almost going to be out of the peripheral, or they're going to be out of the limelight completely for a little bit. And while I can't wait to see, I'm assuming at this point, who comes out of the finals a victor between Boston and Dallas, I do wonder how much juice is going to be behind that series.
It's going to be interesting, right?
Like, we're already talking about that series.
We kind of coronated Anthony Edwards, and I said we because some people at this station thought the next MJ and Kobe he reminded of. First of all, can he get to Kobe's level before he gets to Michael Jordan's?
Can he be Dwayne Wade?
Can he be Dwayne Wade before he get to Kobe? Can you win a championship before we crown you as that. And I love me some Anthony Edwards. I love Anthony Edwards.
Can we get to an NBA Finals first?
Again, all fair points.
Actually, Spadoni.
I just think people did not want Luka to get there. I think Luka is low-key being hated, and I think it's great. I think he is going to be the next great villain if he wins it all. Kyrie, by the way, you made a good point to the group chat last week, Evan. You're like, is Kyrie kind of likable now? To which I responded, yeah, he's likable when he's just not saying anything dumb. Like, just don't say anything stupid, and we love your play. That's really easy. Like, it's that simple for Kyrie Irving. We love your play, Kyrie, and we love that you're healthy. That's another aspect to this. Kyrie Irving is actually healthy, and he has been putting on a show that has not been seen since what? His Cavaliers days? Like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's still the same guy. I just think, number one, winning helps. You know,
Yes.
It probably brings out the best in you when you're feeling good. You're playing competitive basketball. You're playing at your high level. You feel good about yourself. You're not going to say anything too controversial. So that's one. I think also, oh, by the way, Anthony Edwards technically is on the MJ track, Spadoni, as you well know, because if he doesn't get to a finals, he can't lose a finals. So when he does get there, he can be undefeated.
There you go.
It took Michael Jordan like 7 years. So actually, he is still more MJ than Kobe.
Okay. Well, Kobe won one earlier than both of them, I think.
Exactly. That's why he's not Kobe. So, but with Kyrie, I just think he's also... Every time he stays out of the spotlight for wrong reasons, we get reminded of how great of a basketball player he is. And he's an aesthetically pleasing player to watch. I mean, he makes difficult shots look easy. The overall degree of difficulty that his game seems to work with ease is pretty impressive. And so I know he delivered a dagger to the Warriors, and people might hate him for that. But I also think when he's allowed to be the two, both in the game itself, but also in terms of attention, like Luka Doncic is going to get all the publicity. He's going to get maybe all the praise if they win it all. But Kyrie is quietly one of the better number two options right now in the history of basketball if they go on to win these finals.
Who are you taking right now? It's early. Real quick. We got a couple minutes. As a tandem, Tatum and Brown or Luka and Kyrie right now?
Oh, that's pretty tough. I think it's Luke and Kyrie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tatum and Brown's gotten there before. This will be their second finals if we expect them to end things, which I think they're going to.
Yeah, I think Boston, as soon as Minnesota won the first two games in Denver, it was going to be difficult for the Nuggets to win that series, but because of how much they were going to tax each other. Like, I just felt like no matter who was going to win that series, it was going to be, I thought they might beat OKC or Dallas, but it was going to be really hard to win the finals because I think something that gets overlooked a lot is people's path. It's not just who you beat, but no matter who came out of that series, they were going to have a pound of flesh taken from them. And I think that pound of flesh has shown up in the final couple of minutes in the first three games against Dallas. It is why we're talking about Anthony Edwards being tired. It's why we're talking about shots not falling, and that can be the difference. So even if Denver had gotten past Minnesota, I think the Nuggets would have been bruised and battered to the point where if they even got past Dallas, that Boston, with their path and how easy it's been, was just going to be so much more fresh as well as talented that they would have had the upper hand.
It's a great point because remember last year, Denver was the benefactor of that, right?
Yeah.
The Miami Heat were just going through the entire leg of being a play-in team, going through that, going to went to 7 games, right, in the Eastern Conference Finals against the Boston Celtics. I want to say they were so, like, Jimmy Butler had nothing left. And then you juxtapose that with the Denver Nuggets, they swept the Lakers. They didn't really, they handled the Timberwolves in 5 games in the first round. Like, they were chilling. They were chilling, and you can see it with Murray. He was healthy. Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic. I know he looks like he's winded all the time, but that's just the first 5 minutes. The guy just looks winded constantly. He's just fighting bears out in Serbia, Siberia, wherever the hell he's training these days with his horses, and he's going to be there for a lot longer now, up until the Olympics, I'm sure. So, to your point, it's a war of attrition. No, it's a war of attrition.
Like, I just don't think you can go through NBA history and find a lot of champions that have gone into 3 deep series, and deep series being 6 games or more. You just don't find it that often.
Well, you look at the Lakers and the Warriors when they were in their runs, like they were just handling teams, losing just 1 game throughout the course of the entire playoffs because they were just so much better. And that Lakers team, which is the last one to three-peat, which is why I don't think we're going to see three-peats anymore. Hell, back-to-backs are going to be tough. That's the Warriors in 17 and 18, the last team to do that. But that 4th one, where it was, who was on that team? It was the old team. It was Shaq and Kobe, but they had what Karl Malone was on that team. Gary Payton was on that team. Thank you, Ken. They were old. They were trying to four-peat, and they just had nothing left against the Pistons. And people still thought they should have won that series. There was the Shaq and Kobe beef, obviously, working out and all that sort of stuff. But to your point, it's just so damn hard to sustain excellence for any given time. And to your point, Celtics might just be the fresher team when it's all said and done. Although if the Mavericks do sweep, maybe they do get some rest, some much needed rest. Derek Lively, that's the guy I'm looking at that needs this rest and needs this sweep. A neck sprain, I mean, he's been phenomenal coming out of Duke, Evan. And if he's the guy that's going to be missing time, that could change everything for a finals potentially.
Yeah, I think it also just goes to show, how much size is important.
Size matters.
Size and physicality. Size does matter. Size and physicality.
Size matters.
And you need multiple bigs. Like, you just need multiple athletic bigs. So if Derek Lively's down, well, next man up, Daniel Gafford has been sensational for them. And I just think it, in regards to the Warriors, it does point. I think it's easier for Golden State to address their size issue this summer than to go out and acquire a ton of shooters in order to, I think they do kind of need to choose which direction they want to go. And right now it appears Dallas and Boston are the two teams. Boston plays more 5 out, and they don't play with a traditional center, even when Porzingis is on the floor. He's a 7-footer. Meanwhile, Dallas plays, I guess, a more prototypical, big set where those guys don't need the ball, don't shoot threes, but are able to kill you in the paint. And so stylistically, I do think the Warriors have to choose which route they want to go in this offseason. And I just think it's easier to get bigger and more athletic at the 4 and 5 position than it is to go out and try and find a bunch of 3 and D players, because there's just not that many good ones in the first place.
This offseason is going to be so fascinating for the Warriors. I keep coming back to them just being in a rock and a hard place. And I know we've talked about it ad nauseum the last month or so, because you know what? Stephen Curry is still the biggest guy in the Bay Area. He is. It's not any of the young guys for the Giants. Brock Purdy might be taking over there sooner rather than later, but it's still Stephen Curry. It's Steph and then everyone else. And getting him a title is the most important thing right now in Bay Area sports. It is the singular thing that Bay Area sports fans want / need to happen. Not Marco Luciano getting better in the field. Not Matt Chapman shaving his mustache. Not Brock Purdy or Kyle Shanahan winning the big one. It's Steph getting that 5th one, tying Tim Duncan, tying Kobe Bryant, and becoming a top 5 player in the history of the sport. He's a top 10. 5 would make him a top 5 player in my mind in the history of the sport. And I think that's what a lot of Warriors fans are feeling right now. But you're just looking at the landscape of the West. It was funny. I heard a lot of Warriors fans calling and texting in last week saying that they feel like this Warriors team could have taken out the Dallas Mavericks. So that's fine. Maybe for a series they could have. Could they have taken out the Minnesota Timberwolves after that and the Denver Nuggets after that? I'm not sure. To your point, Evan, it's just so hard to have those fresh legs when your team is predicated on old guys. It is, whether it's Klay Thompson, whether it's Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. It is a young man's game now more than ever. It's a young man's broadcast crew right now with Joe Spadoni, Evan Giddings. Mm-hmm. We have one more segment coming up on the other side. More of your calls, more of your texts. I've been teasing it all day, and I want to get to it. Brandon Ayuk's contract situation is fascinating, and a former wide receiver has some thoughts on it, and it's very interesting. 888-957-9570. We'll get to that. We'll get to more of your thoughts on the passing of the great Bill Walton, who passed away today at the age of 71 due to a long battle with cancer, a Hall of Fame player, a spectacular and interesting broadcaster, if you have any thoughts on that as well. Plus the Giants taking on the Phillies today, 2:00 start time there. Your thoughts on the team's road trip and this current home stand against the Phillies and the Yankees. That's all coming up, brought to you by Scandinavian Designs Furniture.
It's cheap 4x4 season, which means exciting adventures, lasting memories, and finding out.
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
No.
Excuse me?
Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's it.
I just played that. That was
Jeopardy?
That was Wheel of Fortune. That was Pat Sajak.
What? I was going to say,
what is great broadcasters of all time.
What is going on here?
Come on, right in the butt. Come on.
What is this from?
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
Oh, when?
That was from last Thursday.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Well, okay, all right. I thought I missed something.
No. You're good. You're good. We just played it a bunch on Friday on the morning roast. I thought I'd just play it there. It's just, come on. Those are the kind of things that you live for. Those are the kind of things you kind of heard on every broadcast with Bill Walton. Something
it made me laugh. Yeah, like there's nothing that he could say on the broadcast that would surprise you.
Nothing.
You're so, well, that's Bill.
That's Bill, exactly. It's Bill being Bill is what we would say, right?
And there's a 3-second violation on UCLA.
There you go.
And somebody to reel it back in.
Evan Giddings there, Joe Spadoni here. You got us for one more segment. We've been talking about the life and the legacy of Bill Walton, who passed away at the age of 71 today due to a prolonged battle with cancer. He touched the lives of many, whether it was at a game, whether it was just on the streets, maybe in San Francisco. You might have saw him over at Hayden Ashbury. Maybe you saw him at a Grateful Dead concert, just hanging out. You couldn't miss him. Guy was 7 feet tall. Hard to spot, hard not to spot, and hard to miss. And we will miss him though here on 95.7 The Game. Our thoughts with the Walton family. Luke, obviously, his son, who coached here with the Warriors, was an assistant, coached as the head coach with the Lakers, as a player, won titles with the Lakers, as Bill, as a player, won a title with the Portland Trailblazers, their last title, and obviously was an MVP as well.
Also with the Celtics.
And with the Celtics, he was sixth man.
Yep. 1986.
Yep, totally. So he's a legend out in Boston, right? So maybe Boston could get some of that Bill Walton magic and finish the job. They've been knocking on the door for a while.
Good call.
So 888-957-957, your thoughts there. We were talking about broadcasting. I want to shift over because we got 20 minutes to go here.
This show's flown by.
It's flown by, and we've touched on every single sport, every single topic except
tennis.
49ers. Well, tennis, Rafael Nadal. French Open, Rafa, he's not going out on top.
Dude,
first round exit.
That is a horrible draw. That actually just pissed me off. I love tennis, and Rafael Nadal should not be playing Alexander Zverev, the number 4 player in the world, in the first round of his tournament.
Who do you want him to play? He's a non-seeded guy. He hasn't played in a while. He has to play a top dog.
Give the man some respect.
Oh, God.
He's been out because of injury. All right, he just beat Alcaraz in a Netflix special, a glorified exhibition match. The guy can clearly play. Can we at least give him a warm-up round? I mean, my goodness.
He's Kawhi Leonard at this point. He's just, that's what, come on. Their knees are shot.
He's better than Kawhi Leonard.
Well, yeah, at his sport, yes. But Kawhi, let's not sleep on it like he's some Scribini, as Steiny likes to say.
Second team?
Second team? Oh, well, it should have been LeBron or should have been someone else. Should have been Stephen Curry maybe too. 888-957-9570. Take a listen to this, Evan Giddings.
Okay.
This was on the Craig Carton show on Fox Sports 1. Greg Jennings, former wide receiver, former Pro Bowler, champion with the Green Bay Packers.
Madden meme.
Brandon Ayuk. His stock right now is rising. He was second team All-Pro. Very good. He wants to get paid. Does he deserve to get paid like, I don't know, a Justin Jefferson, a CeeDee Lamb? Take a listen, Greg Jennings.
It'll be a little different for receivers. This is not like quarterbacks where you just continue to stack on top of each other and the next man up gets the higher deal. Justin Jefferson is going to set the market. Like, if there is a player that
33, 34, 35.
He might get 35.
Okay.
If there's a player that could get close to that or that, I would say CeeDee Lamb could possibly be that player.
I'd wait for him to sign his contract
exactly.
also.
However, Brandon Ayuk, as great as he is, he's not going to get that money.
Because Debo's there as well?
Because Debo's there. It's not even just that. It's the value that you bring to those teams.
So let me ask you a question.
Comparing apples to apples.
If San Fran offered him the Devontae Smith deal, 3 years, $75 million, 60-something guaranteed, you tell him to take that?
No.
Right. You got to get to 30, right?
No. Yeah,
I think 30 is the magic number.
Yeah, he's good enough to get that 30.
You give me 5 years, $150, $120 guaranteed, something in that ballpark.
Yeah.
Your thoughts when you heard that? Like, okay, he's not going to get Justin Jefferson type money. Justin Jefferson is the best at his position. I don't think he's going to get CeeDee Lamb money, who, again, CeeDee was first team All-Pro last year. Second team All-Pro still means you're one of the 5 best wide receivers in the game. Real quick, do you think Brandon Ayuk's one of the 5 best wide receivers in the NFL?
He's close. If he isn't top 5, I would say he's probably closer to top 10 for me, but he's very close.
Okay. All right. Having said that, not going to get Justin Jefferson, not going to get CeeDee Lamb. Does he deserve Amon-Ra St. Brown type of money, who was first team All-Pro last year as well? 4 years, $120 million contract. It's a lot of money. $28 million per year on a 4-year deal. Evan Giddings. Reportedly, that is what Brandon Ayuk wants. That's per Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. Are you and 49er fans at 888-957-9570 willing to pay Brandon Ayuk 4 years and $120 million at $28 million per year?
Well, in a vacuum, no, I'm not.
Okay.
Because I don't think he's as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown. But the market will inevitably, I think, determine Brandon Ayuk is going to get $30 million because of the two names that were just discussed, Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb. Those guys are going to get north of 30. And so that might just be the going rate right now for Brandon Ayuk, and I don't think the 49ers can afford to not give him a contract. So would I personally pay him more than Amon-Ra St. Brown? No, because I think Amon-Ra, and actually they're different receivers, right? Amon-Ra plays more out of the slot. Ayuk is on the outside. But I think their offenses are relatively comparable because Detroit also is pretty reliant on the run. They're also a good football team. Obviously, they met in the NFC Championship game and all the rest. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown is more important to his offense than Brandon Ayuk is to the 49ers offense. That doesn't mean that he's not very important. I'm just saying Amon-Ra St. Brown would be like of the level of McCaffrey, I guess, to the Detroit Lions. I think the way that he's used and the way that he's played his first 2 full seasons in the NFL. So is Brandon Ayuk a $30 million receiver? No. But by the end of the summer, because the 49ers have dragged their feet, if they paid him earlier this summer, I don't think we're having this discussion. I think he would have gotten closer to Devontae Smith and also perhaps been in the Amon-Ra St. Brown range. But the longer they wait, and honestly, it sounds like from what Greg Jennings is interpreting, the longer Brandon Ayuk wants to wait, then the more money he's probably going to make for himself.
888-957-9570. Reports from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN that Brandon Ayuk is looking for a Amon-Ra St. Brown type of money. Is that Dan Devone yelling in the back there? I think
he was just trying to distract me in the back. Yeah, Dan Devone, the big kahuna. He's coming in, and he'll be in from 12 to 4 with Mark Grandy. So we'll all be locked into that.
I think we've all worked with Dan Devone here. Dan's a great guy. He's an ultimate teammate, if you will. I think Brandon Ayuk was not viewed as a great teammate because he was in the doghouse early on in his 49ers career, but he's since got out of that, and now he's built a rapport with Brock Purdy. I mean, they are a tandem that is something to behold when they are going well. I mean, Brock Purdy, a large part of why he was an MVP candidate this year was because of guys like Brandon Ayuk. Having said that, Super Bowl's one game, but you know what? It was a big game. It's the biggest of them all. He came up small. Brandon Ayuk came up small in that game. Deebo Samuel came up small. Brock Purdy came up small in that game. Does that change your viewing at all, 49ers fans? We'll go to Paul in San Jose. He wants to weigh in on this conversation. What's going on, Paul? You're on with Spadoni and Evan on 95.7 The Game.
Yo, guys. Happy Memorial Day. So let's get this straight. Brandon Ayuk is our best receiver, and if you want to win a Super Bowl, we're going to need a stud like that on the outside to catch passes from Purdy. Would I be comfortable paying Ayuk the 28 to 30 mil a year? It depends on the guaranteed, because if you look at Amon-Ra's contract, he didn't really get too much guaranteed. I think it was 35, 36. So I want to see what is going to be along those lines before I can say I'm comfortable with paying all that money. But in general, man, these receivers, just like QBs, they're going to get the bag because they drive what's important about today's game, and that's just the passing game, you know? What do you guys think?
That's Paul in San Jose. Paul, I disagree with your thing that you have to have a top-paid wide receiver to win a Super Bowl. If we're just going off history, that does not... you don't need one. You need a top... No, real quick. Last 2 years, who is the Chiefs' best wide receiver? Exactly.
Travis Kelce.
Well, he's not a wide receiver. He's a tight end. Different pay, different market.
Yeah, but he's one of the highest paid players at his position.
Different pay scale, though, between wide receiver and tight end. Los Angeles Rams, it was Cooper Kupp. Hadn't gotten paid yet. Before that, go to Tampa Bay. Different. You had a plethora. I mean, he had Antonio Brown on the cheap. You had Gronk there on the cheap.
Mike Evans was paid a lot.
Yes, Mike Evans was. He would be the guy, right? But that team was just so loaded as well. I'm not going to use them, but that's one of them. Kansas City before that, Tyreek Hill. Tyreek didn't make the fat contract up until that point, not until after that with the Miami Dolphins, obviously. But Tyreek is still a hell of a player. Wasn't getting paid. New England. I mean, they had what? Edelman, Amendola. Go back to Deion Branch. They had different iterations. Randy Moss, obviously that guy, but they didn't win the Super Bowl that year. You go back to Philadelphia, beating New England. You can say, who was it? Alshon Jeffrey? He wasn't getting paid much. So what I'm trying to get at here, I disagree with the notion that you have to pay a top flight wide receiver to win a Super Bowl. Now it's going to help, but sooner or later, we're going to find out if Purdy can elevate talent around him. Ricky Pearsall is going to be a great study here, case study, if you will, going forward on if Brock Purdy can elevate, I'm not going to say lesser talent, but unproven talent around him. That's what some of the greats of all time have had to do. Tom Brady, Rashee Rice last year with Patrick Mahomes, right? Marquez Valdez-Scantling, he was making plays with Patrick Mahomes. You go back to, I don't know, Joe Montana, who was Jerry Rice before Joe, right? Now, we know Jerry Rice was pretty damn good. He did things with the Raiders, but you get what I'm saying here. It's going to be prove it to me eventually with Brock Purdy, and you want to do that sooner rather than later. See, I think they should just dive all in on this next year. If you got to franchise tag him. If he's not going to play on that, tough luck. I think he's going to suit up regardless if you franchise tag him. I do. If he's going to hold out, maybe it turns ugly, maybe it doesn't. But you got to go all in on this last window you have, because I do believe, Evan, if they don't win one this year, I don't know if they're ever going to win one under the Kyle Shanahan. This is the last year of this Super Bowl window for them, and they need Brandon Ayuk, Debo, and Ricky Pearsall to be a part of it.
Yeah, I disagree that it's the end of their window, because, I mean, the reason why it's open in the first place is the same reason it would be open, and that's because of Brock Purdy. If you have a good quarterback, your window is open. Also, the caller was discussing the amount of guaranteed money that Amon-Ra St. Brown got. He received 77 guaranteed.
Okay.
That is the second most guaranteed dollars for a wide receiver in NFL history.
Wow.
Number one is A.J. Brown, who also got paid this summer. Debo Samuel, just for a reference, is at 58. So I'm assuming Brandon Ayuk would want close to Amon-Ra St. Brown, guaranteed money, not just the 30 per. And I'm not sure he's there for me personally. But regardless, I think that you're right. Like, you don't, I guess, need a top flight receiver if you have a Pantheon level quarterback, or if you have one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And that's the question that Brock Purdy has to answer. I mean, he hasn't given us reason to believe that he can't help get your team to the precipice. The question is he good enough to get you over the top into the promised land? And he can only answer that by continuing to do it. But he's checked off every single box so far outside of winning a Super Bowl, which is pretty impressive for a quarterback that's entering his third full season. So when you say keep it together, I interpret that as paying Brandon Ayuk, because I do think there is a potential for him to hold out, or hold out long enough to not make the season go the way you want it to go. And if Spadoni, if you truly do feel like this is the last best year, and if they don't get it done this year, they will never get it done in the Kyle Shanahan era, I feel like you would want to pay Brandon Ayuk then.
And let me correct myself. I think I said franchise tag. He's entering the last year of his deal, so they wouldn't have to franchise tag him per se, but he'd have to play on the last year.
But they can franchise tag him after.
Correct. That's what I was trying to get at there. But this year specifically for Brandon Ayuk is just, I get the Ricky Pearsall, I get that they wanted to kind of do what Bill Walsh has always talked about. You want to get younger as soon as possible, and as soon as you're getting older, you move off of those guys. So I get what Kyle Shanahan's trying to do there. The guy that I'm moving off of, though, and the guy that his game does not translate going forward and is predicated on physicality, is Debo Samuel. Like, that's the guy for me, and that's the guy that was being reported as, on the trade block for a lot. And, right, there was, whisperings with Pittsburgh. Were they interested in Ayuk? Were they interested in Debo Samuel? Like, that's the guy I'm looking to move off of. I get it, though. I get it. It's hard to pick and choose when you want everyone. You want to keep everyone happy, and you want to keep the fans happy. It's just, the reality is, once you have to pay Brock Purdy, you're not going to be able to keep everyone. That was the reality with Tom Brady in New England. That's the reality with Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. You're going to have to get hometown discounts at times, but Brock Purdy's not going to give you a hometown discount. Why would he? He doesn't owe them that. No,
but you can still keep a competitive roster together. And again, if you are going to move off of Debo at the end of next season, and I think that's probable, then you can pay Brandon Ayuk. Like, then why would you wait and make him prove it again? In fact, you might cost yourself more money because in a year, the market might be even better. I mean, I'm not sure. I just feel like all signs pointing to the 49ers paying Brandon Ayuk for every reason under the sun, whether it's because this is the last best year, or because you want to keep the window open, or because you want to move off of Deebo Samuel at the end of next year. Honestly, this is a great market for Brandon Ayuk, and I think he might get $30 million. Do I think he's worth it? No. But he might end up getting $30 million.
To this team, is he worth it, though? See, that's the question. Is he worth it for, I don't care what the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Kansas City Chiefs fans or everyone else thinks about it. Is he worth it to this team? I think he is. I mean, he just had the best receiving year under, a Kyle Shanahan receiver since who? Like Julio Jones type?
Yeah, I mean, well, they haven't had great, you mean under Kyle Shanahan.
Sorry, a Kyle Shanahan offense.
Yeah, well, is he worth $30 million? Perhaps. I just feel like that's what you're going to have to pay to keep this thing together. And that's what I would like to do for at least one more season. And then you can make a decision at the end of next year and figure out where you want to go.
We got a couple minutes here left. Where are you at with the 49ers? Like, what the expectations this season are Super Bowl? They are just in it. It's so damn hard to get back there. I have a hard time thinking they're going to. Now, maybe they prove me wrong. We talked about the Kansas City Royals losing in 2014, going back to 2015 and winning it all. It's been done before. The Kansas City Chiefs have most recently done that. Can they get back to the promised land, Evan Giddings?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
are you betting on it, though? Or are you taking the field?
I would take them over the field in the NFC.
Really?
Yeah, I would.
Interesting. I think the NFC is going to be a lot better this year.
I think it's going to be better, but compared to the AFC, it wasn't very good. So you're like the teams that would, I don't know, I guess I'd be fearful of. I mean, it's kind of the same teams. It's Detroit, it'd be Dallas, the Rams perhaps. Philadelphia is probably going to be better this year after not having the disappointment coming off of last season. I think that's the team that you want to avoid being, is a team that starts hot and slips after falling short in the Super Bowl. Packers are probably going to be a little bit better. Bears should be better. Do I think any of those teams will challenge or should challenge the San Francisco 49ers if they're at full strength and bring back their primary cast from last season? No.
Really? Not even the Eagles. That's surprising. They made a lot of splashy moves. They've obviously got Nick Sirianni, still the head coach there. Jalen Hurts, if he's healthier, that's a big one right there because he was hurt for a lot of last year. He clearly compromised that knee. If he's not mobile, that offense just is not the same. You got A.J. Brown. You got Devontae Smith locked up. Dallas Goedert still there. If he's healthy all year long, that's the only team to me. And Saquon is just such a huge, that's the one for me. If Saquon Barkley is the Saquon Barkley we've seen at his peak, that changes everything for me.
I think the offensive line for Philadelphia also naturally takes a step back anytime you lose your captain. But I just think, again, this is compared to the AFC. If they were in the AFC, this would be a different conversation. To me, when I look at the teams on the other side, it could be Baltimore, it could be Kansas City. I think Cincinnati is going to be better this year with Joe Burrow back. But, I think Houston has action.
Chargers. Come on, you Chargers, buddy.
I mean, I'd like to see them be good. But then you look at the NFC, and the only team I see is the 49ers. If you're asking me to take the 49ers over the field in the NFL, I can't do that.
Okay.
I will take the San Francisco 49ers over the field in the NFC because I just don't think that there's a team that has taken a significant enough step forward compared to the 49ers, who I don't think took a significant and have taken a significant step back for me to feel comfortable choosing them to knock off the Niners. It's a damn hard thing to run it back after coming up short in a Super Bowl. We saw it last year with Philadelphia, but I think the Niners are talented enough, driven enough, and they got pretty much every tool and piece you need to put together a season just like last one. The difference is, can you get it done in the biggest game?
I need to see Brock Purdy do it again. That's what I need to see. I need to see he just had a full season under his belt. Now he's got the entire offseason. He's not hurt. He's not rehabbing or nursing an elbow injury, no ligament damage. He's got this entire offseason. He's, the next thing that's going to happen in the Bay Area. We're talking about Stephen Curry and maybe his window, the Warriors window closing. Could Brock Purdy be that next guy. This team and that franchise is dying to cling to a quarterback for more than a couple seasons, for more than a Colin Kaepernick, 2 yards in a cloud of dust, for more than a Jimmy Garoppolo. They soured on Jimmy pretty quick after that Super Bowl loss. Could that same thing happen with Brock Purdy? I think Brock Purdy's been better than Jimmy. I think his highs have been much higher than Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo was never a MVP candidate throughout a season like Brock Purdy had been last year. Wet the bed on Christmas night. Was not his best performance, but after that, I think he bounced back. He did not have the greatest playoffs performances that I've seen, but he made the winning plays when they mattered most. I'm very interested to see how Brock Purdy looks like this year, because a lot of people keep telling me he could only get better. He can only get better. I mean, what does that look like? Winning the MVP? Is that the only other thing? Like just not having that dud on Christmas night? Because I don't think if he has that dud on Christmas and they win that game, I do think he does win the MVP. And how are we looking at it if he wins and they lost the Super Bowl? Like, how does he get better from that? Is it getting first team or second team All-Pro? That's going to be interesting to me, Evan Giddings, as we wrap it up here. I had fun today, bud.
Yeah, back at you.
Okay, there we go.
Well, no, I mean,
no, you're good.
We got to go. So
do we? We can just hang out if we want to. We don't. Dan Devone, Mark Randy, they're gonna be mad.
I got to get to my car.
He does. No, he needs to pay his ticket, ladies and gentlemen. That's Evan. I'm Spadoni. Grandy, Devone next. Enjoy your holiday weekend.
I love big leaf maples.
most popular, not only players in the NBA at the collegiate level, broadcasters, Bill Walton.
One of the best players.
One of the best as well. Bill Walton dying today at the age of 71, losing his battle to cancer. Throughout the entire afternoon, we will take your calls, your messages. We may change subject matter, get into the Giants, talk about the Niners, and, of course, break down what's going on with the NBA playoffs and the Golden State Warriors. But at any point, if you want to revisit, if you want to text us, if you want to talk about the legend that is Bill Walton. Before we get into some Giants talk here, I just want to read off some of his accomplishments. Of course, born in La Mesa, California, his collegiate career, back-to-back seasons in which he went 30-0 at 6'11", playing under, of course, the legend John Wooden, the Wizard of Westwood. He won 3 National College Player of the Year awards, was a 3-time All-American. His success continued in the NBA. Number 1 overall pick in 1974, going to the Portland Trail Blazers. He won an NBA championship in 1977, averaging just under 19 points and 13 rebounds. But it'd be those foot injuries that would really sideline his career when we say what could have been. And a lot of people, just to bring it back home, felt as though early on that Steph Curry was going to be very similar to that of Bill Walton's, and that because of the ankle injuries, it would be one of those careers where we would say, wow, had he stayed healthy. But Bill Walton was not only an NBA great, and of course, winning an NBA championship, and then in 1985, traded to the Boston Celtics and capturing a title there with the big
sixth
three.
Man there with all those Hall of Famers.
And that's just his NBA or his playing career. I think a lot of people, maybe like yourself, remember him as a broadcaster, where I think he is one of the biggest ambassadors and maybe one of the biggest personalities of sports ever seen.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I personally am not old enough to remember him as a player in the league, but I mean, he was, considering all the injuries that he had, he still was on the NBA's 50th anniversary, 50 best players. Most recently, the 75th anniversary, one of the 75 best players in NBA history, considering what he accomplished in such a relatively short time playing because of all those injuries. Also, standing up for what he felt was right throughout his career. I think he left the Portland Trail Blazers. He and some other of his teammates were upset with how the Trailblazers handled him and his teammates' injuries. And he's like, all right, I'm going to leave. He went to the Clippers for a little bit in San Diego, then went to Boston. He also stood up for what was right throughout his career, won a championship, as you mentioned, with the Boston Celtics. But I remember him as a broadcaster, and I think, Spadoni and Evan were talking about this earlier, and they're absolutely spot on. It could be a middle of November basketball game or early January before, you really get into the college basketball environment and you're gearing up for March Madness, and it could be, Arizona State against Stanford, but Bill Walton's on the call. I'm going to tune in because he's going to say something wild that's going to make my brain flip, and I'm going to enjoy it. And Bill Walton was the best ambassador, not just college basketball in general, but specifically for Pac-12 basketball. And there's a little bit of, poetry involved here. The Pac-12 literally just completed their final conference-sponsored event. The Pac-12 baseball tournament just wrapped up over the weekend. Bill Walton essentially coined the term Conference of Champions. It was his favorite conference. Of course, he played in it when he was with UCLA. And there's a little bit of poetry here that he lived just to see the end of the Pac-12 conference as we know it. But he will be missed. The world of basketball will not be the same with that. I'm thinking of him and his family. Luke, of course, was a Warriors coach for a bit, filled in for Steve Kerr admirably back when they set the record for most regular season wins. But thinking about the Walton family, Bill was one of a kind. There will never be another like him.
Yeah, I don't think it's just relegated to the NBA. He was one of those bigger-than-life personalities that when somebody like that is gone, there's just a void in all of us. And you don't have to be a basketball fan to recognize who and what Bill Walton stood for. And just, the 2 words Bill Walton and what it means to so many people. And again, people outside of basketball, his affinity and love affair with the Grateful Dead, all the things that this man accomplished. When you talk about when they write the 30 for 30, or they write the movie, or they do the documentary on Bill Walton, just sit down and watch that thing, because his life, for us to try and fit it all in the next 4 hours, will not do it justice. As I mentioned, we want to take your calls. If you want to hit us with texts and your thoughts on the loss of Bill Walton, who is dead today at the age of 71, we are here for you. We, of course, will get into the Giants and all things local when it comes to sports here at 95.7 The Game, but we want to be also an opportunity for all of you to voice your concerns, your memories of one of the truly greatest and biggest personalities, at least in my lifetime, that being Bill Walton. Let's go out to Oakland really quick and hear from Jim, who wants to give his Bill Walton story. Jim, good morning, and how are you this afternoon?
Yeah,
that is called an oxymoron at its finest. Good afternoon, Jim. How are you today?
I'm doing great, but sad, heavy heart, man. I just wanted to share this crazy simulation story. I was living in New York City. I'd grown up a deadhead, a huge basketball fan, Celtics fan, all that. And I was walking with my ex-fiancée through, we lived right across from Carnegie Hall and Carnegie Plaza, and we were coming back through Hell's Kitchen, coming up, onto Times Square area. And my ex-fiancée, who was 16 years younger at the time, throws out like, "Oh, you're deadhead. Who's this guy, Bill Walton?" And I swear to God, craziest moment of my life. He appears, he walks right in front of us, like 150 feet in front of us, heading south down through Times Square. And I was like, "That's who Bill Walton is right there, man." And he heard me, and he throws his hand up with the one finger up, and he just kept on walking. and it's like, that's what I'm going to remember about that guy, the spirit of him. My best friend plays with Phil Lesh from the Dead and stuff, and I got to meet Bill later on down the road, and just what a human being, man. What a human being. It's a big loss.
Jim, I think you just captured it there with one word, and that is the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
The spirit of that man will be missed, but I think will also live on in a certain degree.
As great of a basketball player as he was, as great of a broadcaster, as fun of a broadcaster as he was, every person that I've met, and I had the pleasure of meeting Bill. He was calling a game up at Oregon, and I go over and introduce myself, but, just talk to him for like a minute or two. Didn't really have a chance, but very, very nice and friendly. Never talks about himself. Always is asking about the person that he's talking to. And everyone that you talk to, or you see stories on Twitter, on social media, and they're all over the place now because this legend has passed. Everyone is sharing those memories, and everyone has the same memory with Bill Walton. He was the nicest guy. He would take a picture with you. He would shake your hand with one and then bring on the other hand and shake it with both of his hands. He was the nicest guy. He always had time for others. He was always asking about others, and he always had a smile on his face. Hard to not have a smile on yours when you're in the presence of Bill Walton. That's just the kind of guy that he was. As good of a player, as good of a broadcaster, as fun as he made the game, he was maybe just a better person.
Well, yeah, he's going to go down as a legendary broadcaster. That's for certain. But what's interesting is that he had a difficulty speaking. He had a stammering problem until his late 20s. So speaking in public was not something that was easy for him. So he was able to master that. And as you mentioned, for a lot of people, just going to be remembered for the guy behind the mic. But for a lot of us that remember him as a basketball player, a hell of a center. I mean, he was the big redhead, could pass like nobody else.
He kind of changed the game.
The jump hook. Oh, yeah. And then in his latter years, what he did in winning an NBA championship. And I remember McHale talking about that specifically. How Kevin McHale, just the stories of how Bill Walton, when he came for that brief time, just changed the entire environment, and then just how much fun he was. And when he dragged Kevin McHale and Larry Bird, the hick from French Lick, to a Deadhead concert, it was just the most bizarre thing in the world. But that sort of, capsulizes this man's remarkable life. Hey, listen, again, we're here for you all day. If you want to share any Bill Walton stories, any Bill Walton memories, feel free to hit us up at 888-957-9570. But let's continue and get into local sports with the San Francisco Giants. They open up a series against, well, at least according to the record, the best team in baseball, that being the Philadelphia Phillies. It doesn't get much easier as the New York Yankees then coming to town for the weekend. But let's talk about this past road trip, which was a success, certainly, but bookended by two, bottom of the ninth inning failures as the bullpen falls apart. I'll let you start with the road trip, and if you want to get into what happened yesterday, feel free to talk about that as well, Graham.
What a weird road trip. 4-2, and you feel like, all right, you go to Pittsburgh, you go to New York to take on the Mets, not two great teams by any stretch, but they're also not bottom feeders. Like, those are tough series on the road, and you win both of them. You've now won 3 consecutive series. You're feeling kind of good about yourselves, but the road trip itself, those 6 games, was incredibly strange the way it all played out, because you went 4-2. The 4 games you won, you probably should have lost, and the 2 games you lost, you probably should have won. You could be looking at it as, well, we should have swept the entire road trip. We could easily be 6-0. You could also have easily been 0-6. Like, you had 3 consecutive wins when you were down by 4 in the 8th innings, and you came back and won all of those games. You were down by 1 going into the 9th on Saturday. Then you scored a tie, and you scored 5 times in the 10th to win the game. But then yesterday, you were going for the sweep. You had the lead, a 2-run lead in the 9th inning. Doval had thrown in 4 of the last 5 days, so he was unavailable to pitch. And Taylor Rogers gives it up, and you lose that game. But it's kind of hard to not feel...
Tyler, right?
Tyler Rogers. Yeah, you're right. Kind of hard to not feel positive about the road trip, but it was, you're right, bookended by 2 terrible 9th inning collapses, and you kind of leave the road trip. The flight home yesterday, I'm sure you had a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth, but you got to look at it also and say, well, we've been a team that has been struggling a little bit lately. Now you've won 8 of 10 despite those 2 terrible losses. You're coming home against 2 really good opponents, but it doesn't feel like a normal 4-2 road trip because it was such a lopsided, on its head, weird road trip all the way
it was
around.
a wild ride emotionally. I think that the San Francisco Giants have to feel good. Like, this is a feel-good story when you think about where they were. Just when's the last time we did a show? Was that last week where San Francisco was sort of circling the drain and a team that couldn't hit, and we put the crosshairs on Farhan as we typically do around here when things don't work out. But suddenly the San Francisco Giants have caught fire, and I think that they recognize, despite the 2 very punch-gut losses, that this is a team that is certainly now playing much, much better. The offense has been unlocked. I have the utmost confidence in that pitching, and I think San Francisco Giant baseball, there's something very, very exciting that's building with this team, especially with the infusion of this youth. I do want to get back and unpack some of what happened yesterday. I don't want to be that guy. I mentioned after, despite the loss, this is a team that's heading in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. But
you disagree with Bob Melvin or what?
I do.
All right, tell me.
Well, and what are your thoughts? Well, let me just, I'll kick
go ahead. I have thoughts as well, but I want to hear you.
I shouldn't say I don't dislike Bob Melvin. How can you say that? He's been such a success as a manager. But I thought that he would be a little bit dissimilar to that of Gabe Kapler. And he is. He doesn't platoon at every situation. He doesn't platoon at every position. But, in terms of assessing a player, I thought we would see a little bit more Boch. I thought we would see a little bit more old school. Now, listen, you have to put your arms around sabermetrics and the math. That's just the way the game is being played these days. And to be an effective manager, that has to be part of your makeup. Mm-hmm. But I think, and specifically, that when you have your best pitcher going, and that being Logan Webb, and he's pitched 7 strong innings, and he's still under 100 pitches in terms of his pitch count, let him go out for the 8th. Like, just let him go out. And, the old rule, if you can't get that first batter, we'll pull you. Or
if one guy gets on base, then you're out.
Yeah, if we see any signs, we certainly got somebody in the pen. But it's one of those where you got to eyeball a guy. Now, I'm going after Bob Melvin. Maybe this should be directed to Brian Price, whoever's making these calls. But I thought there'd be a little bit more of that with this new regime. And I thought that Bob Melvin would be more of a guy that I'm going to go to the mound, look the guy in the eye, and see if I can recognize any bulldog, as they like to say. Or is there something there where I'm like, okay, well, statistically, this doesn't make sense. Or in terms of me doing my math and filling out the little template that's in front of me, I know that it's set up for me to go to Walker in the 8th and then get to my close in the 9th. But no, you've been so effective. You're facing the bottom of the order here. You're less than 100 pitches. You've been able to handle the Mets. Let's let you close this thing out, or at least give you the opportunity. But he didn't do that. And he didn't do that because I like to call it, he had his head down. He's looking at his template. He's looking at his computer. He's online as opposed to seeing what's in front of him. That's a pitcher, and getting out there and looking at him eyeball to eyeball and assessing as to whether he could continue predicated exclusively on that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I had a similar thought. I will say the hindsight is 2020, and if Tyler Rogers went out there and, even just gave up 1 run, but closed the door, then this is not even a talking point. But what's interesting is Logan Webb, 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. It was unearned, an error that he helped commit, unable to field a toss to him over when he was covering first base early in the game. 8 strikeouts and 1 walk. And you mentioned just 96 pitches. And he said pregame, I think he said that he went up to Bob Melvin pregame and said, I'm good for 115 tonight, Skip. Let me ride. Like, I'm good for 115. He had 96. I think I'm with you. I would have liked to have seen Logan Webb at least go out there to open up the 8th. If something goes wrong,
First
then
guy
okay,
gets
you
on,
pull
pull
him.
him. Yeah.
Maybe you could have also let Ryan Walker pitch the 9th as well.
Exactly.
Ryan Walker got through the 8th really easily, and Ryan Walker is turning in to be a really good pitcher in that bullpen.
19 pitches.
19 pitches. Yeah, I guess it wasn't terribly efficient, but you could have put him out there as well. But again, it is hindsight's 2020. Tyler Rogers largely has been pretty effective. I mean, an ERA just over 3 so far this year. I think yesterday was the first outing where he's given up multiple earned runs this season. So you felt pretty decent about that. I'm always a little bit nervous when Tyler Rogers takes the bump because it just is stunning to me that a guy that throws 75 miles an hour is effective against major league hitters, but he is. But I think Logan Webb, your ace, the very end of a road trip, your bullpen is gassed. You know there's no Doval. This is a high leverage situation. You want to save your best arms for the most high leverage situation. I think Webb probably deserved a little bit of a run there, a little bit more trust to go out there in the 8th inning. And if that happened, who knows? Maybe they're looking at a 5-1 road trip instead of 4-2.
Yeah. And Walker, it holds true as well. It's just sort of this, this is the blueprint. He pitches the 8th, and then I go to my closer.
To be fair, Walker hasn't really ever pitched 9th. I mean, 9th innings are different. Just because he pitched the 8th doesn't mean he's going to be able to pitch the 9th.
No, I completely understand. But if Duvall's not available, then I'm open to if Walker has got it going, then it's the same thing. Let me get you out there in the 9th. And if it's too much for you, if you even get deep into a count or if you lose the first batter, then we'll go to the bullpen. And now, listen, I know it's easy to be that guy who throws on a microphone and saying, hey, listen, you should have done this after the fact. But I'm sure I'm not alone that at the time when they pulled Logan Webb,
you're thinking,
a lot of us who like to manage these games from the comforts of our own couch are simply saying, whoa, you sure about this, Skip? Let him go,
Especially considering how the road trip had been going.
Exactly.
Every single game, whether it's been for you or against you, there's been late rallies. Every single game of the road trip.
Well, I think the bigger story is it's just become not only relegated to baseball and pitchers, but it's also in sports in general. We see load management now in the NBA, which is why I love Thibodeau. Thibodeau's like, you're 25 years of age, play 48 minutes, okay?
Yeah, how'd that go for the Knicks?
Well, it had nothing to do with Tibbs. We can get into that.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive. By the way, bad news. Anunoby's going free agency jersey, Ken? Anyways, that's not good news for us Knickerbocker fans. But I just think that sometimes the game has become so specialized that you just got to put your head up and just look what's taking place as opposed to just simply, paying attention to a spreadsheet that has already been pre-produced before the game even started. Like, I know what it is that I'm going to do in the 8th inning, and I know what I'm doing in the 9th inning. If Walker's got it going, well, then listen, go out there for the 9th. It's not going to be the end of the world, and the same holds true for Logan Webb.
Boch was really good at that. Or is really good at that. Although the Rangers aren't having a very good time so far this season. They're struggling now. They just come off of a World Series, and Boch gets all the leeway, all the slack in the world. I mean, he'll never pay for a meal out here in the city for the rest of his life as long as he lives. He's incredible and a made man.
But he had that balance. It wasn't like exclusively just saying.
And it wasn't like, say if it was Kyle Harrison, a rookie who was through 7, 3 hits, 1 run, 8 strikeouts, was absolutely rolling. Like, there was a little bit of a difference in how you approach this, Dan, depending on who's out there throwing. It's your ace. It's Logan Webb. It's the guy who led you to 107 wins in 2021, who was the runner-up for the Cy Young last year, who has kind of been a little bit uneven at times this year, but still has been your best pitcher all season long. You handle that decision differently than if it's your rookie, who you have a lot of faith in and a lot of confidence that is going to become a top-of-the-line starter soon, but he's not Logan Webb yet. You handle that a little bit differently, and that's something that we saw Boch do very well. When Lincecum had it rolling, and he was at 98 pitches through 7. You know what, Timmy? Go back out there for one more. Bumgarner, same thing. Even Matt Cain in his heyday, Boch treated those guys differently than a Jonathan Sanchez or a Barry Zito or a Tim Hudson or a Jake Peavy. Now, those may be a different case because they're older, they were more veterans. But you got your ace, your stud, who's pitching lights out through 7 and isn't yet in triple digits. That's when Boch would give a little bit more leeway, and I'm not coming down Bob Melvin's road because the game has also changed over the last decade since the last time that Boch had real success with the Giants. It is a lot more protective of arms, and everyone's getting Tommy John, and everyone's throwing harder, and everyone's spin rate is up, and you got to protect these young arms. I get it, but that's where Boch was really good. However, he did have the benefit of being in a little bit of a different era back then. It has changed completely now.
Boy, I think you touched on a really good point, and that is the personal relationship. Steve Kerr always talks about this, and I think that that's how you become a successful manager, head coach in the NBA, even at the NFL level. Kyle Shanahan, sort of behind the scenes, a lot of his success is attributed to the fact that he really gets along with those dudes. Like, there is a player-coach rapport with him that I think a lot of us are not privy to.
When was the last drama in that locker room?
Yeah, and I think that when it comes to Bob Melvin, when you compare and contrast him to Boch, is that you have to. Steve Kerr would always talk about that you can't treat Steph Curry like that or Draymond Green. Like, everybody is. It's just like being a teacher, right? Like, you have these relationships with your students, and everybody is different. So you cannot just simply, across the board, just simply say, okay, well, this is the way it's going to be done. You got to handle people differently.
I think it was Sean Livingston who was on with Steiny and Evan. Evan was in for Goo last week, and they were celebrating a decade of Steve Kerr in the Bay Area. And it was Sean Livingston. Ken will know the exact quote. I think it was, his superpower is his emotional intelligence, that being Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr absolutely has that, and it's exactly what you're talking about. You can't just go cookie cutter to all of your players. You have to treat everyone individually based on their, needs, their personality, all of that. And it's the same thing for baseball players, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's egos involved, and there's a lot of this that you almost have to be sort of a therapist in a weird way, and I think that's how you garner a lot of the respect of today's players. And I think that is the operative word when you're talking about how do you become a successful manager or a coach in 2024. Everybody is innovative with the X's and O's, and everybody's got certain game plans. That's not it, man, because these guys are so talented. Can you get the respect of a locker room? Can you get the most out of these star players? And do they like you at the end of the day? And I think a lot of this is just sort of to take the 30,000 feet above approach when you look at sports, generally speaking. I think a lot of this, and why the game is so specialized, a lot of it falls on the shoulders of the players, too. I think they created a lot of this. I think the players with the load management you see in the NBA. And when I was growing up, if a starting pitcher went out there and I sat down, I was expecting to see him go 9 innings potentially, If a guy goes 5 innings, it's considered a good start these days. And I think a lot of it became so specialized because of the money. I think that pitchers today, just like anybody else, realize that, listen, I've got to stick around for my next contract. I got to be available for free agency because the money, especially when I'm re-upping, is so outlandish that I have to be healthy. And yes, while I want my team to win, and certainly that I want to do well, I just got to make sure in terms of the long-term outlook that I am still upright, my shoulder, my elbow. You only have so many pitches throughout your entire career. I got to make sure that I am still 100% in terms of my health to garner that new contract. I think the money has dictated a lot of this.
Well, look at Blake Snell. His longest outing this year, Dan, and he's starting tonight or today, this afternoon, a special Memorial Day 2 o'clock first pitch down at Oracle Park against the Phillies. His longest outing this year, Dan, 4 2/3 innings. He hasn't even qualified for a win yet this
that's
season.
Because he's getting smoked.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been pitching well. You're right. And he's been hurt, and he had a late start because he signed right before the season began, all of that. But 4 2/3. And, I mean, it's kind of becoming a pandemic in baseball now because everybody is throwing so hard. Everybody is, putting as much spin as they can on the curveballs, on the breaking balls.
There's more torque on the body and the arm these days than
they're
ever
going
before.
full bore every single pitch. When in the past, you were kind of pitching, you were being a little bit more strategic. You were pulling a couple MPHs off, and you weren't getting as much break. You were pitching strategically and pitching around and to corners, and as a result, you didn't get hurt as much. But now all these pitchers like Jordan Hicks, I'm a little worried about him going forward because he's already reached like the number of innings that he's pitched in any single season in his career. How is his arm going to react? These guys are throwing 98, 99, 100 miles an hour time and time and time again. And as a result, Tommy John is way, 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 way up. And some people want to blame it on the pitch clock. Guess what? It's not the pitch clock. It's because you're throwing 100% every single pitch. That's not how it was even like a decade ago.
Well, I think when it comes to Jordan Hicks, maybe just something you can entertain. A perfect scenario is that when Jordan Hicks if he shows signs, because he's never done this before, that if he doesn't have sustainability, that when you get some of these guys back, meaning Robbie Ray, when Snell begins to pitch well.
Go to the pen.
Yeah, can he be, then we don't have to worry about these Tyler Roger sort of mishaps like yesterday. All right. Stuart Hall Carter is waving me to the break. Hey, we're going to continue here. As we mentioned, we want to hear your thoughts, your calls with the loss of the big redhead, Bill Walton, today. We're here for you throughout the entire afternoon. We'll also continue with Giants talk. It's Mark Grandy. It's Dan Avone. We continue on 95.7 The Game right after this.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Happy Memorial Day from Safeway. To celebrate, Safeway's got amazing deals for you.
about the big redhead. Everything that he accomplished on the floor back in the 1970s with John Wooden, 2 seasons in which he didn't lose a game, 30-0. The National Player of the Year on multiple occasions, the former #1 draft pick in 1974, and then his first year, man, with the bandana and leading the Portland Trail Blazers to an NBA championship and becoming the MVP, and then the chronic foot injuries that sideline this man's career. And a lot of people feel as though, and while he'll go down as one of the greatest centers of all time, but had he not suffered the foot injuries, that he could be right up there with the Kareem Abdul-Jabbars, the Shaquille O'Neals of the world.
Yeah, he was a regular season MVP. He was a finals MVP, 2-time champion. The second champion was, sixth man role with the crazy Hall of Fame laden Boston Celtics. But considering what he went through, it's still amazing that he was able to accomplish all of that. I remember reading a story of his days at UCLA with John Wooden. And this was, after he, become a star. I think he showed up one year with like a big beard, and that's what he played with in the NBA all the time, the red beard. And John Wooden had a rule, no facial hair, so he, made him go and cut it, and Bill Walton refused. And then John Wooden said, all right, well, I guess Bill Walton's not going to be on our team anymore. And then that day, Bill Walton rode his bike and got his beard shaved. So no one gets past John Wooden, not even the great Bill Walton. But that's a fun story as well. And I know today is a very sad day. It is hard for me, though, talking about Bill Walton, and I know that he's passed. It's hard for me, though, not to smile, because you think of all the memories that he gave you. And I remember this one time, I think it was my sophomore year at Oregon. I went to the University of Oregon. Bill Walton, of course, all over Pac-12 basketball broadcasts. I think it was a road game, so I wasn't there in person. But Bill Walton was calling it, and I forget who they were playing. It might have been like Washington State or something. And Oregon committed a turnover. And Washington State goes down the other way, gets an easy fast break bucket. And in the reaction to the call, after Dave Pasch calls it, and Dave Pasch, Roxy Bernstein, all the play-by-play guys who have been saddled with Bill Walton do a great job, and it's so fun. But Bill Walton reacting to just a run-of-the-mill turnover in a fast break bucket, pauses and just says, oh man, that was the 7th worst play in Oregon basketball history. Like he has a mental Rolodex of every single play in Oregon men's basketball history, and he slots it in as the 7th worst play ever. It's just things like that where you hear it and you're like, Bill, what are you talking about? Like, I know you watch all these games and you have way more history about all these teams than I will ever have. You're a basketball legend, but the 7th worst play in Oregon basketball history. I will never forget that for as long as I lived. I laughed for like 10 straight minutes.
We're here for you for stories throughout the day. If you want to share with a phone call or text messages. Once again, Bill Walton dying today at the age of 71, losing his battle with cancer. I heard him, this was less than a year ago, so he was a regular, as he was on many shows, and he talked about how you're smiling today, because he would walk into a room. He's one of those guys.
He'd light up the whole room.
He just had that infectious smile where you just felt good when he was on a broadcast or wherever it was that Bill Walton may have been, and you were fortunate enough to either see him or be there. He was on Dan Le Batard's show, and Le Batard and his crew, Le Batard has that big crew of like 7 guys, and they were saying, because the last time they had him on, they just said, Bill, how are you? And Bill just went on this rant, like a stream of consciousness for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So even before he came on, they all knew, they said, okay, let's see if he can break his record. It was something like 15 minutes. Let's not ask another question, all right? So they just said, Bill, welcome to the show. And Bill just went on talking about the playoffs or whatever was topical at that time, went into the Grateful Dead, talked about food. He went for the entire segment, like 25 minutes, and they were just doubled over in absolute laughter. And that was the man. He was just on his own planet. It was life according to Bill Walton. I got another story. I'd never met the guy, but I have a friend who does documentaries out in Los Angeles and was doing a show. I believe it was focused on Luke Walton or a Luke Walton friend, but he was at the Waltons. Luke was living with his dad at the time. And so they were in the pool area and they were sitting around having beers, and out walks Bill Walton. And there's 6 or 7 people, men and women. They're sitting around just talking, sort of having cocktails. Bill Walton walks out buck naked, just absolutely not a stitch of clothing, with a towel, and says, hello, fellas, how are you guys today? And just beelines it right into the hot tub. And that was his one moment of Bill Walton. So he was, he's going to be missed. And again, we want to entertain all of your calls, all of your messages, any stories regarding Bill Walton. Somebody on the text line talking about how Walton would be the perfect center for the Golden State Warriors. You talked about how he was sort of ahead of his time in terms of what it is that he did. He was one of one. So again, Bill Walton dying today, and we want to tribute and we want to recognize him with some of your phone calls and memories throughout the afternoon. Back to conversation about the San Francisco Giants, and we can't talk about the Giants these days without getting into the shortstop position. And one, Marco Luciano. First of all, where are you at? I went back and forth with your buddy, that being the young Evan Giddings, and he was defending Luciano, and obviously there's an onslaught of, my God, what the hell is going on? This guy can't field. He's not a major league shortstop defensively. Get him the hell out of here. Where are you at?
5 errors and 37 chances at shortstop. It's not good, and the road trip was a disaster. Not only the errors, but when they happened in ninth innings that allowed runs. Now, sometimes his team would bail him out, and they would get out of it. I think that in games in which he's committed errors, the Giants are like 4-1, believe it or not. But the one loss was legitimately thanks to that error that he committed. That was game 1 of the road trip where they blew that game against the Pirates in Pittsburgh. I don't necessarily blame anything on Luciano, and I'm not sure there is an exact right answer for what the Giants should do now. It's relatively clear that he's not ready to be a big league shortstop at this stage, but I don't know what option the Giants have because they haven't tried him anywhere else. Not just in the majors, but in the minors. You look at his career. In Major League Baseball, he's played 22 games, 21 of them at shortstop. He had DH'd once. So every single time he's been out in the field at the majors was at the shortstop position. In the minors, 268 games at shortstop, 6 at second base, 50 at DH. They have not tried him anywhere else. Anywhere else. And there have been rumors, maybe the Giants organization feel differently, and okay, that's fine. But there's been rumors from a number of different people. Just last week, FP Santangelo was on with Willard and Dibbs and talked about it. The week before, I think I heard Rich Aurelia talk about it. He doesn't really project as much of a shortstop. He's big. He's got broad shoulders. He looks more like a corner outfielder. And they haven't tried him anywhere else. I don't know what the Giants' solution is right now because they haven't really given themselves an out. They have kind of pushed themselves up into a corner where they have to only play this guy at shortstop because they haven't tried him anywhere else. If you got him maybe 50 games in left field in the minors, okay, maybe you can move him there. Do you want to DH him? Sure, you could do that. Where's Jorge Soler going to play? You kind of got to find a way to get all these bats into the lineup. You want Luciano's bat. He's hitting, 391 this year so far, small sample size, but he's hitting well enough to stay in the lineup. But at what point is his defense too costly? You're going to bring in Nick Ahmed when he comes back, which could be relatively soon. I think he's getting swings in the cage beginning this week at some point. Are you going to bring in Wisely to play shortstop?
Big yesterday.
Yeah, he was. He's had a hell of a road trip and a hell of a series in New York. Are you going to, do defensive replacements, 7th, 8th, and 9th innings every game? I don't really know. And I don't think I'm necessarily blaming Luciano or blaming any decision the Giants make now. I think it's more so been the process over the last handful of years with him. Why didn't you give yourself maybe a bit of an opportunity to change your mind, to shift? But you kind of forced yourself into playing him at shortstop because that's the only place you've even tried him since he's been a Giant.
Well, I think to defend the San Francisco Giants, they knew a couple of years ago that's going to be the area of need, that Crawford was getting along in years. And so even if he played a different position, where would he fit in with the current roster? Unless you're going to move Yastrzemski, which I don't have a lot of qualms with that, but there's no room for him on this roster except for that shortstop position. It's just the defense has failed this man. So I think it's feast or famine for the Giants. Either let him play and play through those mistakes where it could cost you games for a team that's expected to, at least in my estimation, get to the playoffs. You got a payroll. We have talked about this of more than $200 million. Are you willing to do that? It's either play or send him down. This idea of having him sit or not knowing what to do with him, it doesn't work. And also, I think that when he commits the sort of blatant errors as he has, in late in games, when it gets to the ninth inning and he's costing you games, you can clearly see it's a lack of confidence. I would think, again, getting back to Bob Melvin and managers and coaches and how they handle this thing, the last thing and the worst thing that you could do is to sit a guy down after making that mistake, because that's just going to fester, and that's just simply going to stay between his ears that he couldn't cut it, and his last memory was botching a ground ball. That plays on your psyche. I think that it's one of two things. Either let him play, let him rebound, because I don't think it can get any worse than this. And I think that his confidence has been shot. Let him get some confidence at that shortstop position or send him down. Like this idea of being in limbo with a young shortstop that has got, as you mentioned, the broad shoulders and the tease of all that athleticism. Are you kidding me? I think it's disgusting to see Ahmed go back in there when you've been teased with this guy. You know, this guy can run like the wind and showing that he's developed some patience at the plate. But I understand it because Ahmed, I talked about this yesterday or the day before, that defense, especially at that shortstop position, is something that you're willing to sacrifice oftentimes when it comes to building, a baseball team. It's that middle of the diamond, your catcher, your shortstop, and your center fielder. You got to be squared defensively. So if Ahmed just gives you a level of security, then you're willing to sacrifice the fact that he can't hit like that, or the potential of hitting isn't like that of one Marco Luciano. But I think it's one or the other. Either let the guy play or send him down.
Yeah, he has to play regardless, whether it's here or in Sacramento at AAA. He's got to play one way or the other. They are going to have to make a decision, you would think, relatively soon. This coming from the Giants earlier today. Austin Slater, who's been dealing with a concussion, will start a rehab assignment in AAA tomorrow if he gets cleared today. Michael Conforto, with a hamstring, could start a rehab assignment later this week. And Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, dealing with a wrist injury, will start taking live BP in the next few days. So it seems like you got a handful of guys that are nearing a return, and this becomes no longer just a Marco Luciano conversation, but a young guys conversation in general.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, those guys have earned their right to stay even when this team gets fully healthy. But you do have to consider, how much do we want Luciano's bat in the lineup, and how much do we want to not hurt ourselves with the glove, and how much longer are we willing to put up with that? Or is it just more valuable for him to continue getting these live reps, but do it in AAA where you don't care about the results as much and you're not costing the big league team wins? Again, they're 4-1 in the games in which he's committed errors, but if that keeps happening in high leverage situations, those numbers aren't going to look that pretty. But you're right. You can't just sit him down on the bench and say, all right, you're now delegated to start every 4 days and you're coming in off the bench as a pinch hitter. That's going to be the worst thing for him. It seems like to me maybe he's dealing with lack of confidence. Perhaps it's something like the yips, like it's just getting to a point where it's like, oh, here we go again. Like it's just a mental block. Like you have those kind of errors game after game after game in the ninth innings in Pittsburgh, in New York, when all eyes are on you. I can imagine how difficult that would be. But it's simple mistakes on a high hop. He's trying to field the ball with his palm facing down. That's relatively simple. He's got relatively slow feet. He's not getting in front of the ball. A little bit lazy. There was the play against the Pirates, the first game of the road trip, where it was kind of a slow, high bounce. He waited. He backed up for it. Those ones you got to charge. You got to make your own hop, and you got a quick runner. You need to get the out at first. You got to charge it. It's things like that where it isn't just like, oh, it bounced off of his glove or he made a poor throw. It's like the whole process behind it is wrong. He's nowhere close to being a shortstop at this level just yet, and it's so incredibly hard to learn how to play shortstop at the big league level. I don't know how much longer the Giants can have patience with that. It does help, again, that he's hitting nearly 400, and they can't keep his bat out of the lineup. But as you mentioned, catcher, shortstop, center field is where you want to be good defensively. They got Patrick Bailey, Jung-Hoo Lee, of course, out for the year, but he's great defensively up there. You hope that Luciano is the third, part of that for the future of this Giants team. But at this stage, Matos has been good as well. You're right. After some issues early, but he's been much better defensively lately. You hope that he can get there, but he seems really far from it defensively at this stage for me.
Well, it's so egregious that I hate to even go there, but are we looking at another Rick Ankiel moment where it's just, he's thinking about it so much that Rick Ankiel couldn't even throw the ball to the plate anymore.
So became a hitter.
He became a left fielder. Yeah. So, I mean, it got to the point where he just couldn't throw to the catcher anymore. I mean, those are the sort of demons that can creep into somebody's head. I'm not saying he's there, but when you see, as you mentioned, these 3-hop fundamental where 12-year-olds can make that play and he's botching it, I don't think it's so much physically he doesn't know what to do. I think mentally he's so aware of the errors at this point that the best way to remedy that is to let him play through it.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think you can talk about that shortstop position without obviously mentioning Brandon Crawford, because we were spoiled for so many years with a guy that was so dependable with his glove. But it's also interesting to note, when I think about Brandon Crawford, think about when he first came up. It was the complete opposite. He was a guy that couldn't hit. And there was all this talk. I remember when he came into the major leagues at the time is, can Brandon Crawford be a major league shortstop because he can't hit? He hasn't shown the ability to hit at the minor league level.
Yep.
Can he hit in the major league? We know he's got his glove. His glove got him to the majors.
Yes.
And then obviously he's proven over time that he goes down as, arguably the greatest shortstop in the history of the franchise. So there is something there in terms of having a level of patience. And a lot of people throw out Marcus Semien. You don't have to go outside of the organization. Just look at the greatest to ever do it for the San Francisco Giants, and that being Brandon Crawford. So there's something to be said about potentially letting him play through this. And the dividends on the other side, as you mentioned, with all the size and the speed and the athleticism, is something that certainly could pay off.
But if you're Farhan Zaidi and you're at a situation where maybe you feel like your future with your future with the organization is kind of hanging on how this season goes. If this team finishes 10 games under 500 this year, they miss the playoffs again, they finish like 3rd or 4th in the division, like you might be looking at the end of Farhan Zaidi with the San Francisco Giants. Like that is possible if this team bottoms out. Now they're playing much better lately, and you've got to credit the young guys for that. They've created some enthusiasm, some excitement, a little bit of swagger, and the vibe is back. I don't know about you. I have been much more excited to tune in and watch Giants baseball lately, and it's because of Luciano and Ramos and Matos specifically. Chapman playing amazing lately, hasn't hurt either. So things are looking up. Things are looking a lot better than it was, say, just 2 weeks ago when the Dodgers were in town and they took the first 2 games of the series and you weren't really that close. First game went to extras, but the second game you got blown out, and Ohtani and Betts and Freeman and everybody was just killing you. It looks better now. But say that the errors continue. Luciano struggles at shortstop. Ahmed comes back healthy. The team goes on a streak where they lose 3, or they go 3-7 in a 10-game stretch. And suddenly that excitement, that vibe, the swagger has kind of dissipated a little bit, and the errors are continuing. Farhan Zaidi might feel compelled to say, I can't keep letting this happen. I can't let this guy commit errors that's costing us wins, because I'm fighting for my life with this organization right now. And maybe that's enough to compel Farhan to say, all right, Nick Ahmed, the job is yours again. He gave him the job to begin the season after nearly promising at the end of last year it was Luciano's job. Like that, at the end of last season, when the team missed the playoffs again and Crawford was a free agent, and he said, yeah, I don't think Crawford has a place on this team anymore. You can understand why. But he said it's Luciano's job now. I don't think that was the actual quote, but that was essentially what he said. And then to begin the season, Nick Ahmed, who you just signed off the street in spring training, is your starting shortstop on opening day. Like, what has changed? What has changed over the last couple of months?
Now I think we know is that his defense never got any better. And maybe we weren't privy to it at the minor league level because I didn't watch him play last year.
So then when Nick Ahmed is healthy, what decision is Farhan Zaidi going to make?
No, that's true. I get it. I think that generally speaking, I'm one of those that loves leaning in on the youth. And one of the reasons I'm with you, that I'm actually willing to sit down and watch Giant baseball these days, is because of the young, fresh athleticism in these kids. I'll tell you what, I'll stick my neck out on the line here. I think Conforto now becomes expendable. I'm not quick to pull Ramos. I don't want to break up what it is that I'm seeing, and that is Matos, Ramos, and Luciano being the future, along with Duvall. This is the future of your baseball team, and the balance that you're always trying to locate in baseball teams. You have that secret sauce with the Giants because they got the veteran leadership with Chapman and Soler, and then these young players. That hustle double by Luis Matos against the Pirates, where he was down to their last strike. things like that.
Led to the win.
I just, you don't see that. And these guys, I mean, you're talking about guys that can go get it. And I know Conforto might be pound for pound their best hitter. I'm not messing with chemistry right now. I think that this is potentially, not only does it, I think, give you the best opportunity to win right now, but also from a PR standpoint, what is the one thing that we always talk about when it comes to the San Francisco Giants? All right, you might have a good team on paper, but why the hell am I going to pay, $45 for a beer and another $100 to park my rig and have to take a second mortgage out on the house to take my family to watch a baseball game?
Just to sit in the upper deck.
What's the reason? Give me a Tatis. Give me an Aaron Judge. Where's the entertainment value? Well, I think you stumbled on it. And it might have been with the injury to Jung-Hoo Lee that has opened up this floodgates where now Matos is somebody that I would actually sit down and watch his at-bats. I'm not going to get a beer out of the fridge. And this holds true with the rest of these kids. So it's not only are you creating a winning formula, but here may be the entertainment that sort of eluded this team over the last couple of years.
And we can get into this on the other side. We got a few minutes left here in this segment, but it is kind of funny how they kind of stumbled into it. You're right. And this is something I was talking about when they first came up and when they had the first few days of success. Luis Matos had like 11 RBIs in 2 games, 5 RBIs and 6 RBIs, player of the week, despite only playing a handful of games that week. And Matt Chapman certainly had a player of the week caliber week last week. What would have happened if Nick Ahmed stayed healthy, if Jung-Hoo Lee stayed healthy, if Michael Conforto stayed healthy? Are these 3 guys still down in AAA? Like, would we even know anything more about these guys? Would we still think of them as we thought of them at the end of last season when they came up and had some flashes but were largely unimpressive? And I don't know about you, but I ended last season feeling like maybe those 3 guys aren't as promising as we thought. Maybe I shouldn't put all my eggs, our eggs, in their collective basket because they kind of weren't very good at the end of last year. If those guys stayed healthy, and would those 3 even have an opportunity yet? It almost feels like Farhan Zaidi might have fell into a little bit of good luck with a couple of injuries. Not that you're ever wishing injuries on guys. And Jung-Hoo Lee, of course, you don't want that guy to ever get hurt. He was extremely promising, and that seemed like a great signing by Farhan Zaidi this offseason. But if he never got hurt, is Matos up here? If Conforto, who was your best hitter at that point of the season, if he did not get hurt, would Ramos be up here? And if Ahmed didn't get hurt, would Luciano be up here? And if they were all healthy, is this team hanging around 500 as they are now? Probably not, because they were about to be 10 games under the way they were playing. The young guys turned it around, and it almost feels like it wasn't really planned. They kind of were forced to, and if they weren't forced to do it, who knows when they ever would have gotten another opportunity.
One guy that we do not mention, and he's also sort of in that pledge class, and I mentioned Brandon Crawford. To me, the guy that is very similar as far as demeanor, as far as leadership, doing it in sort of a quiet way and through his style of play is Patrick Bailey. Like Patrick Bailey is, I think, going to be the next, quote unquote captain of this team.
At Grand Slam over the weekend.
But he's one of those guys that, like Brandon Crawford, when he's out of the lineup, he's irreplaceable. Yastrzemski can miss a game, just plug in Austin Slater. You can lose Conforto, and Elliot Ramos has done a fine job. When Patrick Bailey is out of the game, you feel it. You just feel it. It's one of those guys that has that intangible. In his makeup, he's not giving you the fire and brimstone Hunter Pence speech.
Neither did Posey.
Yeah, but I think he has that Posey-esque sort of quiet leadership.
Yeah.
And I think he's such a vital member of the success.
So you're not a Kurt Casale fan, is that what you're telling
Kurt.
me?
I mean, he's Casale coming back, but someone's got to back him up. But there's a far drop-off when he's off the field. All right, we're going to continue. We'll get into some more baseball talk with the San Francisco Giants. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Again, on a day where we lose one of the biggest personalities, not only in basketball, but all of sports and all of life, that being Bill Walton, we're here for your calls and any stories that you want to relay through us. 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. We'll continue with your phone calls. We'll also get back into baseball. We'll talk about NBA playoffs. We see you on the phone lines. Got to get to a break. Hang in there. We'll take your calls right after this on 95.7 The Game.
Don't miss the Memorial Day sale at Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
sports in its proper perspective. That, look, at the end of the day, this is not the Middle East crisis that we're solving here. That this is, there was something about him and the levity and just the overall sort of joy that he brought to not only his broadcast, but playing, people like that, they come down the chute every 100 years, man. And it doesn't, again, this isn't just relegated to the realm of basketball. It's just people that have a special magnetism about them. And he's just going to be missed on so many different levels. But yeah, the stories are flooding in online. We're here for you again. If you want to share some Bill Walton stories, if you want to message, you want to call in, again, 888-957-9570. Grant, let's get back to the San Francisco Giants. I know you want to get into the reigning Cy Young Award winner and a pitcher by the name of first name Blake, last name Snell. Big outing today as he takes on Philadelphia.
Huge outing. He's only made 4 starts so far this year. He's winless. His ERA is nearing 12. He hasn't completed 5 innings yet in his Giants career, his longest outing, 4 2/3. He's a walk machine, 15 innings pitched. He's walked 9 batters. He's given up a couple of home runs, 19 earned runs in 15 innings, 22 hits allowed. Now, he's still striking out a lot in those 15 innings, 17 strikeouts, and this is kind of the Blake Snell experience. You're going to have a lot of base runners on, but he's going to strike you out in high leverage situations. He did the same thing last year. He led the league in walks, 99 walks last year in 180 innings. So more than a walk every 2 innings, right? Just over a half of a walk per inning. He's right around that same thing again this year. Like, this is not new for Blake Snell, but what's the difference is he's giving up hits in leverage situations when in the past, specifically last year, his other Cy Young year, he's been getting you out. He's been striking you out in those moments. And now you've got one of the best teams in baseball. You could argue the best team in baseball. One of the best offenses in baseball coming into town. You got Schwarber, and you've got Harper, and you've got Trey Turner, and you got Castellanos, and you've got Bohm, who's this has been his coming out party this year. They've got bats all over the place. And now you got Blake Snell, the reigning Cy Young Award winner, towing the rubber at Oracle Park against one of the best teams in baseball. And you need to get him going. And I know this has kind of been his MO in his career. He struggles in April. He struggles in May. And it's still the 27th of May. We haven't quite turned the calendar to June just yet. But I feel like this is a huge start for him, Dan. He needs to at least show that he's making a little bit of progress. And it's kind of been a haphazard year. He signed super late, wasn't ready to begin the year, got ready in the minor leagues, then came up, made a couple of starts, got hurt. Then he came back, made the start in Pittsburgh, where he looked actually a little bit better than he was earlier in the season, but then it went downhill the second time through the lineup, and he didn't finish 5 innings, and he's 0-3 in his 4 starts. And then he went on the paternity leave, and congratulations to the Snell family for welcoming a baby.
Well, he didn't miss a start.
Did not miss a start, but he was on paternity leave so they could get another player back. They could fill the roster spot. But he's back off the paternity leave and ready to make tonight's start. And well wishes to the Snell family with the birth of their new baby. But you feel like this is a big moment for him, Dan. Again, you've got the best team in baseball, at least in the National League, in town. The reigning Cy Young. He's got to start pitching like the reigning Cy Young, because while the Giants, there's a lot of optimism around the bats, and everyone's hitting well, and the youngsters are providing this youth movement, and there's energy, and there's swagger, and there's excitement. That could kind of get dampened if Snell goes out and gives up 5 runs over 3 innings and walks 4 batters once again, and he gives up a home run into McCovey Cove to Bryce Harper, and suddenly you're thinking like, like this pitching staff that we thought was going to carry this team, it's now on the offense to do that. And I know that Logan Webb is still pitching great, but I think there's a little bit of pressure on Blake Snell tonight to come out this afternoon to come out and at least show some signs of improvement, because it's been largely very unimpressive. And I know for me personally, Dan, it wasn't a shock that he started slow, but I felt by now we'd at least see some signs that he's beginning to pick it up and turn it around. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily that concerned, again, because of what it is that you said. This is who he is. This is what he does. It's usually right about now. Could be another couple of weeks before he makes that pivot and becomes Blake Snell. If he didn't have the track record, I think I'd be a little bit more concerned. I was a little bit more concerned with Jordan Hicks coming into the season.
But the track record is also a track record of inconsistency. He has the Cy Young year in 2018 with Tampa Bay when he won 21 games, a sub-2 ERA, then a 4.3 ERA, 3.2, 4.2 ERA again, 3.4. Last year, 2.25 Cy Young Award winner. He's had down seasons, not just down months, but he's had down seasons. And you kind of get the feeling that he's headed for another down season. He doesn't have to win the Cy Young again. We're not saying that, but it would be nice if his ERA is sub-4.
Yeah, no, it would. I think that, I don't know, get back to me in 2 more starts if he's still on this trajectory. I think as of right now, missing spring training to go along with the fact that he's a notorious slow starter, that I'm not at that level of ready to jump off on this guy. I think that he's just proven that he has the ability to turn it around. I think that there's more optimism when I think about the pitching staff. There's not that high level of concern as there has been in the past. I think the Jordan Hicks experiment has been A+ up to this point.
Wild success, yeah.
And I think about, and Logan Webb's been Logan Webb, and then, I know Keaton Wynn hasn't been healthy, but maybe he goes to the bullpen. You have got, and then the cavalry is coming when you think about Cobb. I'm not sure where he's at. But
Kyle Harrison's largely been impressive
Harrison
too.
Has been good. The one thing about Kyle Harrison, much like that of what we saw yesterday, every time I see Tyler Rogers come into a game, it always sort of freaks me out. And I make the comparison with him and Kyle Harrison is because they're the 2 pitchers on the San Francisco Giants, because typically Giant pitchers are sort of taught at the minor league level, and usually they go for pitchers that are sort of low in the zone, right? You want to keep the ball down. I mean, everybody does as a pitcher. Those 2 guys like to stay up, like they want to overpower you. They have a rise, as they like to say. And for Rodgers, what always freaks me out is that he's a submariner. I mean, his knuckles are scraping the ground, and you think that if anybody's going to keep the ball down, but he stays up in the zone. And he does that by intent. Like, he has a rising fastball.
I was just going to say.
I mean, it's not, would you call that a fastball? But, I mean, that's
his fastball.
That's what he does. And it's just guys who are up in the zone always I'm never secure, especially when you're talking about somebody who's coming in as your closer last night. Now, he's been, successful more often than he has not, but it's funny. You mentioned Kyle Harrison, who's another guy that likes to live up in the zone, sort of dangerously on that high wire act. But as it relates to their pitching staff and Snell, it's just, these things happen because I think that we have this rush to judgment. Look at the Los Angeles Dodgers. By the way,
lost 5 in a row.
5 in a row.
Got swept by the Reds, right?
The Reds, yes. And
who the Giants just beat in the series.
The Phillies lost to the Colorado Rockies yesterday. So I'm just saying, and early on in the season.
It's a long season. You're right.
We were talking about how the Giants couldn't hit, and now all of a sudden they can't hit out in L.A., and their pitching is suddenly, very pedestrian. The thing about L.A., though, we talked about this, is because they're such the model franchise. And you watch, if this continues, and if they see any level of weakness, it's not as though they can't go out and get more guys.
Oh, they will.
No doubt. If Jason Hayward continues to struggle, mark my words, Mookie Betts will go back and they'll make a play for Bo Bichette. They've got the money and they've got the assets at the minor league level where they could bring Bichette over to shortstop. Mookie, you've been good, but Hayward's the odd man out. They don't play out there. They do not wait, and they go out and they get guys. So, when they're struggling, heads roll and they make changes. But I guess my larger point is that there's the ebb and flow of Major League Baseball. And so I think that we have to have maybe a little bit of patience as it relates to Luciano and maybe Snell as well.
I think we can get into a conversation about the trade deadline because the Giants oddly have some ammo to make moves with young guys and with the veterans they signed who are on kind of 1+1 deals, like option deals. Like, you have the ability to
be as sellers or as buyers,
potentially both, whichever you want. You could trade any one of your young guys and get proven veterans. You could trade your veterans that you just signed, Chapman or Snell. I think Snell would probably be the best target if you were trying to get young, prospects in return. You could make that deal. I mean, there's a very real possibility that he opts out of his deal, Snell does, and you're left with nothing. He could opt in, but if he opts in, it's because he has a 12 ERA at the end of the year, and he has no other option. He's not going to get enough money elsewhere. And at that point, maybe you don't want him because he was so bad this past year. I think that's that's an option. And I know there's been some talk, and I heard it this morning with Spadoni and Evan talking about maybe Luciano gets potentially shipped off at the trade deadline. You mentioned Bo Bichette. I was just talking with one of our Morning Roast hosts during the last break, Joe Shask. He's like, there's a chance, they might try to get Bo Bichette. Kevin Gausman is over there in Toronto as well. Maybe Luciano is attractive to somebody else. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I wouldn't trade him either, and I would be shocked. Could you imagine? They finally bring him up to the big league level after years of Giants fans hearing the promise of, young stud Marco Luciano, the future of the shortstop position. He finally gets a legitimate run in the major league level, and it's hitting nearly 400, and then they ship him off. I would be surprised. My only point is, whatever they want to do, whether it is to buy or to sell at the deadline, they have that ability too, because they have young guys who at the very least are relatively attractive to just about every single team out there, and they have veterans on potentially rental deals. And if they're struggling, why would you want to keep them when maybe you could help your farm system at that point? Now, I would be shocked if the Giants become sellers. I kind of boldly claimed last year I thought they should sell, even though they didn't have a ton to sell, because I had no belief that they would be any good. I have much more belief that they could be good this year because they have a whole lot more talent around them. And you mentioned the injuries to the starting pitching. You get Cobb back, you get Robbie Ray back. That maybe moves Jordan Hicks to the bullpen, Keaton Wynn to the bullpen, and suddenly the bullpen is a lot stronger. You don't have to worry about Rogers throwing in the ninth because you can kind of maximize your plus arms in a better way. Maybe this isn't a conversation for May 27th, but I do think the Giants have, to use a word that the Warriors have used a lot, they have optionality. They have the ability to kind of attack the trade deadline whichever way they want to.
I wouldn't touch the kids. I would say the kids are hands off. That's your future. That's your base. That's your foundation. I don't care what Luciano does. Elliot Ramos. To me, I think it's interesting that when you talk about Snell, it's almost like a blessing if he doesn't play well, that the San Francisco Giants, because their staff could be so good that you could actually have a bad Snell and still be a competitive baseball team. Like, I think if you get Ray back, if you get Cobb back, if Hicks stays, if he continues to do what it is that he's been able to do, and Logan Webb's Logan Webb, and then that bullpen gets better. I mean, this is a quality pitching staff without Snell. And if Snell then becomes expendable, because somebody, I don't care what his ERA is, whether it's the Yankees or it's the Braves or whomever, the Dodgers, and you're nip and tuck with somebody and you're looking to procure that number one seed, so to speak, you'll take a roll on Snell.
Especially if this becomes a market like last year where it was a seller's market. There were no sellers last year, and it was credit to Major League Baseball. It's what they wanted when they expanded the playoffs, and now you have all these playoff teams. It's kind of like the NBA with the play-in tournament. So many teams are fighting for playoff spots that no one is really tanking. Now, there are a couple, but generally speaking, most of the teams across baseball last year were buyers. There were so few sellers, and it was part of a reason why I wanted the Giants to at least consider selling, because if you just sold, you could have sold Alex Cobb last year, not that you wanted to, but he would have gotten you a ton on that market last year. A ton, because there were no other quality pitchers out there on the trade market. Maybe this year is similar, and maybe it is another seller's market. Not that I want the Giants to sell, because that would mean that they would kind of have to drop off here and be bad. But if they are, and this is again a seller's market, Blake Snell would get you a king's ransom.
I tell you, two guys that I would have no issue moving off on, because I'm all about protecting the kids. And that is Conforto and Mike Yastrzemski.
Now, Conforto's been good.
He's been very good. Now, here's the reason why you can hang on to Conforto, is that hopefully Yastrzemski begins to play much better. And he's shown signs, right? If Yastrzemski begins to hit, because he's a veteran player, he's a guy that I can clearly see a team, if there's a need at a corner outfield position, or you need a DH, or you want a left-handed bat, is so coveted at the trade deadline.
He's a damn good outfielder.
He is. And if you're in a pennant race, then I think Mike Yastrzemski could be that guy that I'm willing to dangle out there and saying, all right, step to the table. What is it that you have? And the reason being is that Elliot Ramos, you're now our new left fielder, and Conforto doesn't have to go anywhere. You now, because you have multiple outfielders that you have the luxury, I think, of doing these sort of things as it relates to Conforto and or Mike Yastrzemski. I think Yastrzemski, Snell, and Conforto, if Elliot Ramos continues to play well, depending on what it is that I'm getting back, I wouldn't hesitate on pulling that trigger. And I know that if I was to say this a month ago in the beginning of the season, you'd say, yeah, Dan, that's the reason why you're talking to a live mic in the middle of the afternoon on Memorial Day and not a GM. But to me, that's where you're at, because it's all about the future. And to me, is building behind the youth. And the youth is Ramos, it's Luciano, and it's Matos, and it's Pat Bailey and company.
I largely agree with you, because that is also
You always largely agree. You qualify your agreeing with. It's not. I entirely agree with you, Dan.
Well, I'm down with you, Dan.
I think you leave that door open.
There's
a bit of coconut in you, but
yes.
I'll come with you 3/4 of the way.
I'm not going to blanket statement. Don't trade. Like, no one is untouchable. Like that word, I hate that word, untouchable. Everybody has a price. Everybody has a price.
Agreed.
And the Warrior, or the Warriors.
Especially when it's applied to the War. Yeah.
Exactly. We can have that conversation later. The Giants youngsters are 100% not untouchable. As much as I'm excited by them, and they're the reason why this team is playing better, talk about the Toronto Blue Jays, who we have up on the TV right now. They're winning against the White Sox. Congrats. You should be doing that.
Why we got a team from Canada on the screen on Memorial Day? What's going on here?
They've largely been unimpressive this year. And the Blue Jays, if this continues, are going to teeter into cellar territory. And you already mentioned Bo Bichette. You mentioned it as a Dodgers target, but you mentioned Bo Bichette. He could be on the move. Kevin Gausman, former Giant, he could be on the move. What about maybe the prize of all prizes, first baseman Vladdy Jr.? He could be on the move. What if the Toronto Blue Jays say, hey, Giants, we'll give you Vladdy and Bo. Give us Luciano and, I don't know, two of your other top 15 prospects. Vladdy and Bo, you're telling me that Luciano...
They're going to give Vladdy and Bo?
Yeah.
Who's
for Luciano and a couple of others. Well, they got nothing going on. They're headed for 4th place in the AL East. What have they done with Vladdy?
But I wouldn't package those two. I would send, you could get a much bigger asset.
My whole point is, if Vladdy is available, you're saying bye-bye to Marco Luciano, right?
It depends on where I'm at in the standings. It really does. If the trade deadline hits and this team goes on a run and, they go nip and tuck with the Dodgers and there's something going on and it's all behind sort of the kids and it's reminiscent of back in the day when Posey was a youngster and Crawford was a youngster and Lincecum and Kane and all these babyface kids who became the foundation, then the hell with Vlad and company. Like, I'm not giving up on those guys.
That is the blueprint. You're right.
So I think a lot of this depends on just exactly where it is that we're at when we're making these sort of trades.
But you don't think this is a big deal for Blake Snell tonight? Well, what if he comes out and gives up 5 runs in 3 1/3 innings and they lose 8-1?
I would give him another 2 outings before I'm at that point. I see what you're saying.
I'm getting a little worried. I'm getting a little worried. Maybe that's just who I am. But I all of April, I wasn't like when he made his first start after he came back from injury. I thought, like so many Giants fans I talked to, like, the reigning Cy Young Award winner, finally he's ready. He's going to throw. He's going to shut him down. 7 shutty coming up from Blake Snell. I think he walked like 3 batters in the first inning. I think he got out of it, but he loaded the bases. This is what he does. And I was fine with that because I was expecting that. But at this point, I'm expecting him to turn it around a little bit. And if he looks largely how he's looked this whole season so far, which has only been 4 starts, I'm going to get a little bit worried.
Just take a look ahead at the Philadelphia Phillies as well as the New York Yankees. With these 2 teams coming to town, if this was as soon as 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, let alone a month ago.
Oh, my God.
I mean, right now...
You'd be praying to win 2 of the 6.
Well, let's just talk about how you see the Giants stacking up against 2 of the best teams. Well, not 2 of, I think they are, pound for pound, the 2 best teams in Major League Baseball. Because to me, the San Francisco Giants are right now in that conversation. Like, I don't think... San Francisco taking 2 out of 3 of both teams is beyond the stretch of possibilities.
It would be tough. I mean, these are really good. You got the best team, best record in all of baseball, and the second best record in the AL, and the New York Yankees on the way. Obviously, we know what the Yankees are with all of their talent. You good over there?
Go ahead. My phone went off.
And then you knocked over a bottle.
Mom was calling in the middle of the show, and then I fell apart.
Oh, come on,
knocking over things.
I mean, if they take 2 or 3 from, if they go 3 and 3,
speak up, Mom. What?
If they go 3 and 3 in these 6 games, I will be absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, see, I'm not there. Like, you've got
You got higher hopes than that?
I do.
3-3. That's good against these teams.
But I think that if you've really turned the corner, take 2 or 3. Like, if you're really going to make that step,
take 2 or 3 from one, and then just get 1 in the other. 3-3 on this.
I love it when Stuart Hall Carter's waving me to a break, man. I love it because I would have been here for another 20 minutes. We got to read it. We don't. Stuart Hall Carter, by the way, his parents paid $500,000 a year for his education. He's my producer. They must be very happy with that. All right, we'll continue. It's Grandy. It's Dan Avone here on 95.7 The Game. Much more coming up right after this.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Mark Randy and Dan Avone here on this Monday where we lose the great Bill Walton. Once again, if you're just joining us, Bill Walton dying today at the age of 71 after a long battle with cancer. The stories all over the place online. And they're both funny and sad, but I'm with you, Grim. When I think back on his life, I smile and you feel good. And he was just one of those special, special people. And I think we're just so fortunate that he played basketball, and it's somebody that we feel as though we're intimately close to the guy. And he meant so much more, again, just beyond sports, and his energy was infectious and everything that he stood for. I mean, he's one of those guys that sort of was like in the Muhammad Ali late 1960s and civil rights movement, and he had this ethical and moral sort of code that he lived by, and his life was not defined simply by what he did at UCLA or with the Portland Trail Blazers or with the Boston Celtics. And as much as we enjoyed the guy in his latter years as a broadcaster, just, his ideologies, whether it was politically based or what have you, or just morally how he felt in the world, he let you know. I think it's something that's sort of absent for a lot of today's star athletes, but he was a star in so many different levels. Once again, Bill Walton dying today at the age of 71. We're here for you for the next couple of hours. If you want to share stories, and you just want to give your thoughts on truly one of the legends of the game, and as we have talked about, one of the biggest personalities.
Oh, yeah. One thing I will remember Bill Walton for, and it's obviously everything you just laid out. This is a little more niche, I guess, however you want to pronounce it. He always would call the college basketball non-conference, like kind of preseason tournament, the Maui Invitational.
Yeah.
The Maui Gym Maui Invitational, obviously from Maui. He's got like the Hawaiian shirts on, he's got the sunglasses on. Sometimes he would just, go bare-chested without a shirt on. But the promos for the tournament were always the best because he'd be sitting on the beach, like on a Chage lounge, just with sunglasses on, and he'd have his Hawaiian shirt on, and he'd like pretend that he's like surfing, and he'd just be like, mahalo, and like, we got great basketball. Just the most classic Bill Walton was those Maui Gym, Maui Invitational broadcasts, and the promos that they would both go to and from the broadcast with. It became a running bit because it's who Bill was. They would probably film them like ahead of time and use it to promote the tournament. But it became a bit because every time you had a camera on Bill, it was just gold. And they would play those over and over and over again. Not just like the same one over and over. They had so many in the holster. They could play them like going to every break, coming back from every break, because everything that Bill said was just hilarious. It made you laugh. It put a smile on your face. And that tournament specifically is not going to be the same without him, because I would look forward to that tournament every year when college basketball season would get underway. The Maui Gym, Maui Invitational, and in his big voice with all the bravado and please, like this is the greatest basketball teams we've ever seen out of the Maui Gym, Maui Invitational. I'm gonna miss him, and I'm gonna miss that tournament without him as well.
Well, there was no filter with the guy, and I think as people, we oftentimes just crave for real people. And I think if he sat down, if he happened to be with us here today, and he just sat down, it's not as though he needs notes or anything's premeditated. He's just him, and he's just so comfortable in his skin, and it's so rare that you see somebody who's truly genuine. I just think he is who he was. There was no, he wasn't hiding behind any sort of facades. What you saw is what you got with that guy. And I think it's a lot of what we aspire to be as people, but he was the real deal. And again, this isn't just about sports. It's not about basketball. It's about a really unique person that led one of the most unique lives, both on and off the basketball court. And of course, the stories will continue to roll in. I'm sure the documentaries are being loaded as we speak. You're going to hear a lot more about truly one of the great people, at least in my lifetime, that is going to be sorely missed. All right, again, if you want to call in, if you want to share some of the stories about the great Bill Walton, we'll be here for you for the next couple of hours. We're talking San Francisco Giants. Where are you at in terms of, I've turned the corner. I always felt, I think the last time we talked, that they weren't doing well, but I just felt as though this team had the ability to pivot because of their roster was so good. But I didn't see this with the kids. And again, to me, that's where this really sort of starts. Matt Chapman's been amazing. We haven't even talked about him, but Chapman and the offense has now been unlocked. But doing it again with some kids that are just high energy. I see this team now being in that mix where, again, if you get hot for 3 weeks like Arizona and Texas showed us a year ago, or Arizona, you have an opportunity of winning a World Series. And I would put them in that conversation this year. If they get into the postseason, which I think they will, this is a team that I think is just going to get better as we go along.
I'm just happy, even if this team, this doesn't turn into a large postseason run. I'm just happy, Dan, that I kind of finally feel some excitement around the team once again. And I think you can kind of feel it in the city if you live in the city, if you work in the city, as you walk around, especially after the Warriors lost and their season was over and you're still dealing with the disappointment of the Niners losing in the Super Bowl. It kind of felt dead, not from a city standpoint, and the city obviously is still bouncing back from COVID, and that's been a different conversation, but just in terms of energy and vibe and, I don't know, being proud of your teams, it kind of felt like it's been depleted and diminished a little bit. So, and I felt that personally. It's something that I've grappled with for the last 2 years, has been, like, the Giants have been my team. Like, I love the Giants with every fiber of my being. And something that I've been dealing with personally is it's been really difficult for me the last 2 years to get up and watch this team and get pumped game after game after game. And I get it's also kind of the nature of baseball, 162 games, and it's every single day from April all the way through September, and if you're lucky enough, into October as well. I've had a hard time finding that energy for this team the last couple of years. The last like 2.5 weeks, though, I'm locked right back in. Yeah. I'm not missing a pitch unless you've got, special circumstances. Like this team has captured my enthusiasm once again.
What's it attributed to, though?
Yeah, it's the young guys, no doubt. Matos and Ramos, who are both in the lineup again tonight, or today. We do have a lineup out. There is no Luciano. Wisely is playing shortstop tonight. It's Matos, Wade, Estrada, Chapman, Bailey, Soler, Yastrzemski, Ramos, and Wisely, the Giants batting lineup tonight against Taijuan Walker and the Phillies. Blake Snell starting for the Giants. It's been the young guys. It's been Matt Chapman finally showing off the bat. Man, his bat was so bad to begin the season. He's up to 8 home runs, had the clutch 3-run homer in Pittsburgh, all the defensive plays. I'm not sure.
Got robbed yesterday.
He did, you're right. I'm not sure I've seen a better barehanded play to end the game than what he did on Friday night. That was absolutely ridiculous, Matt Chapman, and the scoop by Lamont Wade at first base as well. That road trip was kind of awkward and weird with all the late inning dramatics. I'm just happy, though, Dan, bottom line, win or loss, I'm happy that there's something for me to look forward to now every single night, and it's a conversation you and I have had about the Warriors and Joe Lacob and Mark Cuban, knowing this is an entertainment business. Obviously, winning is important, but you need to give your fan base a reason to be entertained, the expectation that you're going to be entertained. The Giants have not had that, at least in my opinion, for the last 2 years. These young guys and the swagger that they have brought has given me a reason to expect in some way, shape, or form. When I tune into the game every night, I am going to be entertained.
You talked about the Golden State Warriors. I think that this is what the Warriors would love to have, because this is why I think the San Francisco Giants are primed for, call it a surprise, a huge run in the postseason. First of all, I have no doubt they'll get there. I think they're going to do a lot of damage because they have stumbled on the sweet spot here. This is ideally what it is that you want as a baseball team in terms of your composition or the makeup. And that is, and of course, there's a bit of a risk here because we won't get ahead of ourselves. I haven't seen Matos do this over 150 games or through the battle of attrition that is a major league season. Same holds true for all the other kids. But if they stay on this trajectory and you're looking at young players that combined with the elder statesmen and or the veterans, but veterans who are still very much in their sweet spot at the apex. And I'm talking about Matt Chapman in his early 30s, Jorge Soler in his early 30s. I think Lamont Wade's at the age of 30.
He's been awesome this year.
That's where you want to be. It's not the same story if you had the Panda at third base and then you got Buster Posey, an aging Buster Posey, or Crawford still at shortstop in his latter years, and you have this mixture of kids where you're like, there's always that sort of imbalance. The Warriors have been battling this for the last couple of years. Like, what do? We got Kuminga, we got Moody, we got Trace Jackson Davis, but then we got these old guys. Like, how are we going to sort of, make sense of all of this going forward? What you want is what it is that the Giants have. And that is guys who are in their prime and are now beginning to play to their potential. And that with the combination of this infusion of this youthful energy of young players that are showing promise finally, because we've been reading about and hearing about these guys for going on 5 or 6 years now?
More than that. Some of them.
Like, to me, Grant, that to me is what it is that you're looking for in a baseball team, ideally. Now, obviously, there's different ways to win. You could be the Los Angeles Dodgers and go out and sign and get any free agents you want. But another way is what it is that the San Francisco Giants are doing it. This is a template to me to make, not only get to the playoffs, to make a serious run, and also it provides sustainability as far as I'm concerned, that this is something that you can build off of and continue to get behind for the next couple of years.
Well, if these youngsters are who they're showing themselves to be right now, maybe with the exception of Luciano defensively, and if he can get better at that, or maybe they find some other solution, then that is, you're right, the backbone of the next 10 years of your team. These are all young guys who are going to be under team control for a very, very long time if you want them. The baseball system is honestly kind of messed up from a player perspective. You're a young guy that was drafted by the team that you're currently on. They control you for like 8 years because you got all the arbitration years and you got to go to court and you each submit a number for what you think you're worth, and then you got to stick with the team. Maybe you get the money that you want. Maybe they get the money that they want, but you're still theirs no matter what. Arbitration is a weird process, but if these guys, Dan, are all good, and Bailey continues his upward trajectory, now hitting nearly 300, the clutch grand slam he hit in New York. He loves hitting in New York, by the way. He had I think the walkout or the go-ahead 3-run homer late in the game last year in New York at the grand slam, this year in New York. You talked about Ramos and Matos and Luciano. If those guys all continue playing this way and they prove that they belong here, they will be on your team for years to come. And it's way too much to say that they're going to be the core that wins you multiple championships like that last core did. But this is how that era of Giants baseball won those championships. It was through developing their players. It was bringing up Buster Posey, who, by the way, you remember the first time he came up? 2009, not 2010. 2009, he struggled when he first came up in September, kind of a la Matos and Ramos last year when they came up for their first real run. Same thing for Luciano, you could say as well. And then Posey did not start the season in 2010 with the Major League club. It was Benji Molina, if you remember, who was the team's starting catcher to begin 2010. And then in May, I believe, Posey got the call, not because Molina was hurt. I don't think it was just time. Posey was your high draft pick, one of the best prospects in baseball, tearing the cover off the ball in the minors, bring him up early in the 2010 season after he got his first taste in 2009. And he opened his season with what, like a 20-game hit streak or whatever it was, and then they won the World Series. Then he got hurt in 2011, we know that, but then he was the MVP in 2012, and they won again, and the rest is history. We know how that went. If you're looking at a similar trajectory for Ramos and for Matos and for Luciano, and you can maybe throw Bailey in there as well, I'm not going to say that they're all going to be in a Hall of Fame track like Buster was, but they had their hiccups last year when they first came up, much like Posey. Now they get another taste after being seasoned further in AAA to begin the season, and now you see them take that improvement. It's a little bit too strong to say that they're going to have that Buster Posey-like leap, but the returns to this point, Dan, are kind of similar to how the trajectory of Buster Posey's career began.
Yeah, and I think that, what do they always say? You need at least 500 at-bats under your belt at the major league level before you really sort of understand how this whole thing works in terms of the speed and the off-speed with these guys. I'm talking about major league pitching. So, yeah, there's got to be a level of patience, but this is how you win. Major League Baseball, more than any of the other professional sports, you've got to be organic. I always bring up the Los Angeles Dodgers, and I hate that team as much as anybody, but the Dodgers are the perfect model. Like, yeah, they have more money than anybody, and they can write a check for whomever, but they can also bring guys up, and they're plug and play through their minor league system, and it's the reason why when the trade deadline comes and they want to go get somebody, they have assets at the minor league level. They're not just top heavy. So you have got to have that sort of organic base with your baseball team. And anybody that's worth a rip has players that have come up through their system. So it's been a while. It's just been a while since, Zaidi's been able to actually, bring these guys up that we've been hearing about and actually have these players produce. It just simply has not been the case. Now, again, maybe it was all, this opportunity was provided by the injury to one Jung-Hoo Lee, but it is what it is at this point. And I think that there's a lot to get excited about the San Francisco Giants. I do want to talk about some of the players that are coming to town, because I think that this is a great opportunity for the San Francisco Giants to, first of all, sort of wake up the echoes of Major League Baseball to, you take 2 out of 3, you sweep one of these guys, and people are beginning to sort of focus on what's going on out there in San Francisco. Something's brewing out there this summer, and I think that this is the opportunity for them to sort of knock down that wall and let the entire national landscape recognize that the Giants now this is a team that is to be reckoned with, I think, in 2024, and this is the perfect platform.
It is. It is the perfect platform. It's difficult for me to watch the Phillies, though, because you got Bryce Harper in the middle of that lineup smacking home runs left and right, and remembering that the Giants kind of came in at the 11th hour trying to sway Bryce Harper to join their team instead of the Phillies, but they were too late. But you do have a lot of eyes on you right now, and, the Giants' recent stretch, you sweep the Rockies, and then you take series against the Pirates and the Mets. Like, all right, congrats. You've kind of captured our excitement, but you haven't really done anything in terms of the national landscape. Not many people are looking at the Giants, and you look at their record right now, 27-27. They're 5.5 behind the Dodgers, who oddly have lost 5 games in a row and aren't playing great baseball. They're still one of the better teams in all of the league. Of course, we know that, but they're not off to their normal torrid start. They are 11 games over, but it's not like they're completely lapping the rest of the field as they had for, a number of years in the past. But you have an ability now to go out and beat some good teams, and you have not been able to do that this year. The Dodgers, they swept you in LA. They took 2 or 3 from you here in San Francisco. It's been that way all year. The Giants' record against teams that are above 500, Dan, they're 6-14. They haven't been able to beat good teams yet. They have handled business against some of the bottom feeders. They beat the Reds in a series. They won a series against the Marlins. They just won a series against the New York Mets. They swept the Colorado Rockies, one of the worst teams in baseball. They've beaten up on some of those kinds of teams, but when the big tests have come to town, the big teams, the big boys, like the Dodgers, like the Phillies, like the Yankees, they've fallen short, and it hasn't been close. They have fallen flat on their face and gotten embarrassed in a number of these kinds of games. So this is another opportunity to prove it. The Phillies are 38-16. They have a plus 93 run differential. They are the best team in baseball right now. And you got to go out and prove that you can at least be competitive. Otherwise, we're going to think of the Giants as, at least the national perspective will be, just a middle-of-the-pack team who can't beat anybody good.
I think 2 players to keep an eye on this week are Trey Turner, because that's what a defensive shortstop looks like. And I mean, we giggle at this, but I said this the other day, that I don't think you can be, and I don't know, somebody can point this out to me. When's the last time you had a World Series winner or a relevant team where you had a bad shortstop defensively? It just doesn't happen, man. It doesn't. They go hand in hand. It's not coincidental. And then it's not accidental that the New York Yankees, one of the better teams in baseball as well, right behind the Philadelphia Phillies for that distinction as the best in all of MLB. They've got Anthony Volpe, man. Anthony Volpe is for real.
He's had a great year.
And that's the guy who defensively is so very, very good.
And he was the guy who began the season for them last year as the starting shortstop, but had a terrible rookie year. Yeah. But now you look at him now after a franchise was patient with him, and look at what he's become now. Maybe that's a similar...
That's a great point.
Now, Volpe wasn't necessarily terrible defensively last year. He was terrible offensively. His bat has come around. His glove was always there. Maybe it's a flip-flop, a reverse of sorts for Luciano.
As we talked about, when you're sacrificing the offense at that position.
Yes, you're right.
Because the defense is so vital for the 6 hole. as opposed to anywhere else.
And generally, you don't think of your shortstop as a middle-of-the-order kind of bat. Like, that's not the way that it historically has been. Maybe Luciano is different in that regard. He's hitting nearly 400 in a small sample. But to your point, the confidence and the patience the Yankees showed in Volpe has gone a long way because now he's one of their better hitters on that team, one of the best teams in baseball.
In the midst of it was a 16-game hitting streak. I don't know where he's at right now. I keep an eye on this guy because I'm an Anthony Volpe guy. He's part Italian and Asian, and he's a good-looking SOB because you want to know who else is part Italian and Asian. That's right. You're working with him today.
And another good-looking guy right there.
No, but in all seriousness, I think that it's as excited as we get about this baseball team, there's still that 800-pound gorilla in the room is how do we solve the inadequacies defensively at shortstop. It's not as though we're talking about, well, we're not getting any offensive production at the shortstop position. That's a whole other conversation. Again, Brandon Crawford, that's the one thing that plagued him coming into Major League Baseball as a rookie is could he hit Major League pitching? But we knew his glove was always there. If Luciano was the other way around, he had a tremendous glove and suspect hitting, we would be much more okay with it when you think about, his size and his athleticism and his ability to run. But this really becomes problematic because I don't know the solution. And again, I think you're hard-pressed to show me, as excited as we might get about the San Francisco Giants, the last time a team played for a pennant or was a World Series champion that had a deficient shortstop at when it came to defense. I just simply don't think that those two go hand in hand.
I think it's becoming pretty obvious, at least to me, and I think the Giants have realized this as well, and that being leadership, because it's been true for the Giants forever, as long as I can remember. This team wins with pitching and defense, and generally it is homegrown pitching and defense. They win with that. They're not going to be the highest scoring team. They're not going to hit the most home runs. 2021 was an aberration. They're not going to be able to attract all of the best hitters in baseball to come and sign here. Like, that has proven time and time again. It's just not the way that it works for whatever reason. If you want to blame Farhan, if you want to blame the ballpark, whatever the reason is, if you want to blame the city, like, it just doesn't happen. Seems we got a long track record of that being fact. The Giants just are not going to be able to sign the best hitters. So the Giants, their path to success is to outpitch and to outdefend. And now, Farhan has also said this most recent offseason, our goal is to get younger and more athletic. Generally speaking, they want to get better defensively and they want to steal more bases. They don't steal bases at all. Like, Matt Chapman leads the team in stolen bases, and he's not necessarily a base stealer. At least I think he does. He might have more than Jung-Hoo did. But now Jung-Hoo Lee's injured, so that doesn't even matter. But he's up there at the very worst, which is kind of sad about everyone else on this team because Matt Chapman is not much of a base stealer. My point is, though, Dan,
base stealing gets come back to Major League Baseball, so it's an important
and the Giants have not picked up on it as much as everybody else has around baseball. They just don't have a lot of team speed, and they don't have great base runners. Maybe Luis Matos can do a little bit more of that as he stays up here and continues to play well. My only point is the Giants have... when they've been at their best, when their franchise has been successful, it's been by out pitching and out defending everybody else. And it's why I'm a little bit worried about what the future holds for Luciano if the glove continues to struggle with this pitching staff, with the ground ball pitcher like Logan Webb, who wants to have all his best defenders out there.
He's inducing you to a ground ball, but what good is that?
There might come a point where the Giants say, as much as we love your bat, Marco, we got to have an elite defensive shortstop out there. And as it stands right now, unfortunately, you are not that guy.
And how do we get there is the question.
It's a great question.
So do you let him play through it? And or do you sit him down? Or trade deadline, do you put him up there for sale? I would never do
Blasphemy, Dan.
Right? All right, we continue here. We want to shift to a little basketball. On a day where we tribute one Bill Walton, who passed away at the age of 71, losing his battle with cancer. Your stories are welcomed here at 95.7 The Game. But we'll talk about the playoffs. We'll also get into the Golden State Warriors. And I want to talk about Draymond Green and your thoughts on how he's doing with TNT. All that and much more. Mark Grandy and Dan Avone on 95.7 The Game.
May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Interested in finding out ways that you can celebrate all month long? Visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month Celebration Guide. Open your passport to experience the vibrant traditions and diversity of the community. From captivating performances to extraordinary culinary experiences and enlightening book discussions, there's something for everyone to enjoy in May. Check out the full celebration guide and more at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating
A leopard doesn't change its spots at age 31 or 32. What he did to Brooklyn, the nonsense and the lunacy over the last 5 years regarding Kyrie Irving is real. But it's nice now when you talk about Kyrie Irving, you're talking about basketball these days.
Still a hell of a player.
He is. I have to recognize that this guy, even though I'm out at, and I'm not down with believing that this guy is a changed person, but I do have to recognize that he has been a remarkable, remarkable story here in 2024. And we can get into the conversation that is this the best backcourt duo in the history of the sport? Shout out Splash Brothers. We can revisit that. But Kyrie's a good place to start when you're talking about the ascension that is the Dallas Mavericks towards the NBA championship. And I don't think a lot of people saw this coming a month ago.
Well, it's crazy that it's not just that he has been able to push aside the things that got him in trouble. He's like suddenly turned into, again, not just not being a distraction. The way that he talks about his teammates now and the way that his teammates talk about him in Dallas, he's like teammate of the year stuff. Like it seems like he is so integral in the locker room now. And I think it was after game 1 in Minnesota when they escaped with a victory, and all 3 of the games have been relatively close, specifically games 1 and 2 in Minnesota. I think ESPN or TNT, I think, had game 1. And they were talking on the floor to Kyrie Irving right after the game. And every question that they asked him, he just deferred everything to his teammates. Like, oh man, Luka's incredible. It's an honor to play with him. He's so young and he's so good. He shouldn't be this good. Like, he has completely done a 180. And I don't know if maybe he's just gotten some sage advice. Like, maybe just don't share everything that you feel publicly. Maybe that's what it is. Have a little bit more of a filter. Whatever it is, if he is changed, if he's just thinking more about when to talk and what to say when he is talking, for whatever the reason is, and for however he's doing it, Dan, you can't deny that he has completely turned around. You can't forget about what he said and what has happened, but he's changed the perception about the kind of teammate that he is right now. Because in Boston, it was a mess. Yeah. They wanted him out. In Brooklyn, it was maybe even worse. It was a failure. They wanted him out. And now he's in Dallas, and I don't know how you felt. I felt like, oh, this is a disaster waiting to happen once again. Luka, great. Kyrie, great individually. Together, I'm not so sure. It has worked so much better than I was expecting. He has shocked me personally.
Well, I'll tell you why it's happened. It's because he realized that this was his last chance. Like, he is... Let's just go back to a year and a half ago at the trade deadline. Nobody wanted to touch this guy. He was toxic. And even he knew it. While he's one of the best players in the NBA, in the history of the NBA at the guard position, that nobody wanted to touch Kyrie Irving because of his antics off the court, especially out there in Brooklyn. I mean, he just destroyed that franchise. The guy was traded for Dorian Finney-Smith, Spencer Dinwiddie, and a low first-round pick. That's simply because he was that toxic of a basketball player, and he realized, which is why I think this is all a facade. He recognized that, hey man, the only chance I have of sticking in this league is that I got to stop the nonsense, is that I've got to play nice. And that's why you're seeing a lot of what it is that you're seeing. But
so you think it's not genuine? Is that what you're saying?
Come on, absolutely not. But it works. And so I think you have to recognize that the redemption story is real. Like, what he's doing on the floor has translated into wins, and even off the court. But the reason why he's doing it, to me, is very, very obvious.
Self-preservation.
Oh, absolutely. But I think that when you look at Luka as well as Kyrie Irving, we may as well go down this road, is that there was that bold statement that was made the other day.
I think Paul Pierce,
No, it was, who's on the call? Who's the analyst alongside Reggie Miller? Van Gundy. So Stan Van Gundy said that he believes that this is the best backcourt duo in the NBA, bar none.
So currently in the NBA.
Stop it.
I'm paraphrasing here, but
because what Paul Pierce said was it's the best offensive backcourt ever.
Okay, did he qualify it by saying offense? I want to say that Stan Van Gundy took it a step further in saying that this is the best backcourt in the NBA. It's difficult to say in the history of the NBA simply because they've been together for, a year and a half.
Yeah.
So, but where are you at, obviously, as it relates to one Klay Thompson and Steph Curry?
Well, I mean, they're not at Steph Curry and Klay Thompson peak levels. They're better than Steph Curry and Klay Thompson now. I think that's relatively obvious.
Oh, well, let me
right?
rephrase this. We're taking both tandems in their prime.
Oh, it's Steph and Klay.
And you're starting a franchise.
Steph and Klay.
So you got Kyrie in his prime, you got Luke in his prime, and Splash Brothers in their prime.
Steph and Klay. It's not close.
It's not close?
No.
I think it's close.
I don't think so.
I think it's close. I mean, I might lean towards you, but it's something I got to think about. I got to ruminate a little bit on this. We're talking about Luka Doncic.
We're talking about Steph freaking Curry.
Oh, no, I get it. And Kyrie Irving. And we're talking about, the book is still being written on Luka. Let's just see, where he ends up after his career is done. I think that when Klay and Steph were pretty much there on the backside of the mountain.
Yeah, we know what they are and where they will end things historically.
I think Luka is really sort of the X factor in this because he's 6'7", and the things that he does on a basketball court are not guard-esque. And
he's still so young. It's
people
crazy.
will always interpret this as that I'm taking a shot at Klay. I'm not. I'm just saying
it kind of sounds like you are.
If I'm starting a franchise and I can have Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving and they're 22 and the Splash Brothers are 22, listen, Klay and Steph, in terms of shooting, forget about it. But as far as...
let's not forget about what Klay was able to do defensively before he had those injuries.
That's the issue, is that neither Luka or Kyrie are playing defense now, but that's not in their DNA.
Luka has the ability to be a decent defender.
But he has no interest.
Yeah.
Or he hasn't historically.
Although, interestingly enough, it's been one of the biggest reasons why Dallas is now a win away from the NBA Finals. Their defense is legit as a team. And it's not necessarily because Luka and Kyrie individually are the greatest defenders. I think there has been a little bit more effort on the defensive end from Luka, and that generally is what happens in the playoffs as well. One thing to keep an eye on potentially for the finals, although maybe Dallas gets a little bit of a benefit here because we might have a number of days off before the finals begin. If both these series end in sweeps, which I think it would likely the favorite to happen, at least both of the Game 4s individually. I would imagine Boston's favorite in Game 4. I would imagine Dallas's favorite in Game 4. You could have 8 full days off from the end of the Western Conference Finals to the beginning of the NBA Finals.
Which they will not move up.
No matter what, first game of the Finals is June 6th. And the Conference Finals could end tomorrow. If Boston wins today and Dallas wins tomorrow, the Conference Finals are over. And then 8 full days off between NBA playoff games. So maybe that helps. But Derek Lively, you saw what he took a knee to the back of his head yesterday. Yeah. That was gnarly. The rookie Derek Lively's been big for the Dallas defense. So their defense is legit, not necessarily because of Luka and Kyrie as great defensive forces, but they have been able to, I think buy into a defensive scheme team effort, and they've been good that way. But individually, neither of them are as good as Klay was at his peak.
Yeah, and one of the guys that we overlook when we talk about the success of the Dallas Mavericks is their head coach, Jason Kidd. Shout out to the Bay Area and the University of California. And Jay Kidd has been a really, really good, effective basketball coach, getting back to what it is that we said, what it is that you need, and that is that he has the respect of his players. And also, I think he's been really good in terms of the defense and the defensive maneuvering and using his players in terms of getting the most out of them as far as rotations are concerned. When you talk about bigs, and Derek Lively has been a remarkable story, but I think that Rudy Gobert, and this continues, that Rudy Gobert, and this haunts him going back to his days with Utah. He's been in the playoffs 8 consecutive years, but Utah could have told you this. And the reason why they shipped him off is that, yes, he's the defensive player of the year, maybe, although Draymond Green on line too, but when it comes to the playoffs, and teams want to go 5 out, this guy's useless, and there's not much that he can do. Now, I think in defending Rudy Gobert, some people will pull up his plus-minus in this series, which has not been bad, but it gets back to what does Rudy Gobert really provide a basketball team when it comes to the postseason? And when Luka Doncic is just simply saying, where are you? I want to hunt you out. Is he a liability, or, did they get it wrong by giving up 5 number 1 picks to get Rudy Gobert, who, once again, good during the regular season, but the postseason always seems to get exploited?
And by the way, keep an eye on him this offseason. I think there's a decent chance that he asks for an extension this offseason from the T-Wolves. We'll see what they do with that. They're going to have some big decisions coming, especially assuming if they lose this series and if they get swept, maybe they're a little more convinced to make big moves. I've always been relatively quick to kind of dismiss Rudy Gobert in terms of postseason because he always gets played off the floor. But I felt like maybe I've come to that conclusion a little bit unfairly, and you kind of jump on the bandwagon of making fun of Rudy, and he's this emotional guy, and he cries when he was the last pick of the All-Star draft, and he had the whole thing with COVID, and that was a mistake, and he's admitted to that. I felt like I've been a little bit quick to jump on the bandwagon of hating Rudy Gobert, so I've tried to kind of wipe the slate clean and watch him more specifically individually this postseason and kind of get a new conclusion. And it's not that he's a bad player. It's not that I think he's not a good defender, and he clearly is. It's just as you laid out, when you are going up against a team like the Dallas Mavericks, who are going to put a big body in Luka Doncic on the floor who can ball handle, who can dribble, who can step back, who can hit threes, and he's got good size and strength to him. You've also got Kyrie there. You got another big in PJ Washington who's quick and can drive past Rudy Gobert. Derek Lively is athletic enough to handle his own at times. It's really difficult for a guy like Rudy Gobert to have an impact defensively against those kinds of players. Against Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon of the Denver Nuggets, he was imperative. You can't win that series without Rudy Gobert against Nikola Jokic, but he's not going to be nearly as good, nearly as effective in the big moments against a team like Dallas. Back at the end of game 2, what did we see? Rudy Gobert on the floor defensively for that last Dallas offensive possession when they were down 2 in the final seconds. They switched. They brought a screen up and they switched. They took Jaden McDaniels, a great defender, off of Luka, and they willingly put Rudy Gobert onto Luka. And what did the Mavericks say post-game after the Game 2 win, which kind of was the nail in the coffin? That you win 2 games away from home to begin a series, it's almost all but over. They said we weren't going to go for the 3 in the win unless Rudy switched on to Luka. That's what Luka was thinking when he saw Rudy switch on to him. He saw him switch, and he said, you know what? I'm going to get to my patented step back, and I'm going to hit a 3 over him. And we've seen it time and time and time again. Steph has done it to him before, where you get crossed over, you get stepped back, and he's kind of long and lumbering, and he crosses his legs over, and he almost stumbles. There's nothing Rudy can do about that. And it's not that Rudy is a bad defender. That's just not the situation for him. And me personally, I felt it was, 1, not the best decision to have Rudy on the floor in that situation, and 2, an even worse decision to willingly switch Rudy onto Luka. Jaden McDaniels just gave up, and I think it was probably directed by Chris Finch and the coaches. They did not try to stay on him, and they had all the time in the world to do it. They switched willingly, and if you willingly put Rudy onto Luka, you deserve to lose, and that's what's happened.
I think another scenario that we cannot ignore, and that is the 22-year-old Ant-Man. Just as we were quick to anoint him as the next Michael Jordan or what have you, that we have to remember that you have got to earn your stripes. That a 22-year-old being, because I don't know, maybe Magic Johnson might have been the last. This just doesn't happen where you rip through the playoffs, get to the NBA Finals.
Not even Michael did that.
Exactly. And this is just a sobering reminder that the postseason is a different animal. And maybe next year or the year after, he becomes that guy. But what we're seeing right now is sort of what we saw at Jason Tatum 2 years ago, that it usually takes a couple of these before you recognize how this thing is played out and what it is that it takes to win when you're talking about the respective finals, whether it's in the East or the West, because he is not closing games. And while these games are tight with 3 minutes to go, tied at 104 with under 2 to go, these are moments when you're looking for Ant-Man to drive you home, and he just simply can't do it. Why? Because there's a multitude of things. Probably the most obvious is that the moment is too big for him and that he doesn't have the experience of playing in these games, which is why we always got to just sort of just relax a bit before we put him in that rarefied air of being that guy. Now, I know a Game 7 on the road against Denver, it's easy to do, but this is proving once again, And the same could be true to a certain degree with Tyrese Halliburton, who's now hurt, but when he was healthy, in close games, you're seeing guys a little unsure of themselves of what it is it takes or what to do in order to close out opposing teams.
We are very reactionary. Very, very reactionary. Every game, after every good play that Anthony Edwards made in that Denver series, oh my God, he looks just like MJ out there. Oh my God, he's the next coming of Michael Jordan. Literally the greatest basketball player to have ever walked the face of the earth, and we're anointing this young kid out of Georgia as the next thing. And now that he's down 3-0 in the Western Conference Finals, we're saying, oh, we were so dumb to say that. 3 games is enough to change your opinion that drastically. We talked about, young players, no matter how good you are, it's rare that you have postseason success at the age that Ant is. Anthony Edwards, through 4 years in the NBA, Dan, 2 playoff series wins, both this year, his first 2 playoff series wins. You know how many playoff series wins Michael Jordan had through his first 4 years?
How many?
Just 1. Just 1. This is not a shot at Michael Jordan. He's the greatest basketball player to have ever lived. But we forget that it took him forever to break through.
Yeah.
Forever. And then once he broke through, he kept breaking through over and over and over again. And while he wasn't breaking through, he was still averaging like 40 points per game in the postseason at times. He was obviously incredible. But if we're going to use like postseason success as this barometer for Anthony Edwards, and if he gets it, he's MJ, and if he doesn't get it, he's not MJ, when he's already technically had more postseason success than Michael has at their 4th year in the league.
The other guy that I think has to be singled out when you talk about the Dallas loss is the play of that one Karl Anthony Towns, which was terrible. Absolutely terrible last night. 0 of 8 from 3-point territory. I mean, he was brutal. It was almost Klay Thompson-esque in that play-in game against Sacramento.
And he kept taking the big shots down the stretch. And he couldn't hit any of them. Pass the ball.
You know what they're talking about? How, the big 2 of the Dallas Mavericks are not, they're not to the same level. They're not playing at the same level and are clearly getting outplayed by the big 2 of the Dallas Mavericks, meaning Luka and Kyrie Irving. I have a hard time, and I've always felt this, I have a hard time of recognizing Karl Anthony Towns as being a big anything. I know he's a big guy, but in terms of being an elite basketball
contract,
an elite basketball player, I know he can shoot it for a big man, self-proclaimed that he's the best to ever do it, but he only shoots like 3 or 4 threes a game. I don't know that, I was never sold on him being a premier player to the level of that of a Luka and a Kyrie Irving, which is part of the problem right from the get-go. I don't know if, how you feel about Karl Anthony Towns. And none of this really surprises me when it comes to, Karl Anthony Towns and, that terrible performance last night.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's definitely not worth the contract that he has. This year or next year, he'll be making over $49 million. The following year, over $53 million.
Well, which is why he's been rumored to be traded.
In 26, 27, 57. And then the last year, which is a player option, guess what? He's going to take that player option because in the final year of his deal at age 32, he'll be making $61 million. That is an incredibly crazy contract for a guy that I am in agreement with you. Certainly not a number 1 on a playoff team. I'm not so sure a number 2 on a playoff team. And considering how much money he's making, a team like the T-Wolves, who are already up against the luxury tax thresholds and in first apron, second apron territory, they're going to have to make a decision about him specifically because the way he's performed largely this postseason and specifically this series, not worth it. And are they going to want to run it back and bite the bullet for one more year and hope that they can get it all done next year? I don't know. But I would be shocked if Karl Anthony Towns plays out that contract with the T-Wolves. So maybe that's a name to keep an eye on if you are Warrior fans. But if you're Warrior fans, you got to ask yourselves, how the hell can they afford that contract?
That's not going to happen. Not with the Golden State. Of all teams, that's the last thing Joe Lacob needs on his lap right now. All right, when we continue, I do want to get into, when we talk about the success of the Dallas Mavericks, I attribute it to 2 guys, and it's not Luka and Kyrie, but it's rather Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington.
Trade deadline acquisitions.
Right? And we talk about this. They were 2 guys, and they happen to be 2 bigs that were out there, but for some reason the Golden State Warriors said, nah, we're good. And it's because of those 2 guys, to me, that is the sole reason as to why the Dallas Mavericks may potentially win an NBA championship. We'll discuss that. We'll also discuss why the Golden State Warriors decided to pass. We'll work in the local angle with Golden State. We're going to continue here on 95.7 The Game, but before we do that, we are sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. I also want to talk about Draymond Green as a broadcaster.
Oh.
Initial thoughts before we go to the break?
I think it's awkward when he's on the panel interviewing Luka Doncic after games. Two current players, one interviewing the other. I don't know. It feels kind of weird to me.
I think he's been really surprisingly good.
He's a good broadcaster.
Wow.
It just feels a little awkward.
All right, we'll talk about Draymond Green, your thoughts, your calls, 888-957-9570. Much more with Mark Grandy and Dan Navone after this quick timeout.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for a summer job in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express. Go to Express Pro.
lines and some of the subplops, one of which, as we had talked about, Kyrie Irving going back to Boston. That's just going to be so much fun at TD Garden.
I imagine he's going to get booed just a little bit.
You think?
Just a little.
You know, the Boston Celtics, speaking of booing, is this just a media thing? I've never seen a team take more flack and a team that is just almost as if we're waiting for them to stub their toe. And you know, their run, granted, I don't know that we've had the red carpet rolled out for somebody to get to the NBA Finals out of the Eastern Conference like that of this year's Dallas Mavericks team. When you talk about, Cleveland without Donovan Mitchell, going back to...
You mean Boston, not Dallas.
What did I say?
You said Dallas.
Oh, Boston. Yeah.
They've had an easy run to the finals.
Very much so.
Even if all the stars in the East were healthy, I mean, it's still a relatively weak conference.
Agreed, but they haven't been.
Yeah.
Now Tyrese Halliburton's out. Butler was out with Miami. It's been silly. But they've taken care of business. And it's a team that won 64 games during the regular season. But for some reason, I think people just cannot wait for them to... certainly, I don't think they wanted to see them go as far as the Eastern Conference Finals. Of course, they were disappointment and underwhelming a year ago, and people were just waiting to continue to finish that narrative this year. And I think there's just a lot of people that want to either break it up or say, I told you so. But it's sort of interesting, especially from a media perspective, how there's a lot of sort of hate towards the Boston Celtics for whatever reason. I'm not sure what drives that, but I think that there's, it's real. And it's palpable. You can feel that there's a lot of people that want to see the Celtics fall short for whatever reason.
Well, what was it? After game 2, when they lost to, I can't remember if it was round 1 or round 2, after the Celtics lost at home to either the Heat or the Cavaliers, because they lost both games in both series at home to even the series 1-1.
Yeah.
And both times you're feeling like, they were taking it seriously, whatever. And Jason Tatum comes out and says something along the lines of, I'm not making excuses, but I don't know why everyone is saying that we're this juggernaut, we're this great team, we're the heavy favorites. I don't know why we're feeling that way. I think that kind of pushed people back a little bit. You nearly set a record for most wins in a regular season. You've been the most dominant team all season long by a very wide margin. You went to the finals 2 years ago, and if it weren't for a historic Steph Curry performance, you probably would have won then. You choked against the Miami Heat, who were in the play-in tournament last year, and you lost to them, and they went to the finals instead of you. I think there's just a lot of, not necessarily hatred, but there's a lot of people who enjoy watching them lose because they've been so good and they have fallen short, and it's kind of fun to watch a team that has all their talent. It's fun, and specifically from a Warrior fan perspective, because the Warriors have had the pressure of being the favorites and being the team that is expected to win. And if they do win, it's whatever. That was a kind of expected. It's not that big of a deal. The Warriors have dealt with that pressure relatively well during their run. The Celtics haven't, and I think for a Warriors fan's perspective, it's kind of nice to see the other team that's dealing with those expectations fall short.
I think it's almost it's inherent. It's almost innate as the media that people just want to tear down what we feel as though pillars or the best respective sport or a player in a respective sport. Think about Shohei Ohtani earlier this year when he was embroiled in that gambling controversy, and it turned out to be his interpreter that was stealing money from him. But we were so convinced that Shohei's got to have something to do with this. Shohei's betting on the ponies out at Bay Meadows.
It was the biggest story for a week, and then it disappeared.
Doubt about it. There's certain things that we want to see these guys fall, and it's almost to the point where we almost try and will it to happen. And you're sort of seeing that to a certain degree with the Boston Celtics, who all they've done, let's face it, have done nothing but win. They've lost twice in the postseason, 64 times during the regular season. At least wait for it to happen before you start writing that storyline. But I just want to get back to that series. I teased at the break. The two biggest acquisitions that I think are the story as to why the Dallas Mavericks are going to the NBA Finals and potentially winning it, and it's P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. And as it relates to the Golden State Warriors, a team that more so than Dallas needed to get big. And I think these are the sort of bigs that you need. It's not, you talked about Karl Anthony Towns and all the money he's making. You don't need Chet Holmgren. You don't need Joel Embiid. In this year's NBA, you need just bigs who can rim protect, who can play transitional defense, who can get up and down the floor, who can be somebody that you can use or serviceable in terms of their 5 fouls if you're taking on the likes of Jokic coming to town. It can't just be a 6'6" Draymond Green and Kevon Looney as your front line. You just need some serviceable guys. And I'm now talking about the Golden State Warriors, and PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford were right there for the taking. And that's why I think TJD fits so well with this basketball team, It's because, again, you don't need to be a Rudy Gobert at 7'1". You just need to be somebody that can get up and down the floor, that's an athlete, that can pass, that understands the pick and roll, that knows to get into the dunker spot. But there were these two guys, and, again, every time I see P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford's huge block last night, that there were two guys that they got for, what's the equivalent for Grant Williams is the guy they gave up.
Yeah, so the Mavericks got P.J. Washington and 2 second-round picks for Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and a 2027 first. The Mavs got Daniel Gafford from the Wizards for Rashawn Holmes and a 2024, this year's first-round pick. So you gave up 2 first-round picks. You gave up Rashawn Holmes, Grant Williams, and Seth Curry to get P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford, and 2 second-round picks. And it's a number one of the reasons why you are a win away from the finals. And specifically, if you're looking from a Warriors fan's perspective, imagine P.J. Washington on the Warriors this year.
Perfect.
Oh, my God. It would have fixed so many problems. A space the floor 4 who you can put out there with any lineup. He works with any lineup. It would have solved so many problems for the Warriors. Now, and the other thing that makes this even more worthwhile, and I think it's something that scared the Warriors away specifically from Siakam and OG Anunoby, and those are 2 other really nice deadline acquisitions. Those 2 teams made it deep into the playoffs with those guys. Siakam on the Pacers still alive, although probably about to be out tonight. If not tonight, probably on Wednesday. And then,
but not because of him. He's played
not
very
because
well.
of him. And then also Anunoby for the Knicks, who got them within a win of the Eastern Conference Finals. He was hampered by an injury, but those guys both were in the final year of their deals.
Yeah.
Siakam did agree to an extension after he got traded to Indiana. Anunoby did not. I know you were poking a little bit of fun at New York Ken. Anunoby may be testing the free agency waters this offseason. We'll see there. But where it works even better for Dallas, Dan, is that P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford are under contract for 2 more years after this. That would have been the perfect move for the Warriors to make because it also fits up with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, potentially Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr's timeline moving forward.
I think that there's a huge trade brewing for the Golden State Warriors. I think this offseason, Dunleavy is going to make a move that is going to be pretty significant. And I think that Kuminga's on that trade block. I think Kuminga's name is going to be bantered about.
Bantered about or legitimately available for trade?
I think it's legitimately available for trade, but whether or not he's traded, it just simply depends on that there wasn't market value or what it is that teams are willing to give you back didn't it makes sense for the Golden State Warriors. Is the only reason why he'll come back in a Warrior uniform is that you simply couldn't find somebody, or at least the deal didn't make sense for the Golden State Warriors. Is the only reason why Jonathan Kuminga, to me, would come back in a Warrior uniform next year. They are looking to shop him. I can't base this on anything. I haven't talked to anyone, but I think that the Golden State Warriors, there's no way in hell that they're coming back intact with that same team. And if Klay Thompson doesn't want to play for $18 million, we will have a Klay Thompson day for you, but enjoy the last 2 years of your career playing in Orlando or Philadelphia or wherever it might be, because it's not going to be with the Golden State Warriors. The team clearly has to change, and it has to get younger. If they could find somebody that is willing to take on Draymond Green's contract, I'm sure they'd entertain that. The only guy that I think, and I think Joe Lacob said as much, that isn't going anywhere, and that's Steph Curry. And Steph Curry's 36 years of age, so he's a liability in a certain sense because he's certainly not the same player. But this team has to get much, much younger and change direction. They got to do it pretty quick.
The 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line says, why would they need to trade for someone when they can just draft Bronny? Because that's the solution to all the Warriors' problems.
They're going after me once again. So, well, listen, I think that Bronny James is going to get drafted. It just won't be to the Golden State Warriors. But
I would be surprised.
You don't think he's going to get drafted?
Not to the Warriors. He'll get drafted. Yes.
Yeah. Well, he'll go before the Warriors, I think.
Probably. Warriors don't have a pick until the second round, middle of the second round, because they were middle of the pack, and their first round pick this year goes to the Blazers.
Well, that's what I mean. The back end of the second round is right about Bronny country. So, but I do think he'll probably go a few players before him because people are going to try and lure LeBron James to their respective team. The only reason why I'd revisit that, first of all, I don't after seeing LeBron James whine again in the playoffs against Denver, it's like, oh, God, why did I even make that statement? Because I don't want LeBron James with the Golden State Warriors. I forgot how much of a complainer this guy is. But that aside, I don't think LeBron James, with his contract coming up like that of Klay Thompson, he's got to make a decision, right? Was it at the end of June?
Yes, that's when everything is going to happen at the end of June.
So,
that's when Chris Paul's contract becomes guaranteed. It's when free agency obviously opens the 1st of July, the moratorium. For the Warriors, the Chris Paul thing is going to probably happen first before everything else.
Which really is sort of an area, as much as we focus on the front court of the Golden State Warriors, one thing we can't overlook or take for granted is that backup point guard. I mean, how problematic for the team was that over the last couple of years?
Chris Paul was great for them this year.
I know, but he's not coming back. They're not going to pick him up for that $30 million. So, what about that area of need?
June 28th is the day. $30 million. It's non-guaranteed. So that means on or before June 28th, they can just cut him, owe him nothing. After June 28th, that $30 million becomes fully guaranteed.
He can't come back for $30 million. No. He's just too old.
He's either going to get cut or they're going to trade him before then. They trade him before then to a team that's looking to save $30 million. You get a $30 million player in return. That team that just traded for Chris Paul and gave you their $30 million guy cuts Chris Paul and suddenly they've saved $30 million. So you'd be looking at either cutting him for nothing or shipping him off to a team that is not in a great position, feels like they're not going to win, is willing to move off of a semi-valuable piece just for the sake of getting out of the luxury tax and kind of restarting their clock. That would be the way the Warriors approach a Chris Paul decision, but I'm with you. There's very, very, very little chance they just let the June 28th date, which now we're now about a month away from, they let that come and do nothing. That is by far the underdog scenario. I would be shocked if that were to happen.
So now the Golden State Warriors have a couple of glaring holes, and one of which is the backup point guard spot. Right back to sort of, Jordan Poole territory. What is it that you're going to do when Steph needs to come off the floor? And we saw Chris Paul be so very good with the drop-off wasn't even that significant. In fact, you can make the argument that the bench played better than the starters at times on multiple occasions throughout last year, more often than not. But that was spearheaded by the veteran Chris Paul. And Chris Paul now leaving this basketball team, that's something that Dunleavy certainly has to address to go along with the fact that, you've got to get big, as Steve Kerr admitted to. And although, they're not going to say this because it's insulting to the Klay Thompsons and the Steph Currys and the Draymond Greens of the world, but they've got to get younger. I do not see, although you never know in sports, right? Like, who would have saw that Jung-Hoo Lee's absence is giving an opportunity for the Golden State Warriors and all these kids now to revitalize this team? But it's hard from where I sit on, May 28th to 27th for the Golden State Warriors to somehow be relevant and even in that conversation of an NBA championship as soon as next year.
I think I'm with you. I think, and I've even floated out, and I'm probably going to get, killed for this once again. I floated that if the Warriors, Dan, were solely interested on what is best for the basketball team, what is best for their on-court basketball and their ability to compete in the future. Not talking about this year, not talking about next year. What's best for the future of their basketball team? It would be to consider what the return would be for a Steph Curry trade. Just consider that. Now, I know it's never going to happen, and the decision is so much more than just a basketball decision. It's a business decision. It is an emotional decision, and all of that. But you're in a position, in my opinion, and I think you agree, and I think a lot of Warrior fans agree. I think this most recent year has kind of convinced a lot of Warrior fans. It's either do something incredibly drastic, like that, which we know is never going to happen, or just accept the fact that you're probably going to be mediocre for the remainder of Steph Curry's career.
I would agree with that.
Mediocre.
I would agree with that.
That's totally fine. I'm not sure I would be able to emotionally handle Steph Curry not being on this Warriors team. This is my team growing up, loving this basketball team. They've provided some of the best moments in my life winning those championships. Like, honestly, the feeling of euphoria when they won in 2015 was incredible and nearly unmatched. Awesome, awesome moments they have provided me. And for that reason, I want Steph Curry to be a Warrior for life. But if you are of that mind, and I think the like 99% of Warrior fans are, I think you also have to come to terms with reality. And the reality is, okay, you're probably just going to be an basketball team for the rest of his career because he's still very good. Yes, he's not as good as he once was. He's making a ton of money, and you're paying out a lot of money to other players who are, again, past their prime. And it's incredibly difficult, given the adjustments to the CBA, to overcome something like that. You're probably just going to be a mediocre team, and that's okay. I just want Warrior fans to acknowledge that that is likely going to be how this thing ends. Mediocre.
Well, the Golden State Warriors, they just have to lean in on the youth. And the problem is that maybe you can have one older superstar, but you can't have three, and you can't have four. And that's the problem with this team, is that, as we watch the NBA Finals unfold, Kyrie Irving is the oldest superstar, and he's 32. And that's not by accident. Everybody that's good right now in the NBA is young. And I think the Warriors know that. So therein lies the rub, is like, how do we get young and relevant? How do we do that when you have a team that's comprised of everybody's in their mid-30s? That's why Dunleavy is Dunleavy, and that's why you're a general manager, is that you've got to solve these things. I don't think that they would, I don't know about Steph Curry, but Klay Thompson, to me, the decision's much easier. That Klay Thompson, not only can we not pay you, forget about the $25 million or $24 million that was reportedly on the table during last offseason, but not only are we not going to offer you that because it's too much money, but also the fact that you're now an older player and a liability defensively. That, you are probably one of the most feast or famine players in the NBA, that when you got it going, we'll ride you for a couple of minutes or a half or a quarter. But when you're not making threes, which happens frequently, you're not giving me what we used to have defensively. And that's really where we're at. It's about being young and two-way players and having that energy. And he's no longer that guy. That last time we saw him, if that's the last we see of Klay Thompson in a Warrior uniform.
That's sad.
Where players were just hunting him out. And I'm talking about Harrison Barnes. I'm talking about Keegan Murray. They're just like, where's Klay Thompson? Because I want to go at him. And again, he did that press conference with a fat lip because the ball hit him in the face, and it was almost embarrassing that he didn't have the reaction time with his hands flailing and this ball just smashed him right in the face after the rebound. It's just, you can't win with older players. Maybe one. And if that one's Steph Curry, then okay, I can swallow that. But you sure as hell better be young at every other position, which is why, to me, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson are all expendable at this point.
That also means you're going to keep Kuminga, right?
Well, yeah.
I know you talked about earlier about how he's legitimately on the table to be traded. Is this maybe what you think they should do versus what is the best thing to do?
Yeah, so I think that...
Or what you think they're going to do versus what you think is best?
What I think they're going to do is shop Jonathan Kuminga. Because they need...
Try to give the veterans one last chance with another veteran.
No, not another veteran. It doesn't see that's...
So what's the return for Kuminga?
Is that you're going to hopefully find... And I don't know who this player is, but it's not going to be... Maybe they do shop Kuminga for KD. To me, that's a mistake because now you've just gotten older. You're buying into the exact same, template that got you here, and that is just, aging players. I think that if you're going to shop Kuminga,
it's more for like someone like a DeJounte Murray. Is that what you're talking about?
You're going to have to, although DeJounte Murray doesn't play defense. That would be another mistake.
But you're not talking about a guy that's 34 or older.
No, that wouldn't make it. I think that if you're going to shop Jonathan Kuminga and package him with Wiggins, because I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga on his own is enough to net that star that is, mid to late 20s that you can build around. But that's, to me, and I just, reading between the lines, when I hear the Golden State Warriors and the powers that be, the Steve Kerrs and the Dunleavys in their post conferences when the season was over, they're basically in their post-mortems and they're talking about each player. Reading between the lines, they were just saying, we're hoping Kuminga comes back. Whereas there was a level of certainty when it came to Draymond, there was a level of certainty when it came to Klay Thompson. We're certainly going to make him an offer. We want him to be here. But when it came to Jonathan Kuminga, like, yeah, there's some things that he needs to work on. I just get the sense that, it's the writing's on the wall when it comes to that young man. Do I agree with it? I mean, not necessarily, but I think that they're at a point where we have to make a trade and we have to change things. And our only asset, to your point, is Jonathan Kuminga because we can't move Steph Curry. So who else is somebody that's
going to get you anything of any kind of value
Kuminga.
In return?
And I don't even know if Kuminga along throw in Wiggins and Looney if you want, if even that's enough. But that to me is what they're trying to do over this offseason.
If your team is going to get better by way of an outside acquisition, someone on this team that isn't currently on this team, the way to go get that person is Kuminga. You're right. So if you're going to improve this team from the outside, it's likely going to be at the expense of Jonathan Kuminga, unless you absolutely hit a crazy home run on a veteran minimum free agent contract. Like you sign, like the other move that Dallas made that's leading to them being a win away from the finals is Derek Jones Jr. on a veteran minimum deal. That's what they did last offseason. Derek Jones Jr. thought of as, before this season, just a high-flying, crazy, uber-athletic wing who just dunks. For, like, fast break, cutter, dunker, that's about it. Now he's turning into a quality defender. He's shooting better from deep. Not necessarily an incredibly versatile offensive weapon, but he's got length. He can guard on the perimeter. He's got enough length to help you out inside at times. He can rebound. He can shoot the three. He's still as athletic and quick as anybody. He can dunk. He can get out in transition. Like you need someone like that to hit as well. Are you going to be able to find that person? I mean, Otto Porter Jr. was the example that helped you win in 2022. You try to do it in 2023 with JaMychal Green. That was a failure. You try to do it, this past year, and, Dante DiVincenzo was another one from a previous year, and he was making a little bit more money than that, and he was okay. But
I think you'd agree you're talking about role players at the vet.
Not a guy who's going to absolutely come in and say, oh, suddenly this is a top 4 team in the West. You're going to need a legitimate infusion of talent, but it doesn't stop there. Like, let's just say you add Kevin Durant to this team. Kevin Durant was just on a team with Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, and they didn't win a postseason game, a singular game. Do you think Steph Curry and Kevin Durant and Draymond Green wins you a championship? At this stage of their careers, I don't think so. Like, you need a move like that, not necessarily that I think that's going to happen or what should happen, but you need to move like that, and then you also have to hit on your veteran minimum pieces. Otherwise, I don't see how you're going to win even with those guys.
What about Giannis?
I mean, I would love Giannis on the Warriors, but that is a pipe dream of all pipe dreams.
I've heard it.
You think Milwaukee's blowing it up?
That I don't think.
I don't think so.
I also don't think Phoenix is going to blow it up. I think that
they're much more likely than Milwaukee to, though.
Maybe,
in my opinion.
But I think that Ishbia, their owner, he wants to sort of hang on to these guys. I think that he still wants to prove that he was right.
They're just in
First of all, he can't move Beal with that contract. I think it's a no trade
clause.
Yeah.
And they're going to want to keep Booker. If they were going to move someone, it would be KD, in my opinion. They're also in much more cap hell than Milwaukee is. Milwaukee also has a situation of where
you'd have to trade Giannis.
Yeah. They hired Doc Rivers mid-season, and while it didn't go great, I feel like they're kind of obligated to give him a full season with the guys. And maybe it bottoms out and they blow things up at the trade deadline next year. But I think they're going to go into this coming season and be like, all right, Doc, here's your real chance. We'll give you an opportunity now with Giannis and with Dame and with Middleton. And if it goes well, okay, great. If not, okay, maybe next year is when we blow it all up.
Why does Doc Rivers always get these opportunities?
It's a great question.
Like, why does he get, let's give him another full year. Why did he get an opportunity in the first place?
I do not know.
But I think Giannis, there's been some talk, would have to demand the trade and come to the Golden State Warriors. So it's not a matter of Milwaukee wanting to do it, but if Giannis is done with Milwaukee and is done with Dame Lillard and is demanding a trade, which we have seen historically or recent history in the NBA, if he pulls a James Harden, if he pulls an Anthony Davis in New Orleans saying, listen, I'm just simply going to get fat or not play unless, you get me out of town.
Well, let's be real here. If Giannis was healthy, they're probably sitting in the Eastern Conference Finals right now, right? Like, they're still a really good basketball team.
Are they?
I think so. They would have beaten Indiana in the first round. The Knicks probably still would have been as banged up as they were anyway. They probably beat the Knicks. They might not beat the Celtics, but I think they'd be in the Eastern Finals.
I don't know. I think that, it's not as bad as the Warriors, but Dame Lillard's now in his mid-30s. I mean, you're still relying on Lopez and Middleton. I think it's better than that. Yeah, that's just it. If Giannis is demanding a trade, why would you want to go to the Golden State Warriors? You got the exact same thing in Milwaukee, if not better.
Well, that's the other thing with the Warriors' current situation. We talk about, attracting people. I'm not sure the Warriors are as attractive as they once were either. Like, Otto Porter, come join us because we're a piece away from a championship. Like, okay, David West, Sean Livingston, come join us. Leandro Barbosa, we're going to win a title with you. You're the missing piece. There's not one missing piece out there anymore. And all those teams that are fighting for those veteran minimum deals, there are a number of teams that are probably closer to winning than the Warriors are. And maybe that hurts the Warriors' ability to get one of those guys.
We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. All right, I talked about this, teased it at the last break, but I want to get into Draymond Green. Not necessarily the basketball player, but Draymond Green, the broadcaster. Granny's got some thoughts on that. We'll get all that and much more when we continue on 95.7 The Game.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever.
as a sports commentator.
He's obviously a very talented broadcaster. He's good at it. He's a natural at it. I was a little uncomfortable after Game 2 in Minnesota when he was on the panel with Shaq and Chuck and Kenny and EJ and that whole Inside the NBA crew. First of all, they don't need Draymond. Like, they're a great show without him. Draymond's good, but they don't need him. But it was the Luka step back game-winning 3 over Rudy Gobert, obviously. And Draymond and Rudy Gobert have a little bit of a history, if you didn't know. Most recently, Draymond choked him out this season, by the way, got suspended. But they've also, gone back and forth about who's the better defender. And Rudy has all these Defensive Player of the Year and awards, and Draymond wishes he had them, feels like he deserves them. So there's a little bit of bad blood, I think, specifically coming from Draymond to Rudy. A little bit from Rudy back, but I think it's more of a one-way street from Draymond.
But there's no love lost with him and Luka as well. I'm talking about Rudy Gobert and Luka.
You're right. But I'm on after Game 2 with Draymond there on NBA on TNT after Rudy Gobert, to put it one way, kind of got embarrassed by Luka, made him look funny on the game-winning 3. Draymond wasted no time burying Rudy Gobert on national television. It felt a little bit personal to me. And I don't really want that on my post-game shows. I don't really like that kind of personal beef. And I
think, go ahead.
Chuck is Chuck, and he does it in less of a personal way and more just like, this is actually how I feel. And like, I feel like it's less personal biases aside for
more
Chuck.
entertaining.
It's more entertaining. It was a little uncomfortable. Draymond is obviously good at it, and he's entertaining. And when he does get talking about actually the game and the X's and O's and why Chris Finch made a mistake and why he should have had so-and-so on the floor instead, or they should have switched that, or they should have matched up so-and-so on Luka instead, like, he's great at that stuff. But I was a little uncomfortable. I didn't really like the personal beef that was on display between Draymond and Rudy.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. I do think that part of the reason why he's there is that he knows that he's got to be sort of Charles Barkley 2.0, and he's there to push buttons. And he
pushes buttons.
He's trying to become must-watch TV. Hey, listen, these are his counterparts, his contemporaries. I mean, he went after Karl Anthony Towns after Game 3, so last night. And he was pretty harsh in his criticism. I mean, he's got to go see these guys. It's not as though he's retired. But that's the one thing I think why, if I'm a network guy, that he brings value is that he is not giving me, just the standard being evasive and not critiquing these guys.
And whether or not people like what he says, why the networks want him or care. Well, people are going to tune in and listen to what he has to say. A lot of them are going to kind of like hate watch it. A lot of people don't like Draymond, don't like what he has to say, don't like the way he plays, don't like his attitude. Like, we all know the story about Draymond. I mean, the fans in Minnesota, maybe only because of what happened between Rudy and Draymond this year, because of the headlock, because he choked him on the court for a couple of seconds. Like, obviously that's a big deal and he got suspended, rightly so for it. But it's not like Minnesota and Draymond have a long history of beef. Like, Minnesota's largely been irrelevant in Draymond Green's career. They're chanting Draymond sucks pre and post game, before the Western Conference Finals and after their team loses Game 2 to fall down 2-0. Like, what's on the top of Minnesota fans' mind after their team goes down 2-0 in their first Western Conference Finals since the Kevin Durant days in Minneapolis is Draymond freaking Green. Like, people tune in just because they hate Draymond, and that's why TNT, Turner as a network, likes it, because he gets a few more eyeballs on him.
There's a fair share of Rudy Gobert hate out there as well. He pushes buttons.
You're right.
And I think when it comes to Luka, I read this somewhere, because you're trying to figure out, okay, where did this stem from when it comes to Luka and Rudy Gobert? Because it's got history. And I read somewhere that it dates back to the 2020 Olympics, where France beat Slovenia. And it was a play involving, I want to say, Rudy Gobert towards the end of the game. And obviously Luka was part of that national championship team. The guy was probably like 14 at the time, but he's never forgotten. And has that ill will towards Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert's just one of those guys. He sort of pisses you off. Hey, I want to bring in my man. Hey, Stuart Hall Carter, wake up for a second. Stuart Hall, so he might be the youngest guy, believe it or not, here. Currently at the station. He's younger than you, right?
I'm older than Grandy.
Oh, you're older than Grandy. Jeez, Grandy. All right. Well, then Grandy, I'll direct.
How old are you? I didn't know you were older than me.
31.
All right. Here we go. I'm older than both of you guys, so let me bring you in. All right, Stuart Hall Carter, because I didn't know this until last night.
Okay.
So you're the young buck here, all right?
No pressure.
So last night, Karl Anthony Towns said, in defense of his poor shooting, he's like, listen, I put up 1,500 shots a day. It's not because I'm not working at it. It's like I'm in the gym doing my thing. It's just one of those things where it didn't fall. So then they quickly went out of that soundbite live to the studio on remote, which was Draymond Green and Shaq and Ernie and Kenny and Charles. And immediately Charles said, he's lying, man. He's like, there's no way in hell you could put up 1,500 shots unless he was in the gym for 5 hours. Like 1,500 shots, he's lying. So what he said, and this, I wasn't down with it, not familiar with the vernacular, but he said, it's a cap. He's capping, or it's a cap. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, explain to me.
It's just that's cap, as in like that's a lie. He's lying.
What's the origin here? And teach the.
Oh, I don't know what the origin is.
I
Let's
think it's
see.
rap. It comes from hip hop.
But what's? A cap is in the cap on your head. What kind of cap?
No.
So use it for me in a sentence, would you please? Stuart Hall Carter, please somebody.
Well, it would be Karl Anthony Towns saying that he gets up 1,500 shots a day is cap.
Is cap?
Yes, it's cap.
It's a verb.
It is no. It's
okay.
It's a lie. Is that a noun? Yeah, it's a noun.
I think it's a noun.
So you don't say capping. He's capping.
The term cap, you do say he's capping, so it can also be a lie.
Oh, it's
It
capping.
can also be a verb.
Okay, capping.
But saying that is cap is a noun, but you can also say he's capping. Yeah.
Okay.
The term cap refers to a lie or falsehood, while, quote, no cap means no lie or for real. Yeah, there's cap and no cap. That's no cap, brother. Yeah.
All right.
He was capping.
He was.
Yeah.
At least according to Chuck.
1,500 shots a day.
It's a lot of shots.
Well, this is why Draymond's so irreverent and doesn't care. He immediately said, that's a lie, man. That dude is lying.
As a former college basketball player, there's no way he put up 1,500 shots. Your arms would be dead.
Yeah, he said as if it was just really matter of fact. I put up 1,500 shots a day. Where'd you play, Stuart Hall?
Endicott College, shout out.
Endicott. Wow. Were we talking the 4 spot?
5.
Really?
Carter's got some size here to him.
Yeah, D3, they play smaller.
For those of you that aren't familiar with Stuart Hall Carter, he goes, what are you, I'm going to say he's 6'4".
No, he's taller than that. He's like 6'7", isn't he?
6'8", 300 pounds.
Holy Christmas. I haven't seen him stand up.
You gotta be a left tackle, brother.
Yeah, people say I look like Joe Staley too, so it's a little weird.
That's true. That's absolutely true. He's got a lot of Staley in him. 6'8", 3 bills? Whew. Wow. All right.
We honestly got a lot of tall people here at 95.7. Not quite that tall, but.
Well, who's next in line?
Bonte's pretty tall.
Guru, too.
Guru's also. Bonte's like 6'4".
Is he?
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe we ought to line these guys up and see if we, does Bonte got game?
I hope he's not listening.
He doesn't?
No.
Okay. What about Guru's asked me to come play with
Guru him. Claims to have a ton of game. He talks a gigantic game. From my experience, his play does not back up his talk.
Oh, really?
He's not terrible, but yeah.
Okay.
I was a spectator at the knockout competition. Guru was talking a big game the whole time. He was the first person out. Only got up one shot.
Mm-hmm.
Stuart Hall Carter, what's your game like? Are you just backing people down? You playing in and around the rim?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that,
Man, he's vaulted to, top of the list as far as talented producers and talented people we're part of the 95.
We're having a little bit of a station outing on Friday, as I'm sure you're aware, right? We're going to go play a little bit of softball.
Yeah, and I was telling everybody I'm going to play shortstop. Like, that shouldn't even be in question. Because that's where you stick the best player.
Oh, yeah? Is that you?
I'm going to go straight there to the
just
shortstop
a natural,
position. Huh? Well, this got into the conversation of Luciano the other day. It's like, that's why, you stick your best players at that 6 hole, which is why you need a good shortstop if you're going to be relevant, just to bring it back to sports. But anyways, so I'm seeing Guru is capping about his game. Okay. I would like to use that.
That's a great use of cap.
Okay, well, that's capping I've heard of, but cap by itself just sounds a little bit out of place.
There's both now.
All right. So just getting back to Draymond Green, I think that Draymond, listen, he does well in his podcast, but to your point, and you know this, because I know that you do a lot of play-by-play, that doing play-by-play and doing what it is that he's doing is something that I always say you can't learn in the classroom. It's one of those, it's either you got the chromosome or you don't. And he is very equipped at just sort of picking his spots, gets in and out, and he's articulate enough. He is really, really good. I just wonder at what expense, because he's got to go play against Karl Anthony Towns. He's got to go see Rudy Gobert at another point, And I mean, I'm sure that if the other players that get up there make sure that it's more with kid gloves, knowing that they can't disrespect their cohorts, but Draymond simply does not care.
Yeah, I see it on the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mike says, if I were a player, I'd be pissed. He's a peer. Draymond is a peer. And I kind of felt that way too. After game 2, you get past Draymond making fun of Rudy, like, okay, that is what it is. Then the set, Chuck and Kenny and Shaq and EJ and Draymond welcome on in person at the set. They welcome on Luka. And Luka and Draymond are guys that have gone at it in playoff series before. Like, they played each other 2 years ago in the Western Conference Finals. Yeah. And I know there's probably some shared respect between those guys, not like they're mortal enemies or anything, but it just felt a little bit weird to have a current player who's trying to get to where Luka currently is right now interview Luka after they just won a big road game in the Western Conference Finals. I felt a little like, I don't know how Luka would feel or Draymond would feel about, I don't know. It felt a little bit weird to me.
I can see your point there. Just one real quick footnote when you talk about Luka and Slovenia and Eastern Europeans. One of the reasons why I think this guy is so beloved, it's sort of the counterculture, why you have the LeBron James of the world and the majority of NBA players who can afford it, who is, the majority of NBA players, who they have these, whether it's a chef or personal trainer that are on their payrolls, throughout the entire year. You look at Jokic and you look at Luka and they got dad bods, and it's almost sort of
they're dominating the league.
Dominating the league. And they play, right? It's not like Kawhi Leonard or it's not like Joel Embiid or it's not like they don't, he's always sort of looks banged up half the time, but he's on the floor. There's one thing you can say about Luka Doncic is that he's durable. He'll play, man. He's not sitting out seasons and he's not load managing. And I hope one time they just pan to the end of the bench really quick and he's smoking a cigarette. I know it's just a matter of time before that happens. But again, the Dallas Mavericks on the verge of closing out the Minnesota Timberwolves and moving on to the NBA Finals. Who would have thought? We thought about the West, the Clippers, and of course Minnesota and OKC. Even the Lakers were mentioned. Certainly Denver as the teams that were favored to come out of the West. But as I've mentioned on numerous occasions, a lot of this is traced back to the addition of 2 players at the trade deadline in P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford that has really put this team in the stratosphere. And then on the other side of things, it's been sort of the complete opposite, a team that sort of from wire to wire has been the best in the East and one of the best in the NBA, that being the Boston Celtics, who are now just a game away from setting up that showdown between the two. As we just get ahead of ourselves, think about Boston and the Dallas Mavericks. Who do you like?
Boston. Boston's got to win that series. If they don't win a championship this year, everything is lining up perfect for them. Everything is lining up perfect for them. If they don't win a championship this year, then they don't deserve to ever win one.
Okay, but are you willing to say break it up?
Probably not.
Thank you.
Because they're good enough that they should be winning. Like, if they don't win this year, you run it back and they'll be the title favorite again next year. At least they'll be the favorite out of the East.
You just keep doing it until you win it. This idea of, like, we got to break it up. That really? You're going to do better than Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday?
It was like the 49ers of the playoffs this past year in the NFL. Everything broke their way. You had a really good regular season. You were the 1 seed. You got the bye. The Cowboys flailed and lost. You didn't have to play the Eagles. You had to play the Packers and the freaking Lions to go to the Super Bowl. And then you have a down Chiefs team instead of the Ravens who kicked your butt a month prior. You got a Chiefs team that doesn't have a single receiver that can catch the damn ball. This was their chance to win it, and they didn't do it. Are you going to run it back? Yes, of course you're going to run it back because you still feel like you got a good chance to do it. And they're probably a favorite to come out of the NFC once again. Just like even if the Celtics don't win it this year, they'll be a favorite to come out of the East next year. But everything is falling Boston's way right now. You got the Miami Heat without Jimmy Butler. Donovan Mitchell got hurt late in that series against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now Tyrese Halliburton is out. You don't have to take on Jokic and the defending champion Nuggets. You don't have to take on the upstart OKC Thunder. You got to take on Dallas and Luka. I know it's still a really good team, but you had like your biggest potential foes, the team that you were going to struggle with the most, not even representing out of the Western Conference. If Boston does not get it done this year, maybe they'll do it next year, but this is their best chance, and I will have a little bit of fun dancing on their failures once again if they don't get it done this year.
But see, I think you're underselling the Mavericks. Because I think we talked about that prisoner of the moment. Think about the last series. How many people did you hear say that this is the NBA Finals? These are the two best teams, Minnesota and the Denver Nuggets. Like the Denver Nuggets are the best team, and Minnesota clearly is the best. Like
you mean Boston and Denver?
No, I'm talking about the previous series between Minnesota and Denver. How many times did you hear people say that these were the two best?
The winner of that series is going to the finals.
That they were the two best teams in the NBA. Like that was. These were the NBA
Boston
finals.
was always in that convo.
I think that a lot of people, again, for whatever reason, fed into that narrative that Boston was going to stub their toe at some point. That whether this was created and driven by the media, there wasn't buy-in to the Boston Celtics for whatever reason. That again, just to revisit this, people felt as though that was the NBA Finals, meaning that those were the two best teams, Minnesota and the Denver Nuggets. I know you know what I'm talking about. It was just
I didn't really hear about that.
Oh my goodness, I heard that time.
Am I under a rock? I didn't really hear that.
Stuart Alcard, am I alone?
No, I heard that.
Huh.
Thank you.
I guess I was under a rock. I mean, I heard I think whoever won that series was going to be the favorite over the Thunder or over the Mavericks. We also didn't know if the Mavericks were going to beat the Thunder at that point either. But
I think you're underselling the Mavericks a little bit here because yeah, you could say it's a well, I guess
I mean if you're Boston,
if you're saying it's lining up for Boston because it's a down year in the Western Conference?
No, I'm saying it's lining up for Boston because of who they had to play in the East and because they don't have to take on the Nuggets in the finals.
Well, that's disrespecting Dallas though, right?
No, it's just respecting Denver.
Yeah, but Denver loses to Minnesota and then Dallas is on the verge of sweeping them.
Yeah.
Does my logic not make sense here?
In the playoffs, it's so much more about matchup based as opposed to who had the most wins or all of that. And I think matchup wise, it's just like it's why this Minnesota thing has flipped so quick. Not that I was necessarily going to go out on a limb and say that Dallas was going to sweep Minnesota, but Minnesota and what they have with their bigs, so much of a better matchup for them personally against Denver than they are against Dallas. Like,
yeah, and I think
Dallas was always going to give them a little bit more problems than Denver was going to because of the way those two teams are built and because of what Minnesota does well.
Yeah, and I think that to take it a step further, I think that Jason Tatum and Brown matching up with Luka and Kyrie Irving makes more sense for Boston.
Exactly.
It's a better matchup for them. Exactly. So I see what you're saying.
Meanwhile, if they were taking on Denver, say, you got all that length and athleticism that can go out and guard Jason Tatum. You could put Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, a number of guys on Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, and you can limit them just a little bit. I'm not so sure Dallas has that. So if I'm a Boston fan, my only point is I'm a Boston fan and I'm trying to root for who I want my opponent to be out of the West. When you had the Final Four of OKC, Dallas, Denver, and Minnesota, I'm not so sure exactly where Dallas would fall, but Denver would be my least. The one I'd be rooting for the least. I would not want to take on Denver.
I would agree with that. Go ahead.
I think one thing we're missing here is that we aren't taking into account that Dallas has really hit their stride at like the best possible time to hit their stride. And that's hard to quantify, and that's hard for people to kind of understand. But watching these games, it's very obvious that this has been their best period of the season, almost like the 22 Warriors, but I think that team started it a little earlier in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think to your point, it's always about those teams that are playing their best basketball at this time of the year. And to Stuart Hall Carter's point, 16-2 to close out the season. So their last
Denver closed the season in a hell of a streak too. In fact, it's a reason why Michael Malone, after they lost Game 7, kind of blamed it on that. We pushed so hard to try to get the 1 seed that we were so tired. But I mean, maybe that's Denver just not knowing what was best for them. Be the 2, be the 3, and be a little bit more, I don't know, physically ready for the playoffs than what they ended up doing.
So, Stuart Hall, how come you didn't go to like an Ivy League school or Stanford like the rest of your classmates? Instead, he went to Canisius State for that scholarship. No, I'm just
Endicott. It's a proud
a little troublemaker.
It's a proud university.
That's why I love this man. That's what I wanted to get at. The dark side of Stuart Hall Carter. It's a beautiful man. So was I. So that's why I recognize the bond, but it wasn't until now that I've uncovered it. All right, we continue here on 95.7 The Game. Last half hour, we'll wrap up the show. We'll talk a little bit more about Bill Walton. We'll get into, I don't know, Grant, whatever's on your mind in terms of the sporting world. We'll wrap things up with Grandy and Devone here on a Memorial Day, right after this on 95.7 The Game.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $31.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Happy Memorial Day from Safeway. To celebrate, Safeway's got amazing deals for you, your family, or your friends to enjoy. Dibs, I'd like to say.
But that's what he's apparently aiming for. That was the report late last week from Jeremy Fowler that he wants more than Amon-Ra, and the big number to keep an eye on is the guarantee. So might he get $30 million a year? I don't know. If I were to guess, I would say no, but his guarantee would at the very least be on par with Amon-Ra, 77-ish million guaranteed.
Which is market price. I know it sounds high, but that's just the money that is both in the NBA and at the NFL level. What would you rather be? Brock Purdy or Victor Wembanyama in terms of your paydays?
Oh, man.
Keep in mind, Brock Purdy's making less than $1 million.
And he's going to be making $50 million or more coming up in a little bit. In basketball, it's all guaranteed. So, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt, and there are injuries in the NBA.
And you're talking about new deals. Like they're renewing all these television deals. The money that is coming off the sidelines that's going to be infused into NBA and the Players Union.
I think I'd rather get a gigantic NBA contract because that money is mine no matter what happens.
Reportedly, what Victor Wembanyama might make, because his contract obviously isn't up for 2 years, $96 per. $96 million a year. So, good choice.
I mean, he's going to at some point be, assuming health, Defensive Player of the Year and MVP of the league.
Yeah,
same year. He was first team all defense this year as a rookie.
Then it just begs the next question: is would you rather be 7'3", making $96 million a year, or 5'11", 6 feet,
an average looking dude and making $55 million a year as the quarterback of the Niners? I mean, give me either. I'll take either.
I'll take Brock Purdy. I don't want to be 55 rolling out of bed and being Victor Wembanyama. How much? I don't care how much money I make. That's a painful proposition.
When you're that tall, it just, even when you're young and healthy, it's a very awkward and a fortunate height to be just doing day-to-day things.
So, in all seriousness, Christian McCaffrey, are you reading anything into that? I mean, because it's OTAs, but typically
voluntary OTAs.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa's there.
Yeah, Nick Bosa's there. But I was reading, so Nick Bosa, first year was 2019 was COVID, right? So then he had the ACL, and then there was the contract year. So this is really the first year that he's been available to be.
Yeah, he's had kind of an awkward offseason career. You're right.
Yeah.
There's been so many things that have happened.
Are you reading anything to McCaffrey?
So the latest report on
there's money issues here as well.
The latest report, on Friday was that it was not contractually related. And that was from Mike Florio.
It's always contractually related.
But I would tend to agree. There's like conspiracy theorists out there. Well, he and his fiance are getting married. Maybe they're doing some pre-wedding stuff. The wedding hasn't happened yet. I think I saw someone post that it was like a bridal shower this past weekend or something, but that wouldn't really explain McCaffrey's absence. I am a little bit worried that Christian McCaffrey is looking at the landscape of not just the NFL, and I guess not really the landscape of the NFL at all, but more so the landscape of the Niners as a team, and is saying, hey, I'm pretty darn important here. I deserve a little bit more money. And I think, Dan, I'm a little bit more worried that this, if it is indeed a contractual dispute, if it is a disagreement based on money for McCaffrey and the Niners, I'm a little bit more worried that may drag out longer and be more of a hindrance to the 49ers than the Ayuk conversation. Because the Ayuk conversation is, I want to be paid like other wide receivers in the NFL, other top wide receivers. There's a clear line. Devontae Smith got a ton. A.J. Brown got a ton. You just mentioned Amon-Ra St. Brown. He got a ton. Justin Jefferson's going to get a ton. CeeDee Lamb is going to get a ton. Ayuk slots in there somewhere. Yeah. Not that he'll necessarily set the market, and I don't think he'll do that, but he deserves to be in that category in some way, shape, or form. McCaffrey is already the highest paid running back. Already. Like, he is pacing the running back market. The difference here, obviously, is the wide receiver and the running back market are two entirely different things. Running back market has been incredibly depressed the last 5 years. The wide receiver market is absolutely exploding. Who's more important to the 49ers, Christian McCaffrey or Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, it's McCaffrey.
I'd argue the same thing. It's Christian McCaffrey. And he's not your prototypical wide receiver running back. He's a wide receiver and a running back mixed into one. So from his perspective, it's, I am maybe the most important player aside from the quarterback in this offense. I deserve to be paid like maybe the second most important player in this offense. But the Niners are saying, we're already paying you top of your market. Like, we can't go any higher. You're already making more than any other running back in the league. McCaffrey fires back and says, yeah, well, that's not all I do. I'm more than just a running back. I'm not an Alvin Kamara. I'm not a Jonathan Taylor. I'm not a Saquon. I'm not a Bijan. I'm not a Jahmyr Gibbs, a DeAndre Swift. I am a running back and a wide receiver in one. Quit trying to pigeonhole me into just the wide or the running back market. I'm more than that. I feel like there's a little bit more ammo on both sides for this to become an issue.
Yeah.
More so than the Ayuk one. The Ayuk is relatively simple. Niners want him around. Ayuk wants to be paid like other wide receivers. Niners probably will at some point after a decent amount of negotiations, and he'll slot in there maybe like the 6th highest paid wide receiver or something like that. McCaffrey's already the highest paid running back. It would take a lot for the Niners, I think, to be like, all right, let's tear it up, and instead of giving you $16 million a year, we'll give you $20 million a year, when the next highest paid running back is only getting 15. Like, he's already setting that market. The Niners will not be eager to set it once again with Christian McCaffrey.
That's a good point. I think part of it also is that it's the semantics when it comes to the NFL and being clumped in with running backs, and there's a cap in terms of how much you pay tight ends. Like, it should be a little bit more positionless, and think about it as you just laid out in terms of your value to the team. But as somebody who's negotiating, it's just exclusively these parameters and boundaries have been set because you look at this through the lens of, well, you're a running back, and here's how much the top running back, which is you, is making, and you run all the comps. Or it should just be simply, what's my value as opposed to what's my position. And this certainly holds true. I mean, you could make the same argument for George Kittle a couple of years back, but they looked at this as, well, you're a tight end.
Same thing with like Travis Kelce. He's the Chiefs' best wide receiver. He's their best pass catcher. They don't pay him like an elite wide receiver. They pay him like the best tight end in the league.
The bigger question, Stuart Hall Carter, is would you rather be Christian McCaffrey dating Miss Universe Olivia Culpa, or would you rather be
not just dating, engaged, soon to be married?
Is it Paul Skeens, the number 1 pick out of Pittsburgh?
That's correct.
Paul Skeens, the number 1 draft pick, and now the star pitcher for that of the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's got his whole career in front of him, and of course he doesn't have to worry about CTE and concussions because he's playing baseball.
And fully guaranteed contracts.
But the bigger question becomes, Stuart Hall Carter, would you rather be engaged to Miss Universe and Olivia Culpa, or would you rather be dating Olivia Dunn, which is what Paul Skeens is currently doing?
Well, just to put it this way, I'd be missing OTAs too if I were Christian McCaffrey and I was engaged to her. But second of all, I would rather be Christian McCaffrey. Number one, you're already a proven player. You're already kind of the top of your peak in the NFL. Number two, I think Livy Dunn's a little too young. I'm 31. So.
Okay, I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's a little creepy. But, in seriousness, you would rather be a football player? Man, I would play baseball in a heartbeat.
Oh, I would, especially not a running back. I do not want to be an NFL running back.
No,
it's a one-way ticket to not be able to walk when you're 45 years old.
Well, walking's the least of your concern. I mean, being able to feed yourself. I mean, I'm not making light of this. It's just, with the way the game's played these days, it's so violent. And these guys running these 4.3 40s and they weigh 220. They weigh as much as Stuart Hall Carter here. It's crazy. It's a violent sport. I wanted to get into, before we leave the NFL and talking about the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy, I heard this being talked about in one of the talk shows. I might have read this. This again might have been Bill Simmons. And Brock Purdy had such an amazing year last year, right? The 113 quarterback rating. Mm-hmm. He was amongst the league leaders in just about every offensive category, right? Jimmy Garoppolo, his first year with the San Francisco 49ers, was his best year, right? That 2019 season where he took him to the Super Bowl and then eventually, of course, lost once again to Kansas City. I guess the question becomes, is there something, can you draw any similarities? It's a bit of a reach between Garoppolo and Brock Purdy, but remove the player. And did Brock Purdy just have his best season as a 49er? And it's not something he's going to replicate, but it's sort of not downhill. Might be a bit harsh, but is he going to maintain these numbers and get even better? Which is a really, really sort of difficult proposition when you think about what it is he did a year ago.
I think it's a fair point because as a 49er fan, you've kind of been through this story a couple of times. Remember when Colin Kaepernick burst onto the scene and he seemed like the next big thing in the NFL. And he had his breakout season where he took over for Alex Smith mid-year because of an injury. And then after that, Jim Harbaugh famously said it'll be both Colin and Alex are going to be our starting quarterbacks, but it was just Colin, and the rest is history. But after that season, when they went all the way to the Super Bowl and lost to the Ravens, you come back with Colin Kaepernick, and the thought was he's going to take a leap, and he's going to be, like a perennial MVP candidate. Like he's this crazy runner that has a rocket of an arm. You're on a really good team. They're going to be winning all the time. He's going to be up there every single year. And while he wasn't bad the next year by any stretch, they got back to the NFC Championship game. He never really got markedly better, right? Like he never took a gigantic leap. And once the team got worse and didn't have as many talented players around him, he wasn't able to carry them, and he had rough seasons and hasn't played in the league since.
DC coordinators also schemed him.
You're right.
After getting
that's part of it. And also, there's political reasons why he didn't play again, potentially, and we don't need to get into that. I'm just saying, as a Niner fan, you kind of were dealing with the promise of like the next bright star as your quarterback, but it didn't really turn out that way. And then you get Jimmy Garoppolo, and I don't know if you remember when they acquired him mid-season from the Patriots, the thought was, at least Kyle Shanahan had admitted to this, was we don't want to play Jimmy that season when they first acquired him. The team was going nowhere. It was, I don't know if it was Blaine Gabbert or Brian Hoyer. Someone not good was playing quarterback, CJ Beathard. I don't know. Not good. You weren't going anywhere. There was no pressure to win at that stage. We didn't want to play Jimmy until he had an opportunity to fully immerse himself in the playbook and learn the offense and feel comfortable with things. Then you get an injury to your quarterback and Jimmy steps in and you win like your final 4 games of the year when nothing was going your way that whole season, and you beat the Jaguars that season, who went to the AFC Championship game behind Blake Bortles, believe it or not, and Jalen Ramsey. And if you're a Niner fan at that point, you're thinking like, all right, this team was terrible, losing every single game they played. And then this guy that we just acquired midseason comes in and you win your final 4 games of the year. Like, oh, we got something. He's the next great thing at our quarterback spot. And then, of course, he had some good years and you go to the Super Bowl and you lose, but then he had injuries. And he never quite lived up to that hype that you kind of promised yourself, at least that I promised myself. And now you're dealing with that with Brock Purdy. However, that's how I felt last year. You had the promise of when he came over, when he started midseason after Jimmy got hurt, and he played really well, but then he got hurt, and you were like, all right, is this just a flash in the pan, or is he going to continue to play well? Then last year happened, and he was dominant. He was an MVP finalist, MVP frontrunner for the majority of the season. Didn't win it and lost the Super Bowl, obviously all that. All I'm saying is a very long way to get to my point. I get where your question is coming from because as a Niner fan, I've been down that road now 3 different times. I've been wrong each of the last 2 times. I think, though, this time I'm more confident that Brock Purdy is that guy as opposed to Kaepernick or Garoppolo because I think he's shown enough over a relatively large sample. While he has had a really good offense, I think he's shown more than those guys did, and I feel more confident that at the very least, he's not going to get worse. He's going to continue to be that guy for an extended period of time.
But can he get better? There's a lot of people feel as though he's still so young.
Just based on numbers? I mean, he might not ever replicate those numbers again. Those numbers last year were amazing. That doesn't mean he's a worse quarterback, though.
Fair enough. And I think this just gets back to I think we had this conversation when you make the comparisons to him and Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes specifically, that there's going to get to a point like after you paid Mahomes and after you pay Brock Purdy, there's not going to be enough money to go around with salary cap issues to keep the supporting cast. And so if he continues to get better, does it make it easier for the 49ers, or can the 49ers still be relevant because Brock Purdy, as a more seasoned and a better quarterback, doesn't necessarily need to be propped up like he is currently? So That's a question that I think will only be answered in due time. I don't know that anybody really knows just how good he's going to be after a year or two, but that's sort of what you're banking on after you pay him the $50+ million.
Yeah, it's a bet that he's good enough to lift up the organization in places where when you're paying him more money, you're spending less money elsewhere. That's the bet that every NFL team is making when they pay quarterbacks gigantic money.
Can he make other players better?
That's the question. It's what Jim Harbaugh is facing with Justin Herbert this season. Herbert's making a ton of money. As a result, they had to say goodbye to Keenan Allen and Mike Williams.
Yeah.
And Austin Eckler. Is he good enough? I personally think he is, but is he good enough to do great things with a less star-studded cast around him? I am a big believer in Justin Herbert. I'm not so sure that, say, Brock Purdy...
Go figure, quack, quack.
Exactly. You see the sweatshirt that I'm wearing right now. I'm not so sure that, say, Brock Purdy, without McCaffrey, without Kittle, without Debo, without Ayuk, and it's fair to take away every single star, I'm not so sure that you do that and this offense is still putting up 30 points a game. Doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback. But the Niners are also in a situation where you have to pay him. You don't have any other option. What's your other option? What other quarterback are you going to get? Like, you going to take another swing at a crapshoot of a draft?
Yeah.
Are you going to go sign a veteran? Like, you're going to pay Brock Purdy, and you just hope that your bet is a wise one.
Yeah, he has all the leverage in the world. He's going to get his $50 million.
Yeah.
And I would even say, regardless of how he plays next year, I mean, he can't stink the joint out.
Yeah, he can't go like 14 touchdowns and 22 interceptions.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's
no chance.
You know, he's gonna make his money. It just simply then becomes a matter of, okay, we're investing in this guy who is Mr. Irrelevant, and is Brock Purdy good enough to be considered in that same rarefied air with that top tier quarterbacks? I mean, is he as good as Jared Goff?
Brock Purdy? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well, again,
Jared Goff just got a major payday. Trust me, Brock Purdy, he was one of the first people to notice that.
Oh, yeah.
Brock Purdy saw and noticed and knows what Jared Goff's payday, what it means for him.
It's a good day to be an athlete, both especially in basketball and in the NFL, with all the money now that's either generated through gambling now, that is a revenue stream for that of NFL and trickling down to NFL players, and certainly in the NBA with these new contracts that the NBA is getting as they redo all their television deals. Where are you at with watching TV and watching games now online? Have you always been I don't pay part of that generation. Are you a fan?
I don't pay for cable myself. I got a lot of streaming services.
Oh, wow. So you're okay streaming games?
Yeah.
You watch the majority of your games from your laptop or tablet,
or
phone?
have it like through my laptop and put it on my TV in my living room. But yeah, through a laptop or through some mobile device. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
And you HDMI cord or you Google Play it,
so
or
you're
whatever,
off the grid,
Apple
man.
AirPlay or whatever. I mean, I don't pay for cable, but
you're unplugged.
I wouldn't say I'm unplugged.
You're Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it's fascinating though when you just think about. I talked to you about this, how Amazon now and Netflix are serious players. You don't think a lot of this.
Well, the NFL games this coming season on Christmas are going to be streaming on Netflix, Dan.
That's amazing. You don't think a lot of this was born out of the pandemic? And I think during those couple of years, we just saw how much money could be. Well, I don't know where I read this from, but just the pandemic created this sort of where Netflix as well as Amazon realized that the sporting dollar, and even though it was replays at the time, they just came to this revelation that sports is how we need to hitch ourselves and sort of embrace sports as being the new revenue model for, traditionally where Netflix and Amazon weren't even part of the game. Now it's so vital to their overall revenue models. But
there was a playoff game in the NFL this past year. I forget which one it was that was streaming only on Peacock.
Yeah.
And it pissed off a lot of people. You've got every Friday night in the Major League Baseball season, games streaming live on Apple TV Plus. Only place you can find them is Apple TV Plus. No local broadcasts, just Apple TV Plus. And
Dolphins, Chiefs.
Huh?
It was Dolphins-Chiefs.
Oh, the game where all the fans got their fingers frozen off because it was so cold.
Yeah, for Peacock.
Yeah. This game that streamed on Peacock. I remember, when you got Thursday night games, you used to be able, whenever it's streaming on Amazon say you're in the Bay Area, the Niners play on Thursday night. Generally, it's only streaming on Amazon, but when you're in the local market, it's also going to be broadcast live on your CBS or your Fox affiliate. Probably moving away from that, where it's only going to be streaming even if you are in market.
So are you one of those that you have no problem with your generation since you're unplugged and stream everything, getting into...
I don't know why you think I'm unplugged. Did you call me the Unabomber a couple of minutes ago?
Did you have no problem getting into a Waymo?
I have never been in a Waymo.
Oh, really?
I know you are the same way. I ride my bike to work often.
Yeah. You do?
Whenever
awesome.
there's
That's
a Waymo around, I'm a little hesitant because they might just swerve right into me or not see me. I don't know.
I actually had an incident with a Waymo, and it was a good incident because I was on my bike and I ran a stop sign and it recognized me.
Wow.
The only thing I have a question about a Waymo is, does it have the ability to honk?
I don't know. Probably. I would imagine. I've never heard one honk. I think they would have to.
All right. For my man, Granny Stewart All Carter, that'll do it for us. Thanks for joining us. We will see you next time right here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up? This is Will I Am. I'm joining Stand Up to Cancer and Providence Health System to let you know, if you're 45 and older, go get a colon cancer screening right now. Ask your doctor or go to providence.org/colon cancer to determine which screening option is right for you.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Memorial Day sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 18 months, and no sales tax. For directions, go to floorstores.com. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.